All right. Allison, are you ready? Who are we missing?
She probably went to
Oh, it's Diddy Boys. Diddy Boys. Please.
What's that? Yeah, I know. Do we have to go by this one? You see the other clock?
your leg, Eric.
No, by over there. Oh, yeah, we have a malfunction here. If you didn't know, we don't.
Thank you.
Your daughter's so. We have to. All right. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, so we have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Ansorgi?
Here.
Commissioner Rushton?
Present.
Chairman Bunnett?
Here.
Commissioner Wessel?
Here.
Commissioner Sotis Little?
Here.
Commissioner Rettenbach?
Here.
Commissioner Lochner?
Present.
Thank you. So then that brings us to communications, proclamations, and presentations. And the first item on the list is the recognition of the first responders. And at this time, I'll read the resolution that the commissioners have put together. And it's a Leelanau County Resolution 2020-05, First Responders Appreciation. And it also says, see, this one is actually personalized. Well, they're all personalized, and those will be passed out afterwards, after this. And it says, whereas individuals, both career and volunteer, from public safety dispatchers, law enforcement, fire, emergency medical services, search and rescue, and other organizations in the public safety sector, come together as first responders to aid the public in the event of an emergency. And whereas first responders risk their own safety and personal property in the execution of their duties to protect the public every day, and whereas first responders are the first line of defense for the public against all threats, both domestic and foreign, and whereas first responders are a vital part of our communities, standing ready 24 hours a day to deal with emergencies and volunteering in our schools and community organizations. Now therefore be it resolved that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners does hereby recognize and appreciate all county and local government employees and volunteers who are the first line of response to the citizens of our community during all times of need. So should pass these out?
Yeah, just stand up there and call them up.
And at this time I'll pass these out. These are for individuals. This one is for the Cedar Fire and Rescue, for the representative here. So this is the certificate signed by all of them. This one's for the DNR 5, it says. Fire? No? All right, we have one here for, this is also for the DNR regular. And then we have here one for Elmwood. And again, this is the resolution signed by all the commissioners. This is for the Glen Lake Fire Department. This is for the Grand Traverse Band Police.
I'll take it all.
here's the grant coverage managed by the So I won't read these two. Thank you. This is for Leelanau Township. For Leland Township.
It's too far to come.
Michigan State Police. For Munson Healthcare. For the National Park Service. This is Sutton's Bay and Bingham.
Mountain Healthcare.
I wasn't expecting it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And this is the Leelanau County Sheriff's Department. And then we have Elmwood. What is this? Elmwood. Leelanau County Office of Emergency Management. I'm sorry. I thought it was Emergency Management. This is for North Flight. So are they here? So that's the ones we have. All right. Thank you. So then that would bring us to our administrator's update.
Dim the lights here a little bit. I believe this is our third year doing the first responders. We appreciate all your service, and Commissioner Wessel, thank you for the treats this morning. It's always nice to have that. This is personal for me because my son-in-law is a first responder. His picture's faded here. With the Seattle Fire Department. He's a paramedic, fireman, and he just started 6 months ago. He transferred from the Charleston Fire Department, and they had their graduation ceremony Friday, and he was a class valedictorian. So we're proud of him, and so he starts his official shift, even though he's been a first responder for 5 years. In Seattle, you have to go through the whole academy again, so he just completed it Friday, so he was glad to have that over with. So just want to congratulate him. And for some reason, my pictures are not coming up here, so we'll see what happens. I tested it shortly and it worked, so let's just see. All right, there we go, there we go. And then a response, here's another first responder. As was the tribe had their 2% ceremony. This is a Cedar Fire Chief, and they got a grant for $20,000 for some equipment, so I thought that was great. And I was impressed by Chris's outfit here. You can tell he was quite dressed up. Mr. Petrosky, I didn't see you ever dressed up like that. You're the fire chief. Pretty impressive there, though. So congratulations to the Cedar Fire Department. $20,000 for them is a very substantial grant. We had a Super Bowl party here. And I think some of you recognize these very elegant-looking people, but April, you want to tell us what the Super Bowl party was about?
Super people. So in honor of the Super Bowl, we have our Super Bowl. The VI does a soup buffet and sandwiches. This is our 10th year of doing that, so we invite seniors to come and have lunch, and so it's a great time. So yeah,
Well, those
we had about
prices.
40 people that came. So
Wonderful.
Yeah.
It's always a very nice event. And then affordable housing is always a big issue, has been for many years, not just here, but everywhere across the county, the state, and the country. And there's some progress made in Northport. So, Mr. Wesley, you want to talk about this?
Yes, thank you. There is some progress being made across the county, and we had a meeting of the Housing Action Group yesterday, but we're real proud of the development in Northport. Just 4 homes. 2 of them have been sold, 1 to a first responder, an EMT person from Northport, Leelanau Township, and 1 to a school employee. And nice homes, 4 homes on 1 lot, purchase price of $169,000.
And you can tell it's a partnership, including with the land bank here.
Yes, so the land bank, the community foundation, some local investors, and no state or federal dollars.
Mhm. And currently, our land bank is working with Habitat for some houses in Maple City. There's one that was built last year, and there may be up to 3 more being built here in Maple City. So we're making progress, and hopefully 1 or 2 in Suns Bay also. So there's some progress being made on that front. Another group photo, we had Congressman Bergman here for open forum here 2 weeks ago. Also, the same week, we had our state senator, Vanderwall, and our state rep, Jack O'Malley here. So I encourage people, if you get a chance, come to those. It's a very informal event. You have a chance to talk to our state representative, our state senator, and our congressman on any topic that you wish. And so I'm grateful that they come here on a pretty regular basis. Senator Vanderwall and Representative O'Malley are here almost every month. And Congressman Bergman is here several times per year. So we appreciate their efforts and encourage citizens, if they have issues, to come forward and have a talk with our representative. Area Agency on Audit, they just completed their audit, and I believe Mr. Lynn is here.
The Area Agency on Aging of Northwest Michigan just completed their annual audit recently, and again, we had no markdowns from Raymond on the audit, so passed with flying colors. And I brought a copy for everyone to take home and memorize. We'll have a quiz next month.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Yeah, things are going well, Area Agency, so.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We had a substance coalition meeting Friday, and we're off, I think, to a good start for 2020. This is already our 4th year doing this, and I think we are making progress. You'll see some foreign pieces and enterprise coming up shortly. Commissioner Rustin, you want to say anything else about it? You're the chairperson.
We did have a robust meeting, excuse me. We've got some changes coming in the pipeline. We're trying to set our schedule and our programming for this year. Our subgroups have been instructed to meet and drill down and get the specifics and the details on programming for our community.
Yeah. I think one very positive sign is this is our 4th year, and usually groups like this, if they're not making progress, they lose momentum after a year or 2. In fact, we're still having great responses, great turnout in year 4. I think speaks well for everyone that's committed to this project. And I think Greg Memorial is doing just a fantastic job leading us.
And I think what's important is that our group is keeping track of the statistics within our county, so we can target those areas of need. And alcohol always seems to be at the top of our list here in Leelanau County, and vaping among our young children. So you'll begin to see some targeted educational material in the community with the support of the enterprise. We are a member of the 5 Coalition Committee. They also have a targeted media operation for this year. So the point is we need to get the message out on these different issues.
And this meeting occurred at the Grand Traverse Band. And once again, we have had great support from them. And we had a large representation from the tribe at the meeting.
We're all on the
continue
same
to
team,
support
yep.
us. Yes, yeah. So very positive. HVAC project, we are close to the end here. This is the new boiler system. Thought I'd give you a perspective of what it looks like. If you haven't had a chance, go downstairs on the lower level and see the new room that was built. And this is all new equipment. And Kirsten is here for maybe one of her last updates for us here on this project.
Right, and let me just walk over to the photograph here and show you where Mike's pieces that need to be finished. You'll notice that, for example, this piece is insulated,
but this piece is not. There's just a little bit of insulation that needs to be done in spot areas like that around the building. The boilers are on, and they do have heat to them. So in some areas, like for example on the 3rd floor, somebody may be a little bit more warm than usual, but they're going through the process of getting them started and tested, tying in the snow melt system outside, which is critical. And then there's a boil out process that needs to take place, which means we need to turn everything up, and it's going to get really warm in here. But we're not going to do it when anybody's here. We're going to do it Monday on President's Day when no one's here. So that'll be a little bit of a comfort for most. But I expect to be able to give the green light for Jerry Coleman and his crew to begin moving furniture back probably the week of the 21st, if not the week immediately after. We expect to be finished with what the testing and the balancing has been completed. It was completed last week. Right now they're just tying in the boiler. We're going through that process of making sure that the system has got the proper pressure and that the water's not leaking out anywhere, and waiting to see, you know, if any of those valves or whatever adjustments need to be made. The snow melt's a key thing because we don't want anybody to slip and fall out there. So we're right down to the end here. Hopefully this February meeting, by next March, we should be able to say, we're complete and here's where we are. So pretty happy about everything. And I appreciate the cooperation of every staff member, because I know that it's been an inconvenience, and I hear you, and we'll be out of your way as soon as possible. Go ahead.
I wanted to compliment you on how well the base heat looks.
Yeah.
It isn't so noticeable in here where there's a lot of chairs or furniture, but downstairs in the community meeting room, it really does look very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always been very concerned about the aesthetics of this building,
Yeah.
so thank you for that.
The whole prospect of retrofitting something into a building of this size,
like
the
it
aesthetics
belongs.
of it was something, and I think that the color selection really works because it ties all of the trim in.
It does.
And the idea is that it looks like it's been here the whole time.
Yep.
And it kind of does. And if you are so inclined, you can just lay your hand over the radiator pieces and you'll notice that there's heat to them. They're not working at full temperature because they're in the process of moving from one system to the other. So
Will the old boiler be discontinued?
it will. We're going to turn it off, and then at some point it's going to be demoed.
Right.
But I can't tell you when that's going to be scheduled because there's a couple of in between items that need to take place.
Right.
So.
But it will be, we won't be using that anymore.
No.
Everything's on the new system.
Yep. The boilers, if you haven't had a chance to look at them, go down. They're nice and quiet.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I went down there before I got to take this picture, and Jerry was down there. And I said, well, Jerry, when will they be turned on? And he goes, they are on. You can't hear them.
Yeah.
They're nice and quiet.
A little humming, that's all that you hear.
Yep.
So it's going well.
So, and the way that the piping has been structured in that mechanical room is for service folks to come in there, and you'll notice if you look a little bit closer, there's some empty ends. For example, in the top right of the corner, there's a brass column, and then there's a fitting that just kind of goes to nowhere, but that's for the DOAS when it goes in at some point in the future. So they were very cognizant of making it easy to install additional pieces or make changes or service the thing too. So I think they've done a remarkable job. Are there any other questions?
The one nice thing is they have been very good about cleaning up after themselves. One of the concerns we had is that we got to bring someone in to do the dusting and everything afterwards, and they have done it every single day. It's, when you walk in the morning, you don't see a mess anywhere.
Yep.
And when they leave, it's very clean also.
Yep.
So it's worked out well. And no change orders, which is always good. I have to say it just for you, Commissioner. Yeah.
Great job, thank you.
Thank you.
so much, Kristen.
See you in a month.
All right. Fourth quarter investment, I believe Darcy Weaver is here.
Good morning.
Morning. Hi, Darcy.
Chair. All right, from the first slide, as you can see, 2019 was a good year for us. We did quite well on interest on all of our investments. In our general fund, we made almost $180,000 just in interest alone between our bank accounts and all of our investments, which is awesome. And it was consistently good for all of the different funds that we have. If you go to the next slide, it shows where we have our investments as far as the total amount invested, and that's been pretty consistent also. We have $500,000 that will be invested in the budget stabilization at the end of February. And our return on them has been pretty good. We've been earning on the bonds about 2%. Right now the Treasury note is about 1.59, and we're at 1.72. So, any questions?
Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day.
Okay.
Keep
I
up the
would
good
just-
work.
I would just request that commissioners have that sent to us.
Yeah, we'll send that to you, yeah. I know it's a little hard to read here on this
Right.
thing, so. Well, back up to my comment, because I know Commissioner Anzorg is always concerned about change order. There's one change order this month, and that is his birthday, so a number of years that he has been alive. So I have the traditional
Congratulations.
cherry pie for you, Commissioner Anzorg. Well, a little heart on it, just for Val. No, there you go. Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Tony.
Another day older and deeper in debt.
Yeah, but Tony will never be as old as Ty.
Well, if I'm lucky.
He'll always beat you.
Okay, that would then bring us to the sheriff's office update.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I have a 10-point plan, 1-minute point, give you some idea what we'll talk about. Just go over some review of operations, what we have going right now for the annual, if you will, Sheriff's Office update. So we have 2 new employees. That was caused by one person being deployed overseas, of which we cooperate with ESGR, and we hold that job till that person comes back from their military assignment. And we are also down with another employee who is basically having some health issues right now, and he's on some form of a short and eventually long-term disability. So we're hoping he gets better and comes back, but in the meantime, we're short, we're paying overtime. So we went forward and hired a backfill position for the one who is deployed right now. The 2 employees who are coming would be Al Caldwell. He's a very experienced Grand Traverse County Corrections Officer from their sheriff's office. I did not steal him, he applied to us, just want to put that up front. Very, very good catch for us, very experienced and good family person, so forth. The other one is TJ Sturzer. He's a tribal police officer. He's talked to me, I've known him for a long time. He's talked to me on multiple occasions how much he'd like to come and work for Leelanau County. And we have that opening now with Ev Bowen retiring. Ev is finishing his 23rd year. And on March 1st, he's leaving us and going to spend a lot of time on a boat in warmer weather. So next item would be our new marine safety team. And I'll introduce Paul Robori later. We do our, actually, Paul, would you just stand up right now for just a minute? This is Paul Robori. He's going to take over Charlie Belange's position as the commander of our marine safety unit. It's established as a 4-person unit right now. Right now we have 3. We had 1 cancel out just yesterday, and it's going to be on hold for a year. So Paul will head that up. Paul is a former United States Marine and worked in special operations. They have their own name for it. What's it called, Paul? Force Troops. And Paul jumps out of airplanes and does things at night and does things in strange places. So he came with that background, came in as a Michigan Conservation Officer. We worked together during our career. Paul is highly enthusiastic, good worker, and very people-oriented. So I expect good things out of him. Thank you, Paul. We also are going to bring back Wayne Eddington to his first, he came back in with us last summer. Wayne is a retired Michigan State Police Trooper Lieutenant who retired last year, and we were able to snatch him up for our Marine Safety Group. He would rather be on a boat than in a car and loves Leelanau County and is pretty fired up about spending his time in our Marine unit. Then we are hiring Josh Hamilton. And Josh is a junior at Lake Superior State studying law enforcement. He wants to become a conservation officer. 3-item
possible establishment of Southwest deputy position. We're talking with Glen Lake school officials right now. We've talked some with Glen Arbor Township officials as well as Empire Township officials over the years. When I first took over as sheriff, we were approached by Leland, Empire, and Glen Arbor every year. Can you give us help in the summer? We need help in the summer, too many people. We tried part-time positions for the first 2 years I was sheriff. We no sooner buy all their badges and pins and get them to training and invest money in uniforms, and they come in the office, tears in their eyes, saying, I got a full-time job somewhere else. Thanks for taking such good care of us. I love my job here, but I've got to pay the bills. It doesn't have, benefits and, the health insurance with it. So we were losing employees. So after 2 years, Steve and I talked about that at great length. We cut out the summer positions. And right now we're looking at blending a partial payment from Empire, partial payment from Glen Arbor with a larger payment by the school. So we're talking to all entities. That wouldn't cost the county any money. It would be very similar to the Leelanau Township position or the Suttons Bay position, where basically we would have another helping hand that we funded locally. So we do tend to spend more time and effort on the east side of the county on M22 up of Shabbytown, Suttons Bay, and this corridor over this way more so than the southwest part of the county. And it's been difficult to guarantee that we have someone down there. I think this would help with a lot of the issues we're having on the west side, especially southwest side of the county. And a lot of those issues are simply that we're not being seen enough there. If our office is here, we're always coming and going from this location. If you live in Lake Leelanau, you think there's cops everywhere. If you live in Empire, you think you don't have anything for your tax money. So, next, school security patrols. Every deputy is assigned to be in at least one school per day, and that's boots on the ground in the school. They're also driving through the parking lot. Sometimes there are 2 or 3 schools during the day, but basically boots on the ground in the schools, go to games, sit there, meet with the kids, go have lunch with them, walk the hallways during class, before and after. So we're getting a lot of that. We've also established Knox boxes at each school for law enforcement. This is new. Knox boxes are a way police can access schools. In the past, Knox boxes were only for fire departments because there was questions about search and seizure and if there's crimes and who had access and who controls. So the sheriff's office now has a Knox box system as well as all the local fire departments. So if we have to get into school, there's a fire or there's electrical breakdown, the electronic locks and the door aren't working, we can get into school with either electronic key or a manual key. School security placard update. Remember a few years ago we wrote a grant for school security placards. The Grand Traverse Band funded that. The school security placards are done at Suttons Bay and Pathfinder schools. In the last 3 weeks, I've done Northport, St. Mary's, and Glen Lake. They're all designed and ordered with the company. This week on Thursday, I'm meeting at the Benogen Center with tribal officials. Next week, I'm at the Leelanau School to format theirs. Theirs, like Pathfinder's, difficult because they have so many scattered buildings. And instead of marking interior hallways, we're marking the 4 corners outside the building. So if they say there's a problem, red building number 3 building, 3rd one up from the road numerically, closest to the road is 1, farthest down to the lake at Cedar Lake at Pathfinder is your building 10. Each one is numbered, named, and colored. So if you're colorblind, you can read it. If you're not colorblind, then you go forward and get on that campus fast. If we have any type of active assailant, any type of a medical emergency, we can get in, we can all communicate. And remember, conservation officers, troopers, park rangers, tribal officers aren't familiar with every classroom in every school. So in that light, we can just say, go to the pink building, room 6, or go to the blue building, room 4. So works out quite well. After the Leelanau school is completed, I met with Montessori yesterday, and I'll be doing Leland sometime probably early next fall until they get their school completed. It's kind of a moot point right now, so we need to get up to the speed there. When their buildings are all set, their rooms will now have placards in front of each one of them. If you haven't seen the placards, it's pretty cool, and all the school officials that have them now, when we show them, they're really, really happy with them. Number 6, Great Lakes Patrol Boat funding effort. We are going to do a fundraiser to try to establish enough of a fund to purchase a Great Lakes Patrol Boat. By Great Lakes Quality Patrol Boat, we've been over and over that with the board, but basically a large enough boat to cover the Great Lakes. It would base out of Leland. It would be in the water at all times, and we're going to go forward with that. Number 7, I asked you for an increase in the budget a few years ago, 4 years ago to be exact, because our training budget was $7,500 a year. You doubled that and added another $7,500. With that, this past year, we had deputies go through autism training, how to deal with autistic people.
de-escalation training at Camp Grayling and here, how to calm people down, how to know when to use what type of weapon and to what level of force you're applying, or changing your level of force. If resistance ends, then you back your force off. So de-escalation training, very important. Hearing impaired deputies are now getting training, and also on implicit bias. Implicit bias is all the inherited thoughts we have, basically how we associate different groups of people or different, you associate a red drink with cherry, okay? You associate orange with orange juice. Same way with people. We tend to prejudge people sometimes based on the environment they're in, what they look like, or what they're saying or doing, and we're working real hard. And we have a state police and a MCOL's expert, Danny Rosa, who taught that. It was quite expensive, but it was well worth it. Thank you for the training money. Next, we have our annual training. We continue our maritime security training on water, our firearms training, our survival tactics, our defensive tactics, our emergency vehicle operations training. We now have incorporated Spillman, which is a new form of electronic mapping, if you will, of our activities and reports, and it meshes with the emergency management section and dispatch. And we continue with the legal updates every year. We subscribe to a legal update service as well as a Camp Grayling service that's put on by experts and professionals who deal with police liability lawsuits and issues. This is one of the reasons going into 8th year as sheriff and under sheriff, we don't have any lawsuits, we don't have any excessive force issues. We're working really hard at training, we're working really hard, thank you, at liability. We're trying, again, to provide law enforcement safety net for people. Doesn't always work. Sometimes we show up at a scene, it's a bank robbery, pull a gun on us, it's over, right? But a lot of times we can talk our way in and out of things. We're working real hard at that. So that training continues. I'd like to establish 2 sergeants positions within our ranks without hiring any new people. I'd like to promote 2 people to sergeant. We don't have any sergeants on during the day. I brought that up at the last board meeting, and that will be included in our 2021 proposed budget. And basically, we have an inline model we'd like to have of a sergeant and 3 deputies, sergeant, 3 deputies, so on and so forth. We have a sergeant and 2 deputies on at night, and we have our early week shift and a late week shift. So basically, we already have 2 sergeants functioning in supervision. We're lacking during the day. The lieutenant is tied up with special events, scheduling, and day-to-day road operations. The undersheriff is tied up with budgets and meetings. I'm tied up with meetings and PR and, traveling obviously to other agencies. So we're a little shy on that. There would be a slight increase in the cost of our budget, but it's well worth it in terms of liability, preventing liability, and making decisions. I was asked not too long ago, wasn't the sheriff on call 24 hours a day? Yes, I am. So is the undersheriff, so is the lieutenant, both lieutenants. We are on call 24/7. But if there's a car chase going on right now on M72, and you turn down Cedar Valley Road, when you call me at my house, if the phone goes through, then I pick it up. I don't know what you're talking about. You're yelling at high speed. What do you do? Who do you want up front? Who do you want to flank? How many blockers do you want to have? That takes hands-on supervision. I can't do it remotely from home. We'll always try, but it's difficult. So when you have a field officer, field sergeant functioning, you reduce your agency and your county's liability. We had a felony jail assault. I was the victim of it, unfortunately. I'm glad it was me and not one of our deputies who was 23 or 25 years old. It was assault in the jail on the 24th of January. We had a mental patient, refused to take medications, been arrested here 17 times, been arrested in multiple other jurisdictions. We were trying to get him into a mental health facility. Ottawa County was holding warrants for him. They were kind enough to come up, pick him up. I knew there'd be problems, so I went down into the jail to back up and assist. 2 Ottawa deputies are in, our 2 deputies are there. Just a long explanation of everything that happened. Basically, he's out of control. After he was tased by one of the deputies, a taser dart came out. He again is throwing himself against the wall as being mental, face first into things. So basically, tried to grab his leg. He sucker punched me. His thumb went into my right eye, and had a lot of bleeding for about a week back through my sinuses. Chad, I think you have some pictures there.
They did not come through.
They didn't get through, okay. If you want to see ugly pictures, I'll show them to you. But bottom line is, I was assaulted, dealt with it, and right now, we're on 3 weeks later, I got about 20% vision loss in my right eye. It's like looking through a little bit of a Ziploc bag. Why I bring that up is the sheriff's office statewide is now a new mental health facility. Okay, this guy's been arrested 17 times. He's got medical diagnosis. He refused to take his medication. Time out right there. That's a medical problem. The state, the legislature the governor, they need to sit down and figure out, they close the state homes and they dump the people who are in need of mental health more than jail. Okay, we hear those words. They need mental health more than jail. They dumped them on police officers. They dumped them on Munson, Center One. Everybody's shuffling out. What do you do with these people? Again, this individual was arrested 17 times just in our jurisdiction alone. There's a problem there. And so I'm going to work with the prosecutor, Joe Hubble. He's here today. We're going to work at trying to take this to Michigan Prosecutors Association, Michigan Sheriff's Association, try to put pressure on the legislature to take this pressure off counties. This is not a Leelanau County problem. When a guy who's organically raised in Ottawa County is brought up here and is arrested multiple times a year, and there's homeless people drifting around from state to state, town to town, and we're turning into a big mental health facility in the building next door. Again, it jeopardizes our deputies. These people need medical treatment, not jail, and we're kind of in a conundrum. So we're heading that direction. And that's, for the most part of it, what I have. I know this is not a big question and answer session for you, but I just wanted to bring up how important these mental health issues are, and you're hearing this cry. I will be forwarding all of you a statement from Terry Jungle, director of MSA. He's recently retired, about enough's enough with this mental health crisis in the state. We do have more and more people all the time. I grew up, was born in 1955, so if you had a problem, suck it up, get in line, and behave. And that was it. And there were some people that were institutionalized. But it's out of control now. It seems like everybody's on medication for something. There's a lot of ill and bad behavior. Again, sometimes they can't help it, sometimes they can, and much of it is drug-induced, as was the one who assaulted me. So that's pretty much wraps it up, and if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, but I think that gives you an earful to start with.
Any questions? Commissioner Ansari?
The last statistic I heard was 80% of the jail inmates have a mental health issue.
I would absolutely agree with that. And I'll tell you another thing. People come into our jail, and this guy's been in our jail 17 times. He was even one of the trustees that worked in the garden. You know how they wear the blue shirts when they're trustee? We raise $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 worth of vegetables every year in that garden. They go to the MSU Cooperative Extension Research Center, and they pick apples. They come back, they learn how to make cherry cobbler and apple pie and applesauce. They learn how to bake. Some of them are cooks, some of them are laundry people, some of them are floor maintenance people. When they're here for 3 days, 4 or 5 days, they become normal. They're getting up at 7 in the morning, they have to make their bed, they're getting 3 square meals a day. They're off the drug, the methamphetamine, the marijuana, the cocaine, whatever they're using, the scripts. They're off the drugs, they become back to normal behavior. Some people within that group still need to be medicated. So we contract with ACH, and ACH provides nurses and doctors for us, and we are in charge. We are their fiduciary. So if you come in here and you don't have insurance, guess who's paying the bill for your mental health? So we know these people need help. We're working on it. You're right about the 80%, but I would also add to that, a lot of it is induced by drugs. As with this guy who was no problem until the last time we brought in, we believe on methamphetamine. And they're doing all kinds of things, like using wasp spray with methamphetamine to make the effects last longer. There's just a lot of things going on out there with drugs in the society. We're dealing with it in here. So again, 80%, absolutely. And there is always going to be somebody that messes up, does some little thing, they have to sit in jail for a few days. But the biggest problem by far is mental health. On behalf of all the Sheriff's Office personnel as well, I would like to thank you for your recognition for us this morning. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. So that would bring us then to the Leelanau County Commission's update. Road Commission, I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking the time for us to present today. For those who don't know, I'm Justin Kalinsky, the manager at the Road Commission. This is Joe Netto, our finance manager. I have a PowerPoint presentation here to go over some of the highlights from what we did in the past year and what we're looking to do in the future year. As you were aware, the Road Commission has elected terms, 6-year term, that they meet twice a month. We recently increased the number from 3 to 5 in 2019. I think that's going very well. We're learning to work as a board, as a unit. We've making some great strides. Our facilities our main branch is in Suttons Bay, Satellite, and Maple City. Currently, we have 4 administrative staff, 3 supervisory, 21 employee operators, and 4 mechanics. That's 2 in each, 2 in Maple City and 2 in Suttons Bay, with 5 seasonal drivers that we've called back to help us with snow removal. And just a quick note, that's 25% less than 20 years ago. Some of our infrastructure, nearly 600 miles of roadway, 170 miles of primary roads. Those are the numbered roads that go throughout the county. 319 paved local miles, 45 miles of gravel road, 63 miles of local seasonal roads, mostly 2 tracks. We also maintain 105 miles for MDOT, which is all your M roads, your 204, 22, M109, those. Just a neat statistic here is that's like every snow event we plow, we go from here to Daytona Beach. So puts it in perspective. The trucks, they do cover a lot of ground in any given event. Some of our infrastructure maintenance activities, on an average, we plow 145 inches of snow on average. Our crack seal coating and fog sealing, we try to do between 40 and 50 miles a year throughout the county. Last year we were a little bit down, but we hope to pick that up this coming year. Just a quick note too, to let you know that process is one of our major activities in the summertime. That takes about 15 to 18 men to do that process. We also spring sweep all the sand and the grit off the road in the spring. Year-round patching, just a quick note too, I had Joe pull the numbers. We 670 ton of patch material out of our hot patch wagons that you see the guys on, and that's all by the shovelful. So that's equivalent to 13 gravel trains that the guys shoveled out of that box between Suttons Bay and Maple City by hand. So just that's a lot of material. Drainage improvement, culvert installations, which we do maintenance. Pavement overlays and repairs, reconstruction and improvement to the roads. Last year we put down around 20,000 ton of asphalt throughout the county. We maintain the shoulder, mowing. The mowing is a big thing, obviously, for several reasons. Visibility is one of the big things. Pulling out of your driveway, you need to see over that vegetation. That's why we do that. We also remove the dangerous trees in the right-of-ways. And center line painting, we try to freshen those up. At least we do painting every year. It varies on primaries versus local, but those lines we feel are important for visibility and safety. Guardrail installation and repair. We're working trying to get a better inventory of guardrail and getting that back into spec. Also, large animal recovery such as deer and no bear or elk in this neck of the woods yet, but yeah, some of our fleet and facility management. You see the equipment all over, the tandems and the underbody scrapers, the snow plows, the loader, backhoe, graders, sweeper, mower, bucket trucks, which we recently purchased a 70, this was a couple years ago. It'll reach 70 feet in the air. You won't catch me up that high, but some of our guys do that, and it's a great tool to have on some of the larger trees. So, crew trucks, patrol trucks with plows, semis with dump trailers. You've seen this. Shoulder wideners, chippers. We recently updated our emulsion equipment, which is the chip seal process that you see, to be more efficient. Suttons Bay, we have an office, main shop, salt storage, 5 outbuildings for cold storage. Maple City, we have our main office, our shop, salt storage, and 2 outbuildings. We also have 4 remote pits that we used for dumping spoils off of projects, or we use for stockpiling our slagstone to try to get it centralized where we're working in the county. We are working hard to keep our equipment up to date, and with as far as the modern technology, and our mechanics, keep them educated on the new technologies to better serve the public. Administrative duties, we have administrative meetings. We respond to citizens' contacts, both the positive and the negatives, on a daily day-to-day. We execute day-to-day business operations, perform accounting functions, recruit, supervise, develop, and retain quality employees. That's one of our biggest struggles right now, as everybody knows, is trying to find good help and keep them. So we want to really focus on that in the years to come. We've also been out reaching out with some of the stakeholders. The townships is a big thing that I'm trying to incorporate with as far as our two-year outlook on road projects. That I've been in contact with several of them, not all of them yet, but to get an outlook what they can see they need in their townships. We also design, engineer, prepare documents, projects, and equipment purchases. We recently have contracted Goslin Zubek as our engineer of record. Moving forward, that's our engineer, longtime engineer Jim Johnson, has retired. We also go through all the permitting, emergency response on crashes, safety program, and we also actively seek out alternative funds such as grants and any way we can get more money to help our objective. Also, legal matters. As much as I don't like that process, there is the need for that, and we do that, and also negotiate with the union, and also report to for transportation funding through MDOT. Some of the revenues, where the money comes from, the majority of it, of the 8 million, nearly $9 million, comes from the MTF funds, which is your fuel, your registration, and your license plate. That's where the majority of our revenue comes from. One of the 1.3 million comes from our millage, which dramatically improves our ability to snow plow on the weekends and nights to take care of the roads. The $562,000 in federal aid that currently we've sold to Oakland County to help alleviate some of the red tape that we need to go through to do some of our projects. Our trunk line, the nearly $700,000 that we get from MDOT for our maintenance on the trunk line, $83,000 in work authorized projects, such as this past year we did some culvert work for MDOT north of Suttons Bay. We've also been doing some shoreline work through MDOT as well this year. Let's see, $275,000 for our cost share agreements with the townships. This past year it was with Glen Arbor Township on Cheney Road in Port Oneida. Also Bingham had some monies involved with Cummins Street to get those repaved. Miscellaneous, of our permits, that comes up to $146,000. $39,000 Michigan Forest Funds, which we get that every year. and then our depreciation of $840,000 for equipment. Some of the expenditures, where does that money go, would be that's nearly $8.5 million. $3.7 million local road paving projects, $2.6 million primary road paving maintenance, and the $1.2 is for our capital purchases, our new equipment that we're trying to keep up to date, and so they spend their time working on the roads and not in the shops being repaired. Our trunk line maintenance, $780,000. Our administrative costs of $277,000, and our fringe benefits of $1.3, which is overhead also with that number. Looking forward, or looking back, here it is, I guess. Seal coating last year, like I mentioned, we did 39 miles of seal coating throughout the county. We're trying to break the county into 5 sections. This past 2019, we were in Elmwood, Bingham, kind of the east side of Lake Leelanau, up to Sutton's Bay. This year, 2020, we're going to go on the other side of Lake Leelanau, and then we're going to move our way west with the seal coating process in the future. One thing I did want to mention is that recently we did switch to a slag material versus a 31A natural stone which is limestone. It tremendously reduces the dust that you see from that process. We've gotten a lot less complaints. It also gets better traction in the wintertime, which you probably can attest to that. So we switched to that, and I think that's a great product. And there's just some repairs that we've done on the 677 we overlaid that. 620 we overlaid, and I'm not going to go through all of those roads that we've done, take any time, but looking forward, like I said, let's see, continue to do our winter maintenance, our culverts. We've replaced major culverts, and those are typically usually on a 50 to 60 year lifespan. It seems like they're at their end. So that's something that we're going to look forward to and get more of an inventory, first of all, and then a maintenance procedure to take care of those culverts. We took care of some major ditching on Stony Point Road between Norris and Donnybrook. There was some major problems there with some flooding. As you're well aware, the water tables are all up, and we got that area to drain for those folks out there. And through MDOT, we continue to clean the catch basins. And like I said, I mentioned before, they repaired 3 culverts north of Sutton's Bay here in this past year. Next slide. 2020 outlook. Like I said, we're shooting for 40 miles of chip seal this year. Also, we're right around that 20,000 ton of asphalt that we're looking to lay down throughout the county on various roads. That's where we're kind of working Solon, Casson, Centerville, and Leland primarily this year. So if you're not one of those, we're gonna get to you. So 669 culvert, which is just north of M22. We're hoping that gets in a bid letting this month or the following month, so we can get that project underway early summer to get that replaced, so it doesn't affect tourism too much. 633, we're going to pave in Leelanau Township from M20, or excuse me, where am I at here? 629 to M22, excuse me, on 633. And as you're well aware, we had some major shoreline issues that we're dealing with. We've fixed one on Stony Point, Sutton's Bay Township, and then one in Bingham Township already this year. Big thanks to Sutton's Bay Village, Township, and Bingham for helping us out to do that. That was a big help. And then obviously we're going to do our paving. Hopefully we get some 50/50 contribution with, we're working on something right now with Casson Township for a project for them. Any questions?
Commissioner,
Go ahead. Me?
go ahead.
Well, thank you for that presentation, and welcome to your new position.
Thank you.
A couple questions. You had mentioned, you had made reference to the challenge that your department is seeing as far as recruiting or maintaining current employees. And my question is, what is your current turnover rate, or what has your turnover rate looked like over the last year or two? And maybe Joe can help you with that, I don't know.
Well, to get not specific, but the turnover rate has been much, much more than I would like to see in anywhere. So that our numbers have been, when I first started, you came to the county, you stayed at the county, you retired from the county. But those numbers have been a little bit higher than I'd like to see. So we're doing our best to try to keep good employees that we have currently.
What do you think the biggest obstacle for you is? What's the biggest obstacle? Is it the skill level? Is it the wages? Is it the benefits that you're providing? What do you think the problem is for your commission?
Oh, yeah, all of the above. But
all of the above.
If you look at a lot of our employees, not a lot of them live in Leelanau County. We have to, they're driving from, Fife Lake, Interlochen, Old Mission. They're driving from quite a ways away. It seems like to find younger and qualified people, you have to make changes to all the things you referenced in order to bring them and hold them here.
I think Joe wants to comment.
If I could, one of the struggles the road commission has been enduring, when I first came on board here about 20 years ago, the road commission was known for having excellent benefits, a good stabilized work environment, but we were subject to the Section 1, or the legislation where our ability to pay health insurance was restricted. We fell into that category, unfortunately. So the last 8 or 9 years, we've been trading benefits to keep it under the state mandated caps we could pay. So it's been harder and harder to compete with Elmer's or some of the big haulers. So we've been finding it more difficult to do that. And also our pension needs a little bit of help too. Our defined benefit plan closed in 2014 to new employees. The new employees are the defined contribution. We're looking at that hopefully very much soon, but again, it's very hard to compete with the market paying very high wages. There just doesn't seem to be, our requirements are a Class A CDL. It's very hard to find qualified people to fill that role.
Well, I know our citizens appreciate, and they have voted year after year to allow extra funding to go to our road commission to keep our roads where they are and to allow for the plowing and so on and so forth. And I know I drive in other counties where roads are absolutely awful. So I thank you for that service. And you had mentioned pension, and this question is for Joe. Joe, where is your pension liability fund at today?
Zero.
You have zero liability?
It's going to be paid off at the end of this year.
Oh, it's going to be paid this year? Okay.
We're at 94% funded as of December 31st.
Okay,
We
good
hope
job.
to at some point this year, our plan we put in place in 2007, we started doing additional funding to pay that down, and it's been very successful. There was a couple of hiccups a couple of years, obviously.
Yeah, we find that here.
But we're to the point now where, being in the 90s, we could turn off the additional funding and just go with normal pension cost and let the market carry us the rest of the way at any time. We're kind of waiting to see what happens with the high water. Because obviously we had 2 big projects to fund this year, and should we have more coming, it'd be easy for us to say,
let's stop the pension payment now to normal cost and just throw the money into that, which would free up about $500,000.
As far as your union negotiations with who exactly is under your union contract? Is it just your drivers,
Yes,
your mechanics?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
But
No administrative?
No.
Okay. And was that something that was negotiated this year?
It's up for renewal in July.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Supeslo.
Thank you. Well, mine is basically a note of thanks. An excellent report, and you folks do a good job. As you know, last year, right after you had started, or starting a little before, worked with a citizen group who were concerned with the requirements for cement curb and gutter on driveways. And you and Joe and John Popa, who's here, and the Road Commission were very generous in providing hours of your time to work through the issue. And I want to thank you for really listening and making substantial, meaningful changes to your requirement. It was a job well done, and I know it wasn't easy. Thank you very much. Nice to have you on board.
Thank you.
Commissioner Law.
Thank you. This has been a pretty mild winter so far, even though it started pretty early. Are we doing okay?
It's a strange winter.
Yeah, it's a very strange
winter.
one. Yeah.
No
Reminds me of-
consistency, snow, you at the least when you expect it. It can be, we expect banks of snow out there right now, but obviously we're dealing with freezing conditions more than we have anything else.
So materials are holding out well.
We're gonna be some serious sweeping this spring, but yes.
Yeah. I've heard some great compliments, Justin, so welcome on board. And I have to say that quite often we are confused as the road commission, so we receive those phone calls, and there are always complaints. We haven't had those. This last year, I don't think I fielded a single phone call complaining about the road commission. I did receive one call, someone wants you to work on Tagger Road, so there
Sure.
you go.
Add that to the list.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So then, that brings us then to the approval of the agenda. I actually have one item that I'd like to add as a late addition under, it would be under the Benzie Leelanau Health Department, and it would do it as 3A, and that would, it would just have a discussion about the health department moving to maybe the Leelanau Center. I mean, and we could have that, if we're willing to just talk about it here to see if there's a mindset to move the health department to this government center.
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that. So then that would bring us to public comment, and I would like to say I have 2 letters here that they want to be long letters that they want read.
Do you want to hold until public comment at the
Yeah,
end?
I'll do at the end, yeah. So,
We have a big agenda, and a lot of people.
I like that, that's a good idea. So if anyone, we have any public comment, anybody want to come forward, please.
Good morning, Joe Hubble, I live in Centerville Township. I stuck around for the sheriff's comments because I think we really need to talk about our mental health system. The Prosecuting Attorneys Association of Michigan, I'm on the board of directors, we get it, the Sheriff's Association gets it. Recently, the state of Michigan, the Lieutenant Governor and our Michigan Supreme Court Justice have put together a commission to study bail reform. We don't have a problem in Leelanau County where we have people with driver's license suspended sitting over in jail, but we do have a problem in Leelanau County with people with mental health issues sitting over there. It's an absolute disaster. I spoke to the sheriff, I said, we really need to move this forward, we need to let the public know what the problem is. And the problem is we have mentally ill people that are sitting in jails where they shouldn't be. The sheriff got hit by a violent person who's totally out of control. I went there the day before. He asked me to come over and look at this guy and say, what do we do with these people? The problem is we need to do something. I'm hoping we can get some traction to go to our legislature and say what we got working right now is not working. In fact, just yesterday afternoon, I met with a family whose daughter's terribly mentally ill, and she's an adult, and they're very frustrated. What do we do with her? What do we do with her? She's going to harm herself. She's going to harm somebody else. I just want to bring it to the forefront. I think you're going to be hearing more about it. It's not just because of what happened to the sheriff, but it's really because of what's happening in our society. We treat our animals better than sometimes we treat our people that are mentally ill. And it's really terrible, and it really needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Any other public comment? Please, come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Wayne Wunderlich. I live on North Lake Leelanau. I'm a riparian owner. And in business on the lake also. Have been for 50 years. What I want to comment to is the funding mechanism dealing with the dam and the Dam Authority's summary for repair and maintenance and operation. I do remind you that this is your structure. You own it. You are wholly responsible for the operations, maintenance, and repair of that structure, not the riparians. And over the last 40 years, the riparians have contributed over 50% to the restructuring in 1979, 1980, when you didn't even own the dam, and recently in 2005-06, when the new structure was formed. And once again, we've paid over 50% of the costs of that structure. The idea that through special assessment, and the idea now, and based almost entirely on the fact that we benefit from living on this lake. That's our benefit, living on the lake. This is a 21-mile long public waterway, but we seem to have been placed in the position of special assessments to pay for those structures, and at a 50% rate, plus our ad valorem taxes, which we pay also, that go to your share of paying for this, which puts us over the top. I know some of you have received emails. Even the analogy of tax rolls, 29 pages, 1,300, 1,400 taxpayers that live on this lake, and which represent, on the overall tax base, about 26, 27% of the total taxes collected in this county for those 6 townships that are on this lake. We've paid for our benefits, believe me, we've paid for it. And when I have a tax bill that shows up, and that's including all the voted millages and stuff, but my tax bill, when it's $8,000, $9,000, that's a big hunk of money. And the return, I'm not complaining, I'm just saying the return for the services isn't there simply because of where we live and what we do. However, the summary of this, I totally agree with what they're suggesting. Reviewing this build-out for the years, the 10 years, is pretty simplistic, and this is a build-out that covers operations, maintenance, and repairs. Those are your obligations, not the riparians. I sat here at a meeting and your own attorney on the phone told you that you cannot special assess operations and these types of responsibilities. They're yours. You inherited them to do this. This structure, the dam, is no different than this building across the parking lot, Old Settlers, Miles, Veronica Valley, no different. Who do you special assess when you've got to repair a building? It isn't there. You're responsible for it. And by taking this on, you need to get off this special assessment horse, because it's already, that's left the barn. We just can't keep saying, well, believe me, it's frustrating, because when the dam authority came to you folks 3 months ago, 4 months ago, the first words at this board were, oh, well, let's discuss special assessment. There wasn't even a nickel put on the table yet, and you're talking about special assessment. That's a bad omen. I mean, you need to know where you're at. And it's not like these funds, if you look at the numbers, you're talking $35,000 to $40,000 a year budget asking for it to run this structure. I haven't gone in and reviewed what funds are available, whether it's contingency fund balance or the
Mr.
DTRF.
Your 5 minutes are up.
Yeah, okay. I'm asking you, please, when you address this stuff later, because I can't be here later on, please follow your own dam authority's suggestions, because
Thank
you have to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Please come forward.
Jim Culverstead, Mark Culverstead, Sunset Shores. We'll
Lake Leelanau.
Lake Leelanau. We'll cut it short just to make up for the little overage. To the point, we agree with the findings of the dam authority, that the funding of the dam improvements and the maintenance should be wholly funded by the county, because the county owns the dam and is responsible for it. And that the funding should be through the normal budgetary process that the county uses, and not any special assessments. We paid for it in our taxes. We're not the only ones enjoying that beautiful piece of water that's out there. One of a few in the county that we all benefit from.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jerry Palmer, and I live on North Lake Leelanau. And I just wanted to support all that's been said up to this point. Wayne, excellent presentation. You know, one thing, it just seems, being a riparian, we have so many things that come our way that need support. We support the Lake Association fully, and I think they do a wonderful job of monitoring the lake, treating the lake, so on and so forth. We also have the Asian milfoil invasive weed that is attacking our lakes. It's a huge problem. And who do they turn to? The riparians. Of course, we always have that ongoing annual event, Swimmer's Itch. Who handles that? The Lake Association and the riparians. So, again, it's your dam. Take care of it. We support you taking care of it, but we support you with an applause, not with another check. We have a lot of checks going out, trust me. Pretty soon, my wife said, pretty soon they'll be asking us to take care of the sulaks. I don't think so, but here I am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Doug Van Dyke on North Lake Leelanau, right across from Jerry. Been here for 23 years, active member of the Lake Association that does a lot, you know, with regard to the lake. I've been a part of this lake basically since 1955, just as a kid coming up here. And I just want to reiterate what Wayne said, what Jerry said, and I'll be very, very short. I got to get to another appointment, but thanks for hearing us out, and I hope that the county does take over that total responsibility. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good morning. Good morning. Bonnie Gotchel. I live on 481 North Twin Pines, right at the north end of the Narrows. I'm actually speaking in behalf of my wonderful husband, who was not able to make it today, and I am going to read the letter that he has sent, and I sent it to Patricia Sosis Little, who's going to send it to all you, and I strongly suggest that you reread it after you hear me read it through it. He says, my concerns herein is with the funding methodology of the Leland Dam repairs and ongoing maintenance. I was at once of your previous meetings and about this and expressed my views at that time. I will try to sum them up. As you are already aware of, Lake Leelanau is a major tourism draw to the county, in addition to being available to all county residents by way of the numerous public launches available in the South Lake, Narrows, and North Lake. If you take a drive around the county, you can't miss noticing that almost all the homes have a boat of some kind parked in the driveway or yard. In addition to this, owners of recreational, marines, and fishing establishments directly benefit from the presence of the lake. Many of other business areas such as restaurants, hotel and motels, community shopping districts, etc., also benefit indirectly from the increased tourism of the lake provided. Obviously, the Leland Dam is critical to the maintenance of the lake. I'd like to commend you for taking such bold and quick actions to correct some of the problems experienced with the dam earlier this winter. Now a decision has to be made about ongoing maintenance and potential future repairs to the dam. For future funding considerations, I'd like to submit the following thoughts. In the past, funding for the dam was split 50-50 between the county and riparian property owners. In the past, when there was less tourism and commercialism of this area, that may have worked. However, with the increased tourism and traffic seen over the past 2 decades, landfront owners are experiencing diminishing enjoyment of the lake when you consider the increased level of noise and traffic on the lake. We have no say in who uses a lake, and as a natural resource, it should be made available to all. But when you consider a 50-50 split means 1,000 riparians plus, since some riparians have more than one parcel, and it's estimated there are about 1,200 parcels on the lake, pay half the total cost. Compare the actual cost per riparian family to that of each non-riparian, and there is no way to justify an unfair amount of the cost on so few. This is exasperated by the fact that riparian owners already pay higher county taxes due to the high lakefront tax assessment on their homes. And finally, many of the riparian owners are members of the Leelanau Lake Association. I, meaning my husband, am a past president, vice president, and board member. I myself am on the board as the water safety committee person. The Lake Association, which is funded by the member dues, also spends a considerable amount in both dollars and time on important issues such as swimmers, which we talked about, invasive species, Eurasian milfoil, and other water quality and lake level monitoring. To sum up, it is time to recognize that the rest of the world has discovered our little paradise up here, and the cost of maintaining the quality of Lake Leelanau needs to be spread in a more equitable way. As such, I would advocate an equal spread amongst all the county residents. Also, please consider that riparians are paying 50% of the cost as under the past funding methodology using a special assessment district. They were also being taxed individually at the county level for other half, double taxation. Enough is enough. It should be noticed that many of the riparian owners are retired, increasing taxes and special assessments. You are in a position to help see this sort of thing doesn't continue to happen, and that funding for the dam is spread more equitably among county residents, both individually and commercially, who benefit from the use of the lake associated. Thank you for your consideration in this matter, Glenn Gottschall, and I thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll move on with our agenda. So, it is 10:20. Do you want to take a break at this time, or do you want to move forward?
I suggest we do the
Do the
first
first
item.
one? Okay, let's do that, and then we'll take a break. So, the first item would be the first responders resolution.
I move to recommend approval of the Leelanau County First Responders Appreciation Resolution as contained in our board book.
Second.
So this would be a roll call vote?
next week.
Oh, yeah, all right. Yeah, at this time, we can just vote regularly, all right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Then at this time, we'll just take a 5-minute break just for restroom, and then we can get back at this. I'd like to call this back to order, please.
I thought you was going to snap it, I can get it just for the...
Okay. Thank you. Then the next item is the medical examiner.
Yeah, let me just give a brief update on this. This is a renewal of our agreement. As you know, we have agreement with Grand Traverse County, and we're in a partnership with Western Michigan University for a medical examiner. By law, every county is required to have one. Most of you remember Doc Houghton, who did it for close to 40 years, I believe, and basically didn't charge us very much. Well, those days are gone. This is an issue statewide, as counties are struggling with medical examiner costs and services. So I think our partnership has worked out well with Grand Traverse County. It expired, or it will expire end of this month, so this is a new agreement with Grand Traverse County for the services. There is an increase in fee, and the monthly fee would be $4,883. I don't have the current fee, but I believe it's $4,490. I can get you the exact number. So it is a slight increase from the past contract, but the terms and conditions are the same.
And that's per month?
Yes, yes.
We have a motion, I think it's on page 15.
And this was approved and reviewed by legal counsel.
Commissioner Wessel.
I move to recommend the Board of Commissioners to approve the Third Amendment to interlock agreement for the creation of a regional medical examiner's office for the counties of Grand Traverse and Leelanau, pending council review.
Which has happened.
Which has happened, and approval.
Support.
Commissioner Ansari.
What did Benzie County end up doing?
They formed, I believe, a partnership with Manistee County, I believe. They're not part of this agreement.
I understand that, I just didn't know why and where they went.
Jody might have that answer.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes 7-0. So that brings us then to number 3, Benzie, Leelanau District Health Department Early Childhood Contract.
As a follow-up from the discussion last month, when you endorsed the concept proposed by the Benzie Leelanau Health Department, our legal counsel has drafted a contract for those services. The significant change is just the financial amount. The original contract was for, as you remember, 6 to 12 months. We need to define amount of time, so instead of 6 to 12 months, it's from March 1st through December 31st of 2020. Because it's 10 months, not 12 months, the financial amount of the contract has been reduced by those 2 months. And this was drafted by our legal counsel. And you have a contract with you as well as the budget is part of the proposal.
I just had some questions about it, and I was wondering maybe if we move this forward, if we could have Lisa come and we could ask her about, because some of them seem extremely high to me, for the things that they're requesting. I was comparing it to the senior services.
Jody's here to answer.
Oh, yeah, if she's here and she wants to.
Yeah, Lisa Peacock apologizes. She had some medical procedure done this morning, minor medical procedure done, so she is not able to be here.
I'm here, I can hopefully answer your questions that you may have about indirect costs.
Yeah, well, I don't know, did anybody else want it
Yeah.
rather than me? Go
Yes.
ahead.
Yeah, I was just asking Jody on break. If you could explain why your indirect costs seem so high to us.
So I emailed Chet yesterday, and he said he shared it with you, the cost allocation method for the health department. It's a 3-pager, and it breaks it down. The health department is not another department of the county. We are a district health department, for both Benzie and Leelanau County. So we're our entity similar to what the county is with different reporting programs underneath us. Like you have departments, we have reporting programs. We spread our costs to, if we can, to every program possible. If I spend time with emergency preparedness, my costs would go into that reporting program and not indirect costs. So we try and spread it out. However, there are certain costs, and I outlined them in this allocation method, of what goes into indirect costs. We have costs just like everybody else does. Our difference is we don't have as many departments as say as a county would. Therefore, we have standard expenses. We spread them out where we can, and sometimes our indirect costs are higher and sometimes they're lower. It depends on what's going on. General administration, 18%. We averaged last year is where we ended the year around that 18%, 17.5, 18. I feel pretty good about that one. Program indirect costs were a little higher, but then we did some improvements. We got a new electronic medical record that is spread out to all the personal health programs. It doesn't impact environmental health, so we wouldn't spread it to environmental health. Same way with environmental health. They've got a new software that is spread to environmental health programs. It's not spread to personal health programs. So hopefully, if you look over this methodology, it would answer some of the questions that you may have.
Go ahead.
Well, it just seems to me, this is a problem I've kind of had with this from the very beginning with the health department pushing this program. You already have those employees doing that work. So now we're going to take, for example, I'm going to use Michelle. She'll be spending a couple days a month on this. It's minor. But we're paying her anyway. So now we're going to say, well, we're going to take, these hours, and now we're going to pay for it out of this. And on down the line, and after a while, it's big. It's a lot of money that I just personally see as a windfall to the health department. And that's my biggest concern with that.
So in the budget, it talks about Michelle's time, and it has a little bit of my time. And when those times are cost to a certain program, if I can contribute, if I'm spending 2 hours on this childhood millage, then that is reduced. You'll see a savings in the indirect costs that spread to other programs. So even though you see Michelle's time in there that's focused on that program alone, it reduces her indirect cost rate because that wage isn't going to all the other programs. We are very program specific.
I understand the concept. I don't see that it's going to happen that way. I just really don't see it working that way.
Are you through with that, or did you have another
Yeah, I'm
question?
going back to the packet. So I was reading the email, but I had more questions on the...
Yeah, I guess my question was, is that with between rent and indirect costs and all that, I mean, it seems to, and of course I compared it to senior services. Maybe that's not a fair comparison.
Yeah.
Because, there's a full year's cost, and like the indirects are actually almost equivalent to theirs, and we're looking at 10 months. And so it seemed to me, even in the wages, they're based on 10 months. You use that multiplier. So it's supposed to be a planning program, but it appears that March 1st, everything is going to be in place from the budget, the way it appears that I read the budget. Because they're all based on that 3/5 or whatever the percentage was.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess, are you expecting all of that money, or is it going to, as those people are hired, then you will ask for that amount? But this is what you're basing it on a full 10 months, but some of those people aren't going to be hired maybe till next year. I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, I think in the planning process, that's middle of February, if this goes in, they start putting out job notices, applications, the interview process, start dates. I mean, not everybody's going to start on March 1st. they'll gradually progress to get in there and build up to capacity.
Okay. That was the way I perceived it, but the way it seems like the budget is written, they all start March 1st.
No,
You know.
right,
And-
right.
and
I
that
can
didn't
see
seem
that
realistic to me.
perception, right,
Yeah.
right. But, we also know that, it's a budget, it's a living document. It's gonna, depends on when people can start, who they can get, it's gonna come in.
Yeah. But those cost
Hopefully.
allocations are exactly on the 10-month basis.
They're exactly on the 10-month basis.
So
right.
that's why I was wondering about that too. Again, we're going by, it begins March 1st, and I don't know that those cost allocations would be based on, to me, if it was 6 months or something, but that's why I was, I wondered about that. It just seems like we're trying to cover their whole budget for basically the year, even though it's not going to be there.
Right, I understand.
Did anybody else have any other questions? Commissioner Wessel.
Is there a way to reduce some of the indirect cost? I look at the percentage of the program cost, and the indirect cost is a lot of money. And there's some indirect cost on some other indirect cost, the rent, the space. And so I guess my question is there something we might do to offset some of that indirect cost so that more of this voted millage goes to direct support to families?
Correct. Well, when we program time or expenses, they all go into specific programs. So the more that we can designate expenses to specific programs, that reduces your overall indirect costs. And that's how we approach every single program within the health department. Employees know they need to code their time to a direct cost center, not just general indirect cost rate. This is an estimate. This is where we ended last year. It's not necessarily where we're going to end this current fiscal year.
Mr. Rush.
I will not be supporting this measure today for a couple reasons. One, this board failed to look or develop an RFP for this, and this was, health department was chosen without any comparisons. And as far as the millage that went out there to take care of our children, over 50% of these dollars are going for administrative costs, not where the money or where the people intended the money to land. So thanks for coming today. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Ansel.
We're looking at a budget number, no different than any other department. They're going to bill actual, just like we end up paying the actual bills. By that same logic, we shouldn't be budgeting the way we do in all our other departments because we end up with a surplus at the end of the year. Is that the gift I'm getting from you? This doesn't make sense to me. You're looking at a budget number and saying it's too high because we're not going to really not going to expend that much money over this year because these people aren't all coming on, March 1st. You're going to get billed actual. This is a budget number, no different than any other department. I'm struggling here because,
Well, in my perspective is that they're basing this on a percentage. It's not based on, I was told that they only have one office available for these 5 people, but we're being billed for rent and then indirect costs. So, if you total that up, we know that they're not going to add any more offices or any more space or any more else, but yet just those costs alone are 37% of the budget. So there's really, they're taking whatever their costs are and now allocating it on a percentage basis to this without adding any more offices, anything else. 37% is going to go to help pay their budgets that they're already paying. It's not going to help the children because these are all indirect costs. They're not costs that goes to this. And then some of them, I was told, are going to be at their own home. They'll work out of their own home. and they already asked for workstations and things to go off campus or off site. So they're taking that, there's indirect costs, it seems to me, that's being considered 37% of whatever that is going to go to pay their indirect costs. So that's why I'm struggling with it, is because nothing's being added over there. Maybe they're cleaning out, making one office now that was a storage into a place where they go. So that might be the thing they're adding, but it certainly, to me, is not going to add 37% to their indirect costs. So that's why I'm struggling with it.
It was a budget, an assumption. Clearly, if they're not going to be housed in our agency, then the space costs would not be there. It's based on them physically being present, occupying space. If that's not going to happen, then those costs aren't going to be realized, period. That's how we do it.
That's what I guess I was looking to hear. I wasn't sure of that.
Right. If anything, if we don't realize the expense, you're not going to see an invoice on it. That is just how we do business. It's based on the assumption that everybody will fit in there, but I don't know.
Commissioner Lautner?
I was just going to say that I can't compare this with our departments, because this is a contract written for services, and it just can't compare to a department within this building. So as a contract, hopefully that's the way it's going to be done. We just billed for services. It may work out fine. I won't be supporting it for the very reasons that I have from the very beginning. A lot of these expenses, I think, could be avoided if this were done with contract employees instead of employees of the health department. This is only the beginning of what I see mushrooming into an outrageous amount of money in the future that we won't have control over, that we think we will.
Any other questions? Commissioner West.
I'd like to move that we move this forward to next Tuesday night, and it might be possible to get a better handle on some of the space needs and what we might do in terms of that contract.
I would second that motion.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
So the motion passes 5-2. Thank you. Then, well, I'm wondering, I'm to the addition that I put on is concerning, I read where the Montessori school has got a portable, what do you call it, classroom coming in. And that, and I knew that, that there was only one office space left, and there's 5 people being hired. So, I've advocated this for a while, and the government center has 2 rooms that are vacant, that would more than be adequate for the health department. And so I'm hoping that this can be brought forward I guess I'm hoping that we can move the health department here. And that could really change some of the indirect costs. It could change a lot of things, and actually, I've talked to, a member, 2 different members of the health department, and they said they work with the building department quite a bit. And so it would make it much easier for them. Their concern was the personal health, if that would be a problem. But, continually people come to court here, they do different things. And so I don't know that there's so many people come in and out that I don't see that would be any kind of identifying thing. It would actually probably be less obvious. So that's what I'm just want to bring this forward, and hopefully the board members will bring it up. But yes, go ahead.
You said that there's 2 rooms available here. Do you know what the square footage is that we have available?
I could get that information. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
It's the room that's known as the exercise room.
Right.
It's now, part of that has been reduced because of the new boiler room.
Right. I
And
don't think
then
we've got
the
the room.
room that's referred to as the ugly room, but that's part of that
That's
is
small,
storage.
certainly, it's
So I'm not
storage.
sure, I don't know how much square footage you have now versus this. But don't you have a long-term contract that you looked at?
We have a 5-year lease agreement with Montessori School where July will start year 3 of 5.
Okay, all right, okay. But I can get that square footage.
Right, and, I mean, the thing is they're running out of room there. That's why they put on the portable room. In 5 years, they may not renew the contract. So I'm just trying to look ahead and say that if this is, the health board can talk about it and consider it, yes, consider, Commissioner Ansel.
I don't know what the mechanics are within this building to know whether the space is really available or not. Is that a Buildings and Grounds Committee thing, or what is that? How do we do
Obviously,
that?
this is the first time we've talked about that, so
Right.
we haven't talked about that. Let me get, first of all, the square footage of both of those rooms first. One of them we definitely would need for storage at some point. We can't give up all of it. But I don't know what the square footage of the health department is now, so maybe I can have a discussion here with you, at least get the square footage, and you want to just forward this till next week?
Yes.
At least have it
If-
down.
If there's, I don't even know if it's.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not possible,
But we can at least look at it.
Commissioner Simpson.
Well, and if it is impossible to have the entire health department, and I know there's reasons that you favor the location you're at, but if there's not room for the whole, there may be space for the new employees. We would still have an indirect cost, it would be ours, which is around 10%. So, that won't go away, but it would be lessened. And so that might be an option we can look at too between now and next week and see if that could go anywhere.
Commissioner Lawler.
As I said yesterday, I think that we should be exploring the possibility of going back into partnership with Grand Traverse County's Health Department, which would change potentially an altogether different viewpoint of all of this. Secondly, the basement, the lower level, was built specifically with room for expansion for county government. So we are presently down to not much more expansion. The ugly room, we're going to have storage. And that's not big enough to store everything we do store presently in the gym. If we're to move the health department, there would absolutely be no more room for expansion of county businesses should we need to expand our business.
I believe storage is not really an issue. This building is not really designed for storage. It's not set up for storage. If we're going to do storage, we can do that in a pole barn. They used to use the house, the Walter house that was down at the bottom. That was so full that they had to brace the floors.
That's right.
It's true.
And now it's here.
Yeah, and now it's here in the caged room, and if you look at some of the things that were storage, I don't think we need to store them myself, but, they need a bigger pole barn for the barn, for the boats anyway, and if we get a Lake Michigan boat, we'll need another pole barn anyway, so. I'm sorry, we're getting off topic here.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you know how much square footage you're currently using today?
Over at Leelanau, Montessori, about 6,400 square feet.
Okay. So if we say 6,400, 6,500 is what your need would be, potential need would be. What?
They're packed in there now.
Potentially. Yeah, they're packed in there.
Okay.
There's a lot of sharing of offices going on.
So,
But
6,500 square feet would not be adequate? I know, I kind of caught you off guard, but it's something to think
Administratively, I
about.
say yes. My personal health director may say no, because we have clinics, and we have a lab, and we have exam rooms. So those all take, that space that's not used to house offices for employees, so.
Okay, well, that's something that we'd want to explore.
Yeah, I think she'd rather have a little bit more room, because we are cramming in there.
Okay.
Commissioner Redma.
Well, you know, one advantage to moving here that would allow for less use of space is that you would have the use of conference rooms. You know, there's a lot of, in my way of thinking, you know, where we have our meetings, that space, I don't know what the square footage is of it. But here you would have the opportunity to, you know, have meeting rooms and things like that that wouldn't be, you know, necessary as part of health department.
Me through. Commissioner Ansari.
When you're looking at the square footage downstairs, you know, we took part of the the old footage for the new boiler room. When the old boiler room's emptied, that's of additional space, so let us know what the real number is.
Should be offices.
Well, let me just, if you wish to move it forward, I can do some research report next Tuesday.
You know, I would not, you know, why would we not at least look at, see if there's a close possibility of a match?
We do, I can tell you, on a weekly basis, have people coming in here thinking this is the health department.
Yes.
Because people don't know, they think it's part of this, it's very common, people coming in looking for the health
Yeah.
department. The other good thing is, with our new retention policies that were approved by the state of Michigan, in construction codes, I can tell you, they spend weeks getting rid of old documents, so their storage space need has dramatically reduced, and we have passed some, as you know, you did approve some retention policies that were approved by the state, which has helped us in our actual storage, where those cages are for each department. That has really helped. So let's just look at it and see where we are next week.
So is that, to move it forward, is that all right? We have a consensus here?
I agree.
No, not a,
Okay.
consensus would be
No,
unanimous.
right, so it's,
Or should
so
be
we have a,
unanimous.
yeah, should be, so we have to have a motion if we move it forward.
I would move to move this forward.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you. Then that brings us, thank you very much. That brings us to Northern Lakes Community Mental Health.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Carl.
Good to see you again. Thank you for having me today. I didn't send you a package in advance, but there's a package of information here which I will talk to some of it, because I know you have a very full schedule. And so, Mr. Chair, should I count on 10 minutes?
That'd be great.
Would it? Let's see what we can do in 10 minutes. I'm Carl Kovacs. I'm the CEO of Northern Lakes Community Mental Health Authority. And again, recognize that Commissioner Wessel and Betty Boucher are your representatives on our board. And the tie to the counties is what makes the public mental health system the public mental health safety net system, that tie. What I'm going to talk about today is a threat to that. And so I wanted to begin the conversation with you about this proposal that the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services actually brought forth on December 4th. The director of the Department of Health and Human Services, Robert Gordon, did a presentation to the joint Senate and House Appropriations Committees and presented a PowerPoint that, this is like the third version of it, so presented a PowerPoint about redesigning the public mental health, behavioral health system, the CMH system. And the history on this is that for about 3 years, there's been language in the state budget, we refer to it as 298 because it's 298, section 298 of the budget boilerplate, that wanted to create pilot programs that would, 3 of which, and then a demonstration project. The idea was to run public mental health money through Medicaid health plans in an attempt to integrate physical and behavioral health care. Rather than keep the funding stream separate, they were going to run the funding through the Medicaid health plans. Now, We know that the Medicaid health plans have been coveting the public mental health budget for a long time. If you think about it, the public mental health system in Michigan is about $3 billion and covers about 300,000 of our most vulnerable citizens. And you met one of those citizens a while back when I did a presentation on services. So they would like to have that money. Other states are doing similar things where they're running all the money for physical health and behavioral health through an entity. And many times that entity is not governed by the public mental health system or a community mental health center. So what's being proposed in Michigan is what's called those pilots I referenced failed. They never got through. And in fact, Governor Whitmer vetoed that line item language in this current year's state budget. So we took about 15 seconds of relief because we were glad to see that go away. But then again, we get this proposal about having specialty integrated plans. These are plans, these are entities. They could be governed by a CMH or a CMH public mental health system entity, or they could be governed by a Medicaid HMO, a provider organization, or some combination. The problem is that when you start taking public mental health funds and putting them into these different arrangements, they can lose government immunity. They can put the counties at more risk if you start dismantling this system that we have now. So I wanted to at least come and meeting with all 6 of our county commissions to begin the discussion of this, because I want you to be aware of it, because it's being proposed at a very fast track to make all these changes. My question is that it sort of assumes that the public mental health system is broken. And I would contend, no, that it's not broken. Like any other system, we can improve. We heard already today about what we might be able to do more of in the jails, because they are becoming the repository. They're the new mental health institutions that we moved away from years ago. We don't have a good replacement at this point, and that's something that we definitely need to work on. So I'm just going to take you to 3 pages in this handout, if I can, and just talk a little bit about those 3 pages and then answer any questions that you might have. So on page 4, it's entitled How Our System Works Today. And this is the director's presentation, but we've inserted some comments in red, just some things to be under consideration. Right now, if you're on Medicaid and you have a mild to moderate behavioral health care need, you are being served by a Medicaid health plan. And they provide both physical health care services and those non-specialty behavioral health services for people with a mild to moderate mental health issue. It's not always easy to tell the difference between moderate and severe. That's one of the issues, and that's why we're actually making a proposal to give our system the responsibility for mild to moderate. Commissioner?
I was just trying to discern the definition of that mild or moderate. Would that be somebody, say, who's autistic, or somebody who may be bipolar, or?
Actually, what you're talking about falls more under the mental health code's definition of what the community mental health system is responsible for. Because we're responsible for adults with serious mental illness, children with serious emotional disturbance, adults and children with an intellectual and developmental disability, and individuals who have a co-occurring substance use disorder and a mental health problem. That's defined by the mental health code, and that's our mandated array of services that we're supposed to provide. So that's what's called, if you look on the right of that page, under prepaid inpatient health plan, which is our regional entities through which Medicaid funds flow, are the specialty behavioral health services. And right now, they receive their health care services through a Medicaid health plan. So they're not integrated. The one thing we agree on is that we want to get to a point where we can integrate physical and behavioral health care. And so that we can take care of the whole person. And in the public mental health system, there's probably been 600 different initiatives to do that based on what we have available to us now. Northern Lakes, for example, we have a primary care clinic in our Grand Traverse office for the people we serve so they can get their primary care. And we also see people in our Grayling office 1 day a week. It's a lot easier if you're doing one-stop shopping, plus it's in a familiar place where you get your other services. So there isn't the stigma, there isn't the anxiety related to that.
Commissioner Lautner.
When you mentioned the four segments that you serve.
Right.
You actually, individuals with substance abuse disorder, but I thought you made it sound like, and also individuals with serious mental, so if there are
A combination,
both.
right.
It has to be-
Co-occurring, we call that co-occurring.
Okay, and then you have it listed individually on your sheet, so.
Which sheet are you looking
Oh,
at?
I was still back on your page 3. So it doesn't say with co-occurring, you know, it says individuals with substance abuse disorder.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so, all right.
That's co-occurring. Substance abuse, as an aside, those services strictly for substance abuse are delivered through our regional entity, the Northern Michigan Regional Entity. That's an entity that we and 4 other CMHs formed to participate in the state Medicaid program. And the legislature actually, a couple of years ago, put the responsibility for substance use disorder services under the NMRE, the regional entity. So our part of it is our people who have both.
Co-occurring.
Have
Thank
both.
you. I just want to clarify that for my
Thanks.
sheet. Thank you.
Thank you for asking the question. Our system is complicated. It's very complicated. So one of the things, if you see on red on that sheet on page 4, only 75% of the people on Medicaid are served by a Medicaid health plan. 25% are being served in a non-managed care fee-for-service environment. So the system on the left doesn't even cover everybody who's on Medicaid. And that's an important consideration. In the interest of time, and we could spend a lot of time here, could we go to page 10? It talks about core elements of the proposed system. Now, they talk about having a strong public safety net. We have a lot of questions about that, because right now, the CMH system is the provider of specialty care services, but we're also, as part of that, the safety net. You know, we have services like we've talked about before, crisis services that are available to everybody in the county. You don't have to be in one of those 4 categories of service. You don't have to be seriously mentally ill or have an intellectual developmental disability. You can say, I feel like I'm in crisis, and you can call our crisis number. So anyone can do that. So that answers at least some of the services that the mild to moderate population would have. So the strong, core elements of the proposed system, and then number 2 on that page, specialty integrated plans. Now, those plans are what I briefly described. They can be publicly led by the CMH system, or they can be led by a Medicaid health plan or some other entity. The goal is better lives for the people we serve. Well, who can argue with that? I mean, we all want that. We all want a whole person orientation that's going to deal with the social determinants of health, family issues, etc. Page 11. The future model that they're proposing is this, on the left is what we've talked about for the Medicaid health plans, providing the physical health services. I wasn't talking to you. No, I wasn't talking to you. You're muted too. Sorry. So, the future model, they want to have the Medicaid health plans for the mild to moderate just go on the way they're going on. There's no focus on that system. That system is not perfect either. But all the focus is in on the behavioral health system. So what they're envisioning is that the specialty integrated plan would take care of people with serious mental illness, etc., and their physical health care needs. We're suggesting that, because what they would like is multiple SIPs in a region. So here we are. We have a publicly led one, say, that's run by the CMHs, and there's 2 or 3 that are run by other entities. How do you slice up the public mental health funding? Do you give it to these other entities, and do they then contract with us? How does that dilute the funding? How does that dilute the connection with the counties? Because, you know, our system is structured so that you, as a county, participate with Northern Lakes, with 5 other counties, and that mechanism draws down both Medicaid funds and general funds that we work to provide based on feedback that we get from the counties and what counties want and need, what they see are the gaps, and so forth. So if you're going to start parsing out this system, what is it going to do for that bottom in blue, which is the safety net? The safety net would then be sort of chunked up into different parts, and who's going to be responsible for that safety net? Commissioner?
Carl, has there been discussion on who would make the decision in terms of accepting or certifying these specialty
Integrated
units?
plans?
These integrated plans, yeah. It almost sounds like public schools, schools of choice, private school, it's spreading funds across all of it, where they were one time concentrated.
The Department of Health and Human Services would be the ultimate
So they would make applications.
determinant, right, right.
And then in their plan, would the current CMHs have the ability to have input into that, approval of that? Do they know?
Well, the process so far, and again, it started in December, the state set up 5 public forums initially, and it's interesting that our 21 counties in the lower part had no public hearing. We would said, what? What about the people of our 21 counties? So they finally rectified that, and there's going to be a public hearing in Grayling on the 21st.
Of this month?
Yes, this month from 2:30 to 4. But again, a change of this magnitude, 5 public forums of an hour and a half each. There was one virtual forum that was held last Thursday, and we actually linked into that public virtual forum in all 4 of our offices. And we had participation by consumers, their families, other stakeholders, providers, and so forth. Because the other thing that's problematic in this, and they want to do all this by, this is page 19, 2022. I mean, we're talking about an extremely short time frame for this type of a radical change to the delivery system. I mean, they're already thinking, well, maybe this is not a realistic time frame and so forth. So they seem to be hearing some of the public feedback. But, as a county, I would say that I would be concerned because right now, your liability in the service provision of the public mental health system. You contribute your county contribution. We pull down Medicaid funds, general funds, and we use all those funds to develop not just the direct services we're responsible for, but the collaboration that we do with the jails, that we do with other agencies dealing with homelessness, our FAST team that provides crisis services to children and families. When you start really changing and altering that, what we're trying to warn them of is that, you know, be careful. You don't have to rush this. Make sure it's done right, because people's lives are at stake. So
Carl, for today, since we just received this, and this is all new, what are you expecting from us today?
just to be aware
Okay.
and
Will you be back?
Pardon?
Will you be back once we have an opportunity to read?
I will be happy to
all
be back
this?
as frequently as
Or when you have a plan
you
of
desire.
action, whatever you need us to do, if it's a resolution or whatever.
Thank you. I mean, in the packet, you know, there's also contact information. I think, you know, part of what I'm working to do is make the Whitmer administration aware of this, and I've been involved in meetings, so I've been at the table voicing these concerns, and I've also been talking with state legislators.
Okay.
They need to be aware of this too, because this is a massive change.
I'm looking at this two-pager that you prepared,
Yes.
and I'm wondering if it makes sense that we as a county commission look at that and develop a position, and then sign on to that and communicate with the governor and our representatives, whether it's a resolution or it's some sort of communication. I think this is well done.
That's where I was going.
Good.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ansari.
I need time to digest this. I just got it.
Sure. Well, I
I'm
understand.
not suggesting we do it.
No.
I want a chance to digest this.
Yeah, and I think that's the consensus here. But we also do have the next item is the interagency agreement.
That's a separate, completely separate.
Right.
And that's what Mr. Rose.
Oh, okay.
So that's not included, that's not.
Oh,
part
I'm
of the
Carl,
discussion.
if we have
He's not part of
questions on this,
discussion.
Oh, okay.
would you be the one we would call if we had a question on this?
Yes.
And your
Yeah.
phone number?
Yeah.
It is 231
Okay,
935
all right,
3645.
thank you.
So could we have a motion to move this forward to next week?
So moved.
Okay. Support. Support. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. So we're going to digest this and move it forward to next week. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it very much, and
Thank you, Carl.
thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, so the next on our is the interagency agreement on jail diversion program. Please, go ahead.
Good morning. I don't believe any of you have seen this document. It recently just came back from the
It came last night.
corporate council, and I believe they agreed to it. There are some grammatical errors that I know Laurel is working with the author of this to take care of. Essentially what this is required by Public Act 28 of 2014. It's an interagency agreement between Grand Traverse County Board, Grand Traverse County Sheriff, Prosecutor, the courts, and the same entities in Leelanau County. So I think at this time, we just want to move this forward to next week, so until everybody can get a copy of this and look at it.
Commissioner Lund.
So moved, yeah, I was going to say, I haven't read it yet, so.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. And you'll get a copy of that to us, right, to look at? Yeah.
We got it, we'll send it out.
All right.
It came in last night.
Okay, no wonder I haven't seen
And
it.
we don't have it yet?
Well, I didn't think you'd have wanted to look at it. And we haven't looked at it either, because there are some issues we want to change in the agreement anyway.
So then this brings us to the airport governance.
Yes. So like Mr. Klein, Mr. Alger, join me up here. And we're just hoping to have a dialogue here. Let me just give an overview, and then open a question. Mr. Klein, Mr. Alger can also participate. So It's been almost exactly a year since we started this process. I think Mr. Klein came to this board, I think in March, and asked to form a committee with Commissioner Rushton, Commissioner Bunnick, and I served on, along with commissioners from Grand Traverse County, Mr. Alger, and from the Airport Authority. And they issued a report, I believe, in November. At this time, the report was given to this board. Several of you had questions. Grand Traverse County commissioners had questions. We worked together, the three of us. You received several weeks ago, the response to those questions here. And a lot of the questions were the same in Grand Traverse and Leelanau, some were specific to Leelanau. I know Commissioner Ansberg had some specific questions that were not asked in Grand Traverse County, so they were part of this report. Also, you received the transcripts, actually, of the 5 public hearings, so all of you have that. And so then, how do we go forward is the question. Grand Traverse County's had the same dialogue, I believe, last week.
Yes.
And we've been meeting on a pretty regular basis since November. And one of the things that we're doing, I think all of you know, is we're going to Grand Rapids to meet with their commissioner and their airport authority on next Friday, the 21st of February, to talk what their perception has been. They actually have gone through this process. What has worked? Has anything not worked? What are the issues with the Articles of Incorporation? So we're going to do that on the 21st. Also, we are proposing a joint study session, not a meeting, a study session between Grand Traverse County Commissioners, the Airport Commissioners, and Leelanau County Board on March 17th in the afternoon. I believe it's at 3 o'clock. And I believe the Airport Commission wishes to meet here at 1:30, first, 1 or 1:30.
1:30.
But a joint meeting here just to get all the questions on the table from all of the 3 parties that obviously will impact this. One of the things I think would be helpful is many of your questions about the current structure and why it needs to be updated. No matter what you decide, the current governance structure has to be updated. A lot of those are addressed in this issues. The biggest issue seems to be questions about zoning, eminent domain, taxes, and so forth. A lot of those can be addressed, if you wish to, into the authority model. And what Grand Traverse County is requesting, I think it makes sense, they're requesting that we work together to develop a draft prior to that March 17th meeting, so at least you can look at it and see after that, if you have those documents or suggested documents, you can look at those compared to the current structure and kind of give us a feedback which path you want to go. But without having those articles, it's kind of difficult for you to make a judgment call on that. And so we are willing to work together. We actually have had some dialogue on what that would look like. Right now, you know what your governance structure looks out currently. You have a concept of the authority, but none of the details. How many members, how it's going to serve, how is the issue of zoning, how is the issue of eminent domain, how is the issue of taxes. Those are all kind of blank issues. So we are willing to work together here and come up with a draft document for you to look at. So at least on the 17th, you can look at, okay, this is our current structure, these are the issues that need to resolve, this may be a proposed article of incorporation for the new authority, and that way both Grand Traverse County Board, Leelanau County Board, and the Airport Commissioner can answer questions, comments, and then kind of decide how we want to go forward, because it has to be a joint agreement between all 3 parties. Obviously, Leelanau, Grand Traverse, and then the Airport Commission has to implement it. So we don't have any new information at this time. This is just kind of an overview. We're here to answer any questions. If you have any questions about this report, this is just a verbatim transcription. But I think the next step is we will give you an update after we go to Grand Rapids, and we're hoping that you would agree to the March 17th session. I believe the only commissioner that is not available is Commissioner Wessel, but he will be out of town that month. And you are willing to obviously listen to the recordings of the meetings.
Commissioner Ansari.
One of the things that, I'm still waiting to get is, we know that there are steps we're going to have to do no matter which direction we go. And based on some information that, Commissioner Rushton has shared, that there may be a cost difference depending on which structure you go to address those needs that have to be addressed no matter what we do. And I'm not ready to drink the Kool-Aid yet, but I want to know is there a cost difference, and what's the difference? Is it cheaper to solve this problem by going to an authority with these conditions, or is it cheaper to stay as a commission to address that? We know we got to address it either way. So,
That's
that's
a very good question, and, well, I'll let you go before I comment.
Yes, I agree. Those things this board has not looked at yet, but the other issue is the liability. What future or potential liability is imposed upon our county or our citizens in the event of, like I have said, a catastrophic event? Is the insurance going to cover a certain part of that? Of course, but there could be civil litigation, and those people go after the deepest pockets. So it's not only the cost, but it's the liability that we incur under would be different under one structure or the other. So in my opinion, we're kind of at a standstill unless we move to this next step, which is what could or what would an authority look like? How much control would we retain in the interest of our citizens? How much control are we willing to let go of in the interest of our citizens when it comes to liability or the issue? So I would like to see, and I would make the request or the motion to allow our administrator to work hand in hand to bring that information back to us. Because I don't think you had the authority to do that last time.
No, you just asked me to come up, you asked for these documents.
Right, so I would like to see this board at least allow us the opportunities to see what that looks like. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, Commissioner Sotomayor.
And I think it would be very helpful to have that information, and also we're talking about the functional differences between the commission and an authority. However, I also would find it very useful to look at the commission structure with what was needed. In your initial presentation, you brought up many items that would need to be fixed, improved, that were now illegal. And what are the costs associated with doing that as opposed to shifting to an authority? So we're looking at our current structure, but our current structure with what would be needed to fix the holes or the problems and the costs of that, in addition to comparing that over to the authority structure. If that would be possible, that would be very helpful.
And just so you know, Mr. Alger and I are completely neutral in this process. We are here to try to get the information that you want. We have not taken a position on this issue. We are here working with Mr. Klein to answer all these questions. So actually, your question about the cost, we have asked Mr. Klein to develop that already, because I knew that was discussed in the past, so I know he's working on that. But any question that you have, it'd be helpful if you get it to us as soon as possible, so we can kind of work on those. And one rumor out there that I heard is that we have a documents all set to go with the Articles of Incorporation. Completely false. I can honestly tell you, we have not had that discussion. We had casual discussions how we could address some of those issues. But those issues about the zoning, about eminent domain, can be addressed many different ways. So I don't want anyone to think, especially in the public, that this is a slam deal, that we have been working on some secret documents, because I heard that rumor out there. That's completely false. Commissioner Answer.
I'm struggling to understand how you're going to put this document together when we haven't discussed what we think the authority should look like. Is it going to be a document that says, okay, this is what an authority structure would look like, but you could do this or this, or you could do this or that? It's like there's so many options out there. If you were to go to an authority, how do you structure it? I'm struggling to understand what we're going to get back.
Let me try. It goes back to the discussion we had yesterday about goals, about, I think your comment about you got to eat an elephant one bite at a time. We have to start somewhere. Right now, we're starting with a blank slate for articles. We have been talking about various options, and we really have not had specific discussions, but we can at least come up with some options that I think addresses the concerns
comments, questions that you have, so you can look at that and say, okay, this makes sense, but no, we want to go this route, or maybe this makes more sense, but we have to start somewhere.
Commissioner Lautner?
Well, or there was there were other options other than just the authority or the commission. There was a third option, and that was, I don't remember exactly what it was called, but there's also staying as we are.
Yes,
So I
that's
don't
it.
think that we really know, we haven't really got, I haven't read this entirely yet, all of the answers.
Well, there were four options. There was, one, stay exactly where we are, but that's not legally possible. There are some FAA guidelines, there's some other issues.
But that's where I was
Yeah.
going. So to stay as we are, the FAA guidelines, have they changed since we've been in operation?
Yes.
So we're grandfathered in.
No.
And why are we not grandfathered in?
And Kevin, because I don't want to speak,
So
but I believe
can I
we
ask
have to
you-
make those
These are all things you're
changes.
gonna have to, I'll try to get them on paper, but if we're not grandfathered in, then what can we do just to?
Well, that's where option two would be, is to restructure our current governance model. Number three was authority. Number four was go to state and ask for special state regulations, which I don't think anyone wants
Because
to
even
do.
by going to authority, are all those other problems going to be able to be addressed just because it's an authority, or will some of those things remain grandfathered in?
I think
Because it's now an authority.
under any circumstances, those issues have to be resolved, whether we restructure or go to authority, we still have to address all those issues.
That is correct.
Correct. We don't have a choice.
So if they have to be addressed anyway, we
Yes,
can address them.
yes. Is that, I don't want to, I'm not expert on this topic.
Commissioner Rushing?
However, I want to point out that they would be addressed with different criteria. Is that not correct?
Yes, because you have
Those
new
issues
legislation to follow.
Would be. And to answer Tony's question, this is where we start. Act 95 of 2015 was specifically written for airport commission. So these guys are going to go down, talk firsthand with those people, I think, which is invaluable. I'm really glad that they're going, because we'll get a perspective from a working authority, and hopefully some of their problems that they're seeing can be identified, and we can learn from what they've learned. But this is where we start, and there's specific language in here. So some things have to be followed under this, but then there's several issues where we have options. And well, you see how hard it is sometimes for the seven of us to work together. And how many do you have on your board?
7.
7 more. So that ought to be a robust conversation. I look forward to it. But like I said, without taking the next step and bringing the information to this board, we're not going to be able to make a
But Tony
decision.
made a point. What are they going to bring forward? Which option?
Both.
All? Full.
Anything you want.
Yeah, just tell us what you would like to have.
Exactly.
Mr. Alger has a question.
I think that one thing we could do is, we've had a lot of input both from commissioners and from the public, and they focus on several key issues. My vision would be that we would come to the boards with draft articles that show an if this, then this scenario. So specific to eminent domain, we would say we've identified that the public has severe or serious concern about eminent domain, as does the boards. We have these two options of handling eminent domain. Move to zoning. We've identified this as a major concern. We have these options for zoning. And we can have that discussion at the study session on the 17th to determine which direction the board would like us to head with each of those solutions for the problems.
Well, my question is, do we have to wear green to this meeting?
You should, if you don't want to get pinched.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's your facility, sir, you can dictate that.
Well, we thought it'd be great for you to hear what the issues and concerns are from Grand Traverse County. I've been to one of their meetings. Nate has been here for the last several times. We thought to get everyone in the room, plus the airport commission. So everyone has their questions answered, or when we have discussion, once again, we want this to be a study session, not a formal meeting, that when we bring up options, you can tell us, yeah, this makes sense, or no, we want to go with this thing. Because I think we really are to the point now where we really need to do that.
Commissioner Lawton?
3 o'clock, you were proposing 3 o'clock?
Yeah, here, lower level.
We just want to clarify on Deb's motion. It was seconded by Peachy. So the motion that's on the table, or on the floor right now, is motion by Rushton to recommend to the board to allow Janik to work with Nate Elger of Grand Traverse County and Kevin Klein to bring back information to the board of what the authority structure and costs would look like. We had a synopsis kind of, because it was, so I just want to make sure is that.
Yes, but I'd like to see the word bylaws in there.
And articles of incorporation.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, articles of incorporation, to bring us a sample articles of incorporation and with a list of options. Okay. I think that's kind of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that gives us full information.
Back to
I didn't have time to think
the question
about
about, let's say, as Nate pointed out, let's say on the issue of eminent domain, we could come up with some wording. That wording could be incorporated into an authority or into a restructured commission if you choose. So that's what we're gonna try to come up with some options for you.
Tony has a question,
Yeah.
and then I'll ask mine if he doesn't ask
Okay.
mine.
What were you through, Commissioner Rushton?
I just, you had mentioned eminent domain, and I think there was some interesting information that came out of Grand Traverse County, but I cannot remember it exactly. Kevin, can you speak to some of the comments in regards to eminent domain that was brought up in Grand Traverse County?
I'll look for your support. Last week at the discussion, there were some questions again on eminent domain. When eminent domain can be used under whatever model, broad. And the first question was, what is eminent domain typically used for at airports? And that's for the public safety, for protecting the flight path into and out of the airport. The other question that got brought up at the county was, can it be used for further economic development, i.e. like a Costco or another? And I think it was Deputy Forsythe that brought up the Michigan Constitution does not allow for that.
So eminent domain is forbidden on airport property for the purpose of economic development.
Exclusively, yes.
Exclusively, yes.
Okay.
The other topic about eminent domain is Kevin had brought out that eminent domain had not been used at the airport since he can.
We don't have any record of it ever being used, but I can't say when the original land was developed if that was used at that time with the federal government or local government. I can't say.
And you could have a hybrid of eminent domain. You could require concurrence for certain things, and you can give the authority exclusive privilege for other, like specifically safety and aeronautical purposes. You could actually have a hybrid within the document.
That's a great
And the other option would be then go back to both county boards, no matter what structure that we're under.
Right.
So we do have the flexibility to structure, wherever you wish to have structured, we can come up with wording that fits some of these issues that have to be resolved though. I mean, there are some FAA guidelines that under any circumstances, we have to resolve them.
Right.
So we can't just stay the same as we are without making changes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ansel.
I will support the motion, even though it has the implication that we are moving to an authority, and that is not, you know, like I said, I'm not ready to drink the Kool-Aid yet. I will support the motion, but my position is I still need to be convinced of which direction we need to go.
Exactly.
Mr. Law.
Do you want me to reread the motion?
No, we're
I have
fine.
an amendment to the motion, if I may.
Go.
I would move to amend the motion by removing the word authority, and please read me that last little bit where, if we remove authority, how does that read?
Motion by Rushton to recommend to the board to allow Janik to work with Nate Elger of Grand Traverse County and Kevin Klein to bring back a sample of articles of incorporation and options to the board of what a structure and cost would look like. That's if we take out an airport authority.
So I will amend it, my motion to take out authority and insert, I don't have this in front of me, so to insert all structure.
And costs?
Yes.
All structure options?
Yes, all structure options.
Do we have a second?
I would second that.
You will?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, now,
What's that?
Mr. Klein.
Oh,
I was just gonna offer the word airport governance.
oh.
I didn't.
He was offering the airport governance
as
Yes.
opposed to,
As a general.
as a general, to make it just general.
Because that covers
that's fine.
all options.
That's fine. If as long as it covers all options, I'm okay with that.
That's fine with me too.
All right.
Okay, so it's motion by Rushton to recommend to the board to allow Janik to work with Nate Elger of Grand Traverse County and Kevin Klein to bring back a sample of articles of incorporation and options to the board of what an airport governance
Yes.
structure and cost would look like. And that's fine with the
That's fine with
second.
Yes.
As long as it's understood, then we want to see all of them, not just a structure, we want to see.
Well, as Mr. Ellis brought up, we will bring up hopefully solutions to some of these issues, and you can determine how you wish to go forward.
Exactly,
How you
okay.
go forward.
Commissioner Rettner.
I just had a question about, you know, you read the motion as being Deb's motion and my second, and then we're having an amendment. It was Melinda and Tony, so I don't know.
Well,
Procedurally,
we have to vote on the amendment.
We have
and
to
then-
vote on changing those words to
Right.
airport governance first.
Right.
And then we will vote on if it passes on the whole thing.
Right, I just.
Okay.
making
No,
that clear.
yeah, I realize that. But I think she was just showing what it would read like, so we would know if we insert that instead of Thor.
Okay.
And I would ask for, before the vote is taken, for that to be read again.
Okay. Motion by Rushton to recommend to the board to allow Janik to work with Nate Elger of Grand Traverse County and Kevin Klein to bring back a sample of articles of incorporation and options to the board of what an airport governance and structure would look like.
and costs.
That's with the,
Okay.
that's with the
And
amendment
then-
in it.
That's what the amendment.
That's what, that would be the
Correct.
amended motion. So it'd be airport governance and structure and costs would look like.
Okay.
Okay. I think our goal here is to make sure that we have all the available information, whether it's an authority, whether we go back to the same process. But my goal here is to get that information, to allow them to work together on all aspects of this, bring the information back here so that we can have a conversation among ourselves and with our partners, future partners in Grand Traverse County. So we're educated enough so we can address the issues, you know, professionally, you might say, so.
And I think it'll give the public an allowance to read what's, you know,
Oh, it'll
better
give them a
understand what's
clearer
happening.
picture
Exactly.
of the process
So the
and,
first vote will be on the amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We have, the amendment passes 7-0. Now we'll vote on the entire, the new amended motion.
the original motion.
Yeah, amended motion, yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Just to confirm, March 17th, I believe everyone but Commissioner Wessel is available, correct? And you?
We have one commissioner that will not be able to attend, so will there be the ability to call in, is the question I was asked to ask.
Which one of them will not be able to attend?
Commissioner Coffey.
I'm sure we can work out the technology to call in.
So would we have two then that would call in?
Well, it's us two. I don't know, that's up to Mr. Wessel.
I will talk to you.
Okay.
We can.
We can talk about that.
Okay, then the
It
other
sounds
thing
like
is, we were talking last week, and Kevin Klein actually had a great idea on that. We've been talking about the actual governance, but I don't know if any of you have, probably Commissioner Rushton has, and maybe some of you, but to actually physically tour the airport and look at the operations and behind the scenes, it really is very fascinating. And you're off in this Friday?
This Friday at 10:30 a.m.
And just meet in your office?
Upstairs, second floor, please park in the short term. Bring up your coupon, we'll validate the coupon for parking. The public too is invited, so if anybody would like to meet on the second floor, and we'll give it to them.
If you do plan on, if you just let me know in advance so we can let Kevin know.
If there's a reason you can't make it or something, contact me individually, we can set up a private tour.
How do you get up to the second floor?
There's an elevator just past the gift shop, so if you're looking towards the security checkpoint, it's on the right-hand side, just past the gift shop.
We'll meet you in the lobby.
It's right across from the bathrooms.
Yeah.
You know where the bathrooms are?
Of course.
Yeah. Right across from the bathroom.
So 10:30 Friday morning. Let me know if you're planning, just so we can plan.
Speaking of eminent domain, one of my farms was almost taken at the airport during World War II. As through eminent domain, yeah. So, Grand Traverse County.
Well, thank you very much. I hope
We appreciate your
moving
time.
forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman? Maybe outside, but not during the meeting here. This isn't time for public. Thank you.
Could you tell them the public comment at the end?
Yeah, there is public comment at the end if you wanted to do it then. Okay, so now that brings us to Leelanau Road Commission. We don't have any fellas here.
Get something on that? It says under separate.
Sorry to make you wait so long, guys.
It's all right.
No, she's not.
You have the revised proposal from last night, was passed out this morning.
This is not snowing
We
out
just
there.
got it.
Oh, I got it. I noticed how you held back on your questions.
So this is revised from what we received on email?
Yes, this is, well, I don't know if you got this, we got it last night. If you got it
Oh, I might have read this
yesterday,
one.
you might have read it. I think we did forward it to you yesterday. But it was late yesterday, so I thought we made a copy just because you hadn't had a chance to look at it. This is from Mr. Stelter.
I just found that.
Oh.
I don't know if there's enough.
Oh, that's that. I wondered where that was. Okay. That's before. All right, so let's go to this.
Did you get one of these? I know, this is a different one. I was looking, I just found that. There's a couple more.
Okay, go with the one that's in darker.
Yeah.
That says David
This
Stelter.
one right here.
Okay.
I'm passing out the wrong one, but
Well, I got something that's from John Gallagher. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything.
All right.
This is a
All right.
different- looks like
I don't
the
think,
same.
look at the one from David Stoker. It's a darker, it was
Okay,
on your desk.
That was on our desk this morning.
Yes.
And what is passed out?
it's not that.
We're not looking.
That's from earlier today, I think. I think that's from Todd, I think.
It's gonna look like this on the front page.
Okay.
So,
There we go. I just found the jail one, so I passed it out, sorry.
Well, I'll let them address it, but this is
Yeah.
every 2 years, the road commission for Mid-Coast has come to the board because they are an entity of Grand Traverse, or I'm sorry, Leelanau County government. Any millage request has to come from the county board to be approved. And this has been happening, do you know how many years, Joe?
32 years.
32 years,
I'm sorry, 34 years.
34 years.
Commissioner Ansari.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve Leelanau County Resolution 2020- number to be determined for the Leelanau County Road Commission millage.
Second.
And this will have to be a roll call vote next Tuesday.
Next week.
and I'm trying to pull up it's the same amount
Half
as
mil. Point.
2 years ago.
It's a half mil.
Same old, same old.
Right. Yes, go ahead.
Let me ask the stupid question. Why are we doing this every 2 years instead of a little bit longer period of time?
The issue of the Headley rollback affects years 2, 3, and 4.
So
It
you
erodes
just-
your half
you'd
mil
rather
a
just-
little bit at a time, so you have
Okay.
to go back and so that's why we want the shorter duration, so that minimizing impact.
Okay.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. And that brings us then to the Michigan Veterans Affairs Agency.
I think most of you remember Michael Roof has been here several times. I believe you're in year 3, starting year 3 as
Yes,
road
sir.
director?
That's correct. That would be started on January 3rd.
Just overview, the state of Michigan, I believe last year passed new legislation with funding for veterans for each county in the state of Michigan, but you have to apply for it. We received the formula from the state. Mr. Roof, as you know, we have a contract with Grand Traverse County, so he has taken the leadership in writing the grant in terms of what needs to be in the grant to submit it to the state, and he's here to give some specifics about it.
Sure, thank you, Chet. It was actually Public Act 210 of 2018 that amended Public Act 192 of 1953 to add in what they call the County Veteran Services Fund grant that allows the state to appropriate. When it was passed, it was $25,000 per county that applies for it, and then additional money per capita of veterans in your county. The problem was, last year, there were some counties who didn't get it. That would be yours and mine. I didn't apply for it last year because there was a lot of ambiguity of how to fill out the forms, what they would allow, and the reporting requirements. I didn't want to step in a bunch of mud and get myself in trouble with the reporting requirements because they weren't disclosing that information. There are some counties who used it last year and they owed $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 back because it was a stringent reporting criteria. That has changed this year. And because people didn't apply for it last year, there was $2.5 million left over that'll be reappropriated this year into the per capita. And I say at the beginning that they originally allotted or appropriated $25,000 when they passed the law, but then once it was passed or when it was presented for 25, the legislatures changed it to 50,000. So instead of 2.2 million or 2.1 million, it was 4.2. And they again passed it this year. After it was line item vetoed out, it got back in for 50,000. So your impact for your county, it's I believe it's $59,000 is what you could get. $50,000 is just the base, and the rest is all per capita. Now, this grant or these grants are to be used to connect veterans to the office and for advocacy and awareness. That's it. So however it's structured for whatever county, you can connect it to bringing more veterans into the office or getting benefits for more veterans. That's what we're doing. And what I'm proposing to do up here, I talked a little bit with Chet, and some of the things we're going to do similar in Grand Traverse as we have our own grant now. But I think what I laid out here will help bring more veterans into the office. Next month I'll present the annual report that I've put together. Last year, just in your office, in 2018, you saw only 92 veterans in this office. Last year, you saw 155 because of some of the outreach things we're doing to bring more veterans into your office. Although there's less veterans in your county, we actually have, according to the VA's data report, less veterans, but there's more veterans getting benefit. So there's actually more money coming into the county because of the work we're doing. Does that make sense?
So the percentage of veterans receiving services are higher in our county?
Yes, yes ma'am. Yep, more
Awesome.
veterans have passed or moved out the county, but there's more benefits, that's correct. Yep. So you have two packets in front of you. Although on the first page they look similar, you'll see the cost structures there. But on the third page and fourth page of each, you'll see that we are doing two different things here. A marketing campaign where we are going to spend some money on radio advertisements. I'm already talking to the radio stations of what it would be like. You would be on a rotating basis of radio stations that include rock, country, AM, and 70s to reach different demographics. Billboard advertising incoming to Leelanau and outgoing outside of Leelanau. Outreach materials. We have never put together a packet of information for this office. And why not use the state's money to allow us to do that? We're going to create a trifold pamphlet that can be passed out and put in other locations throughout the county. Veterans Group Direct Mailer. I brought copies today. If you've not seen it yet, Gather Veterans is a magazine that we have a partnership with Gather. I provide a lot of the content. They provide photographers, writers, and they produce it at no cost to mine or your office. I get 1,000 free copies. They're brought up here to your office, your Veterans Affairs office, and this is going to be mailed out 2 times a year with an insert in it, like an insert card, asking veterans to come into the office here. So that will reach out, and that mailer shows there's about 1,560 veterans in your county. According to the VA, there's about 1,600, so that number's really not off. That number comes from census numbers. The last thing is taking out newspaper ads in local paper, just to try and hit all the different demographics between radio, billboard, mailings, newspaper ads, and outreach materials. Not only will I do pamphlets, but we'll do pins or something that will highlight this office.
Go ahead.
What kind of messaging, or do you have any messaging for our veterans in regards to substance abuse?
I don't have anything for that.
Okay. As you know, we do have an opioid task
Yes,
force
ma'am.
here, and I'm wondering if somehow we can partner in getting a message to those veterans through some of your efforts.
No, that's an excellent idea.
So we should
Absolutely.
get together on that. And my original question was the number of veterans in our county, but you just answered that, so I threw in this off the topic.
Okay.
item.
Yeah. No, that's a great, I like that idea. Absolutely.
Commissioner Ansari.
I move to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the Michigan Veterans Affairs Agency 2020 County Veterans Service Fund grant applications for veteran meals and the marketing campaign as presented.
Support. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Go ahead.
The new Veterans Service Center, whatever it is called, it really looks very classy.
Have you been to it?
I haven't been into it, I've just driven by it a couple times, and it looks great.
Yes, ma'am. The VA calls them CBOCs, or community-based outpatient clinics. They've expanded from what they had here locally. It was a physical therapy and mental health on one side of Grand Traverse, and then in the middle of town, there was a clinic. So they've brought those together and expanded what they're doing and brought in substance abuse counseling as well. So
Yeah.
it's beautiful inside as well.
Good, so we can stop and tour it if we choose.
Yeah.
If we'd like to.
I would just go up to the desk and ask for Cindy as the manager there. Yep.
Commissioner Suso.
This may be on here and I just didn't see it. Is there a social media component? Do you have a Facebook page? Do your veterans access that?
So-
Of all ages.
I have not created any of that for this county. If you guys think you want to do that, because that's what I have in my Grand Traverse one, I can absolutely, because I'm leaving about close to $5,500 on the table, although this is just we need to get it in by the 21st of this month, get it signed and submitted, and we can amend it at any time through the state. So I think that's a great idea, if you guys want to include that up here. What I do, just like the billboard, to maximize our money, I've partnered with the companies to get a better benefit for both counties. So,
We have a county website, but I know a lot of people don't go to web pages anymore, but Facebook seems to be, any other social media seems to be a medium that people will gravitate to and check out. So I think it'd be helpful myself.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what might be a good idea is to poll the veterans as they come in, you know, to see what method of media that they use as opposed to just Facebook, because Facebook is old school, they say.
Yeah.
So,
they say.
just so that that's on your radar, some sort of a media connection for them, but I would ask them.
Yes, ma'am. I was told by the social media manager that TikTok is the new thing. I don't have it. I've seen it, but, I mean, she's like, you're not up to date. I'm like, I don't need to be up to date. This is what I like, and I don't, you know. But you're right, you have to hit every demographic. And like in our county, we have a larger fund, almost double of what Leelanau's got. So we're able to use a company and have some commercials created, and those are gonna be split up for social media on 4 different platforms, TikTok being one of them. So I think I can look at that with the extra money. But what I'd ask is, yeah, this is approved and we'll move forward, and I'll take those under suggestion and be able to amend it when the time comes. Because what happens is, this gets signed, goes to the state on time, verifies how much money you're looking for, and then they send an award letter back to Chet. And that award letter actually gets signed here through you guys to say, yes, that's been approved by the state for what we're asking, and we'll use it for that. So,
Thank
this
you
is
very
just to walk in the door.
All right.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that brings us then to the Sheriff's Department.
Before Miko leaves, I would just like to address the board real quick. We have extremely good relations with Department of Military Veterans Affairs and our local VA services. And there's 20 different components of services we provide to inmates and as a service as an agency. And one of them is working directly. We've worked with several people. When Todd will have his crew, Lieutenant Roush will have his crew assess if they're a veteran, if they're in need of crisis, drug addicted, alcohol addicted. We've got programs already set up. In the brochures you asked about, Commissioner, they're in our lobby right now. And we blend very closely with them. So anything that we need to do, we're working with them directly.
Yeah, and I can piggyback on that, Sheriff, that he comes into the office and talks to Chris, our service officer here, about how to help a veteran in a situation often. So it's a great relationship.
Thank you, appreciate it.
That's great.
Thank you.
Commissioner West.
Was he going to leave copies of the magazine?
I believe we have them. I believe we have some.
I will leave some here. I'll leave them right here by the door.
Thank
By
you.
the donuts.
Thank you. So we have two components today. One is the 2020 Marine Safety Grant Application request to the Department of Natural Resources. This is one that's been done year after year. Normally, they don't seek permission ahead of time, but they seek permission to get it. So we just changed the process a little bit this year, asking to be able to apply for the grant, and of course, that pays a large portion of our annual Marine Safety Fund, so. Commissioner Ansel.
I move to recommend the Board of Commissioners allow the Sheriff's Office to apply for the Marine Safety Grant to cover a percentage of costs to run our Marine Safety Program for the 2020 boating season.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Redmond.
I just had a question about, do we know how much it will be that you asked for, or do they give different amounts?
We ask for as much as they can give us. Traditionally, over the years, it's been cut back a little bit each year, kind of like the burn grant is for the TNT position. So I'm going to estimate 25-ish.
I think total with the pay from the county, my operating budget will be $85,930.
So a little more than a quarter of it comes from DNR. There has been times in the past where they've purchased equipment for us. Lately, they haven't been purchasing any equipment. The last boat and the largest boat that we have, the one that's stationed in Leelanau now, the 25-foot-2 coastal, Wellcraft Coastal, that boat was $100,000 of that was paid for by DNR. And then the county picked up, a portion of that, but most of the boat was paid for by the DNR.
Are there any grants available for boats, or they
So
just?
far not, though. I keep like nosing under the table trying to get at it. The big grant we have, of course, is that federal Homeland Security grant. That's where we really want to land, because that's 3/4 funded. So it's just, up here, we don't have the anti-terrorism need and the Homeland Security need that they have in like Chicago or Detroit or Windsor, but we still have a big need, so I'll keep pushing that in too. And, or do you need to vote on that, or we're good, anything more on that, just? okay.
Right, I think we're shut down, we'll go to the canteen.
What's that?
The canteen proposal.
Yes, the canteen proposal, so this is simply a renewal of the contract for the inmate food services agreement, and look for support on that.
Commissioner Lautner.
I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the 5-year contract with Canteen Services Incorporated pending review of corporate counsel, and to allow the board chair to sign the contract upon approval.
Second.
Go ahead.
Quick question, and just kind of scanning through this contract, it looks like it's the same contract we've had for a number of years, and probably
It is.
nothing's changed.
Correct.
But I had noticed this time around that at some point it says that we shall provide inmate to help cook or serve or something, and the word shall is in there. And probably we would never have a time where we didn't have an inmate that would qualify.
Correct. Yeah, we can
So
always
we're-
find somebody to work.
We can always find
Yes.
somebody to work.
Yep.
So far, we've been able to, but.
I mean, it's not like we've got very many terribly hardened criminals in there, I know, so.
No, I mean, at least in this facility, for the 15 years we've been there, we've never not had an inmate working in the kitchen.
Commissioner Redmond.
As far as the equipment is concerned, what's the control of the knives that are used in the kitchen?
They're tethered. There's a magnetic board in the office.
Uh-huh.
So they magnet the knife to that, and then they tether it in the office. The person who works for Canteen, the cook, then brings them out and locks them onto another lock on the table, so they can't be taken anywhere. The tether's only about this long. And actually, Canteen is moving towards going knifeless. They're using a lot of dough cutters because they're not sharp, but you can pretty much cut anything you need to with a dough cutter.
Uh-huh.
There's certain things we do, the large rolls of cellophane,
Mhm.
where the jagged edges that you
Yeah.
rip it off, you
Right.
take those off. So there's a lot of control measures in place.
Okay, thank you.
So, just in terms of, I'm sorry, I guess we did do that one first, we'll get back to that in a minute, I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Answer.
You've been satisfied with the canteen service and
100%.
nutritionally and all that kind of stuff?
Correct, yes, their menu meets the nutritional requirements set by Michigan Department of Corrections. We've had no problem.
You
with
had
their
never had a
service.
problem?
No, none.
And if you're familiar with Jim Panic, he is just a angel. That guy takes the inmates out to the MSU Agricultural Engineering grounds out on 633. They pick apples, they pick cherries, they bring them back. He teaches them how to, process all the foods and fruits. And we have the garden. He talks to them about, John Fortin runs the program in the garden, but then they bring all this. It's a really nice program. They really getting fed a lot better than even Canteen provides because of the programs we have in place, which in turn helps them kind of grow while they're in jail and establish responsibility so they can get out and function in society when they're out.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. One thing I neglected to do, Paul Robori, we kind of met individually earlier, but I want to do it on record. Paul Robori is a retired Michigan Conservation Officer, U.S. Marine background before that. He was a Marine safety specialist with our outfit. He did both dockside and dry hull charter boat inspections down in southwest Michigan. We worked together for years. He was on the Governor's Cup pistol team with me. So I've known Paul a long time. He has a lot of energy, a lot of integrity. He's a good people person. So that said, I just want to formally let you know he's replacing Charlie. I know we did one-on-one, but he'll be working very closely with me to keep our marine safety program moving forward.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Very Maureen, thank
And
you.
it's afternoon, and our lunch food is here, so.
Oh, thank God.
Well,
Yes.
I'm wondering, I know there's still some people that are here that
Yeah.
came for the dam discussion, if we could maybe consider moving that up on the agenda, or doing that before.
Oh, I was going to ask us to get through with Solid Waste Council, because I think we've
All right.
got somebody with
I
Solid
guess we'll
Waste
move on, we'll let
Council.
the food cool.
Well, next is
Yeah.
Lori then.
Yeah.
Probably looking for lunch, I was gonna get Lori.
You want to
Or you wanna
I figure
move
that's
it?
going to be a long one, or do you want to just switch them around and let those
Do you think
go,
Solid Waste
and
Council's
then we'll
going
do
to
that
be?
later?
Okay, I just told Trudy we're breaking for lunch, so I'm not sure if she's
Oh,
even here.
okay.
Living for lunch.
In the meantime, I need my
Or you can
donut.
take just a short lunch break. Yeah, let's make it
We could make a very short lunch break.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
15
Because we're
minutes?
going to have to, otherwise we're going to be.
Is that enough? 15
Sure.
minutes?
If we hold to that, but
All right,
I know
15-minute break.
we had quite a few people.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda is number 9, equalization. Lori, you have the floor.
Do you want me to signal you, or do you think you've got it figured out?
Well, if I do wrong, let me know.
Okay.
I'll just kind of try to follow you here.
The law requires our equalization department to do a study in every class every year. This year's studies were required to be submitted to the State Tax Commission by January 2nd because of the holidays. We do review the studies with the local units. We also review the studies with the Property Services Division of the state, and then submit them as required. The reason I do this report today is this is really a statutory function of the County Board of Commissioners. I act as your arm, and so this is to let you know what we've done. The studies are available, the complete studies. I've given you a synopsis of the studies today, but the complete studies are available in our office for anyone that wishes to review them. The equalization process is vital to guaranteeing that properties are assessed at 50% of market value as required by Article 9, Section 3 of the Michigan Constitution. County equalization serves as a check on assessments determined at the local level, ensuring they are fair and equitable across the county. And taxable value that appears on our tax bill is simply a mathematical equation based on those assessments. The responsibilities of county equalization rest primarily with each county's Board of Commissioners. Recognizing the technical and difficult nature of equalization duties, the state, through the General Property Tax Act, requires each county to employ a certified equalization director to assist and advise the board in fulfilling their duties. What I'm going to do is review the study submitted as well as how we got there. The next slide is, we should go back a few slides.
Go back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're ahead of her.
First, I want to talk about what's new, the next slide, what's new for 2020 assessments. PA 260 assessing reform was passed unanimously by both the House and the Senate, and that's pretty amazing when you consider what's going on in our federal government right now. But that made changes. It's the most significant changes that have been made to township, that key township function in better than 50 years. So it was major legislation. Part of that legislation are the AMARs, or audits, and those occurred in Leelanau County January 3rd and 4th of 2020. The State Tax Commission approved the property assessing reform proposal frequently asked questions. The frequently asked questions reflects those changes and includes information about property assessing reform, the designated assessor, boards of review, and villages. This act also made changes which requires boards of review to attend annual board of review training. This starts December 31st, 2021. I've already been asked if I would instruct this training for Leelanau County, so boards of review wouldn't have to travel for training, and I've indicated that I'd do that. The next slide.
Just one?
Yes. PA 660 of 2018 allows boards of review across 2 or more contiguous local units to be combined. The governing bodies of each local unit may enter into an agreement to appoint a single board of review to serve as the board of review for each of those contiguous units, and this was in effect for 2019, although no local units took advantage of that. The next slide, part of the statute that provides the process for determining who the designated assessors are. Each county is required to enter into a interlocal agreement that designates the individual who will serve as the county's designated assessor. This is required by December 31st of 2020, so prior to that date, we will have to, the county board will have to determine who that designated assessor will be. The interlocal agreement must be approved by the county board and the majority of the assessing units in the county. Once the interlocal agreement is approved, it is sent to the State Tax Commission for final approval. The State Tax Commission will determine if the individual named as a designated assessor is capable of ensuring they can achieve and maintain substantial compliance for any local unit that contracts them. There are questions not yet answered by the state. I'm required to be a level 4 to be a county assessor. Does that mean that that designated assessor has to be a level 4? It doesn't indicate that, but those are questions that will be asked. It also doesn't answer the question, if you have a designated assessor, that's a 5-year commitment. I'm hearing from assessors that if they're going to give a 5-year commitment, they're looking for a retainer fee, which would mean that the local unit would be paying a retainer fee as well as their assessor, unless it was the county equalization director doing that work. So a lot of questions yet that aren't answered, in my opinion. The state has indicated that they're preparing a list of what that interlocal agreement, like a checklist, what that local agreement should include, because they don't want to have a standard one because everybody's different throughout the state, but there are things that have to be contained. But again, this board will have to work through that process prior to the end of the year. The next slide, part of this whole assessing reform is that AMAR, which is audit of minimum assessing requirements. And when you see minimum, it means that you hope everybody does more than the minimum. The next slide, the State Tax Commission has graphs showing the property assessing reform process, and if you could read the top of that graph, it starts with AMAR is conducted in the local unit. The next slide, Leelanau County's 2020 AMAR was a review of the assessor's 2019 database, so it was last year's database that was this year's tax bills. 4 townships had a perfect score. Others need to file corrective action plans no later than February 24th of 2020, so that's not too far away, stating how they will correct the items. In items were things like no asset level tests for poverty exemptions. The L4022 from the local unit did not match the L42 submitted to the State Tax Commission. No ECF, no land value analysis. Failure to file a property transfer affidavit. If an individual purchases a piece of property, they're required by law to file a property transfer affidavit within 45 days. If they don't do that, they're supposed to be fined. If a local unit isn't going to fine them, they have to have a resolution by the township that they're not going to fine, and we had some units that didn't fine and didn't have a resolution.
So Lori, excuse me, it's a property transfer act, you said?
Affidavit, it means if they sell, if a property is sold, that individual has to file a property transfer affidavit.
Even like just quit claim to?
Well, if it's a quick claim, they would file it on the bottom, would list the exemptions that they're exempt from on capping. But the requirement is to file. And like I say, the board does not have to fine someone, but if they're not going to, they have to have a resolution that they're not going to.
Okay. Back to the failure, if I heard Supervisor Solon correctly, Solon failed just because the form didn't have one word at the top of it, or something. The form they used on one of their. It was a very minor.
In not all of in some of them were pretty minor.
Pretty minor, yeah.
We only had a couple units that I would say were a little more than minor.
Sure.
But most units were pretty minor. Things like the asset level test, which would not take much to correct.
Yeah.
Our department, to do good studies, it's necessary for us to understand the real estate market, and we have to understand that both nationally and locally. So we consider locations and trends or changes that influence value. And if you go to the next slide, one of the ways that I do this, and I do this every year, is I look at published real estate trends. One that I really like is the Urban Land Institute. And they state demographics, labor force characteristics, location preferences, and motivations discerned by observed behaviors in the interpretation of real estate professionals are among the most reliable indicators of trends. And they always list the top 10 trends. The first one is intensifying transformation. The pragmatic ancient Romans honored Janus, the deity of transitions or passages of looking both past and future. The long forgotten Janus seems to lurk quietly in the minds of many real estate practitioners as they reflected on property as a capital asset. We have been used to easy money and very low rates for so long. Now is the time to harvest, to hedge, to be cautious. The next trend they indicated was easing into the future. Don't underestimate the power of comic pages. For those who might wonder, the terms whammy and double whammy, now included in Merriam-Webster's, were coined in the popular Little Abner cartoons and the Sunday Funnies. An ordinary whammy could stop a charging bull in its track. A double whammy could fell a skyscraper. But now double whammies are taken seriously as senior consultant and investment advisors characterize conditions. One of the scariest things in the United States, fertility is way below population replacement. We are not replacing ourselves, but we've always grown through immigration. A declining birth rate and sharply reduced immigration represent a double whammy for the United States economy. The next one, 18-hour suburbs 3.0, suburbs and stability. It may be surprising to some that millennials in the suburbs may well be key to investors' increasing confidence in 18-hour cities. 9 of the top 10 markets and 17 in the top 20 markets in this year's rankings fall into these categories. Raleigh, North Carolina, Pritchard was one. Next one, amenities gone wild. For decades, the term amenity creep has been current in the hospitality industry. In the travel industry dictionary, yes, there is such a thing, as defined as the tendency of hotels to add new perks and features in an effort to attract more clients and respond to competition. In an era where concierge service is being offered in apartment buildings, offices, and even retail establishments, real estate in general needs to think about this topic. We might need to think about the direction and staying power of real estate competition based on amenities beyond those typically provided in the past. Dallas Bryan Tower, which is pictured, joins amenities gone wild trend to attract new downtown tenants. Commercial developers across the country are knocking each other over trying to provide best amenities, including bocce ball courts and dog parks. The next trend, pivoting toward a new horizon. Whether deserved or not, the real estate industry has a reputation for being slow to adopt new processes and technologies. This may be due to the fact that the industry has always had a significant amount of pride in the importance of personal relationships, or because a firm's superior proprietary knowledge is what sets it apart from competition. The next one, Get Smart, PI plus AI. One of the cliches about the tabloid press and local news channels is if it bleeds, it leads. Grabbing attention is easiest if the news is bad and provokes fear and loathing in the audience. Casting artificial intelligence as job-destroying threat falls into this category of reporting and has been the hook in business reporting on this topic. The PI stands for Privacy International. The next one, the myth of free delivery. Ever since P.T. Barnum, and probably long before, a sense of urgency has been the hook to grab the target of sales programs. Hurry, 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 step this way has been the barker's cry. Because time is the one irreplaceable human asset, the promise of immediacy is almost an irresistible lure. For physical goods, distance is one great impediment to immediate satisfaction. Another is cost. So the challenge is to bridge distance most effectively while managing cost. And their last one was retail transforming to a new equilibrium. The retail industry is robust and diversified, with consumers' choices expanding to efficient platforms. that maximize price, convenience, and availability. The vast majority of retail sales still take place through a brick-and-mortar channel, but e-commerce continues to grow and expand into sectors such as luxury goods, previously thought to be relatively insulated from online competition. New retailers can now start with an omni-channel operation in mind, smoothly transitioning into a brick-and-mortar presence. The key challenge is for all brick-and-mortar retail is to provide stores where consumers want to shop. The next one, unlock capacity. There is an old story about farmer whacking his mule with a 2x4 because you need to get his attention. All over the United States, the crisis of affordable housing is getting attention, and the nature of the 2x4 may differ from place to place, but it is still unquestionably powerful. And the last one is we're all in this together. With Hold maintaining its strong score in the emerging trends buy, hold, sell barometer, asset management is poised to occupy an even greater than usual place in the minds of real estate investors and property operators in the years ahead. It is not that asset management is deemed unimportant, but in the period when transaction velocity is easing and when owners worry about reinvestment risk in the event of sale, the ability to extract additional value from their existing portfolio is an important way to tip yields in the right direction. On the next slide, there are also some other things that are happening in Leelanau County which we are keeping an eye on. The Leelanau Enterprise listed one of the Leelanau's top 10 stories of 2019, historic high water levels and erosion impacting shorelines. The Road Commission is trying to fix road ends that are eroding. The village cheese shanty in Fishtown, Leland was moved to fix high water issues. The Martinsons in Northport are trying to save their family cottage, or I guess they're Sutton's Bay, are trying to save their family cottage, which has been in the family for more than 80 years. They tried to get a permit to fix it last year, couldn't, and did get their permit this year, but they haven't managed to get their seawall in yet. But the list goes on, and part of the issue for equalization is parcel sizes may need to be adjusted to reflect tax day dimensions, which may be less than the previous years. And we're talking act of God in instances where we have houses. I don't think we've had any in this county, but we have some close falling into the lake. You have act of God. If they rebuild within 3 years, it is without penalty and taxable value, because if you look at the formula for taxable value, new is on the other side of capped, and this is considered an act of God. And so we've got to make sure if we have those situations that it's handled properly in our rolls. The question may come up along the lines of how do we know where the properties were on tax day, which is December 31st, and disaster assessment type procedures might have to kick in some of our local units. Another article in the Leelanau Enterprise, home sales top 1 billion. Leelanau County in 2019 sharpened its role as a critical player in Grand Traverse area home sales activity, which for the first time emerged as $1 billion market. That's billion with a B. This is an area difficult for the equalization process because although values are going up, we have subdivision lots that have been on the market for a long, long time because of the high cost of new construction and the lack of builders. They are overassessed. All property needs to be assessed at 50%. The next issue that we're dealing with in Michigan is cannabis in Michigan is legal for recreational use now. No definitive answer has yet been published by the State Tax Commission for assessor for guidance. And classification is by use of the property, so when you're dealing with marijuana, if they're growing, it's considered ag. If it's processing, it's not ag, it's industrial, and if they're selling, it's commercial. No guidance. The other issue we're dealing with is what about exemptions? Now they have a revenue bulletin that says it's considered recreational use is considered processing, so it's industrial with no exemption, but we've not been given any guidance. And assessment change notices are going out. The next slide is kind of what does the equalization department do? In part, it is explained by MCL 211-34-3. The County Board of Commissioners through the department may furnish assistance to local assessing officers in the performance of duties imposed upon these officers by this act. including the development of accurate property descriptions, the discovery, listing, and valuation of properties for tax purposes, and the development of uniform valuation standards and techniques for the assessment of property. To help with the valuation of properties and techniques for the assessment of properties means we have to understand the market. In the next slide, it's no secret what drives the value in Leelanau County. 86% of Leelanau County is water, with 100 miles of shoreline and 33 inland lakes. And spread among these 100 miles of shoreline, the Leelanau Peninsula is called Michigan's wine coast. We have a lot of wineries. Leelanau County has the second highest proportion of water area of any county in the United States, behind only Keweenaw County, Michigan. Because Leelanau County is a peninsula, we deal with waterfront, shared waterfront, bluffs, and views, all water related. The next slide gives you some statistics. Leelanau County still has the lowest average millage rate in the state of Michigan out of 83 counties. The state average is 42 mills, and one reason is because we are adjacent to the city of Traverse City, and Sleeping Bear Dunes brings in a lot of visitors and vacationers. So we have some of the most expensive vacation property in Michigan. The next slide. Among Michigan's 83 counties, 76 had an increase in their average millage rate, and 7 had a drop in average property tax rate. Among the 7, Leelanau County. The next slide. Leelanau County has the highest average taxable value for residential properties. In 2018, residential parcels in Leelanau had an average taxable value of $122,270 in 18. The next statistic.
So that's why, if I may, Lori.
Sure.
That's why you back up 2 pages, and you'll say that Leelanau County has one of the lowest millage rates, but then you fast forward to our highest values, and that's why our taxes are so high here.
Well, the millage rate is low, but you can
we
be
pay
lower
more.
because you have higher value.
We have more value.
I'm going to assume that's true.
It is. It's true.
The next one, since 2008, the state's average property tax rate has gone from 39 to 42 mills. Among Michigan's 83 counties, 76 counties had an increase in their average millage rate, and 7 dropped in their average property tax rate, and Leelanau County was among the 7. The next statistic we keep track of is days on market, which are indications of supply and demand in the county. The lowest number of days on market is Elmwood at 148 days. Next, Omena, 151 days. Leland, 170 days. Last, Glen Arbor, 238 days. The next statistic is, like Forbes, we like to monitor the average sales price, and we do that by zip code. For our sales time frame, there are 10 zip codes in Leelanau County. Number 1, Leland. Average sales price $596, $413. Second, Glen Arbor, $458, $435. Third, Northport, $379, $687. Lowest is Elmwood, $217, $981. The next slide, it gives you an indication why Leland's average sales price is perhaps the highest in the county, because if you go out and look at what they call market segmentation, and that's based on the theory that birds of a feather flock together, it states, we are the second oldest market in the United States, and we're affluent. Many of us have retired to sunnier climates and exclusive communities and vacation homes. We have free time, stamina, and resources to enjoy the good life. The next slide, our equalization studies, which we submit to the state, are based on a concept called sampling. And sampling is the foundation on which the ratio study is built. Statistics calculated in the ratio study are used to draw conclusions or inferences based on that information contained in the sample about the population of properties. So from those studies, we project the values for the local units. The next slide shows our sampling in the various units and the parcels that we studied in each unit. So in Bingham Township, we studied 155 parcels, and it shows the class and the parcels that we did study. In Centerville Township, we studied 108 parcels. In Cleveland Township, our department studied 73 parcels. In Elmwood Township, our department studied 321 parcels. In Empire Township, our department studied 128 parcels. In Glen Arbor Township, our department studied 175 parcels. In Casson Township, our department studied 122 parcels. In Leelanau Township, our department studied 236 parcels. In Leland Township, our department studied 202 parcels. In Solon Township, our department studied 97 parcels. In Sutton Spey Township, our department studied 186 parcels. In Traverse City, our department studied 54 parcels.
So, Larry, excuse me, how did you determine how many in each township?
We use formulas to determine projection of value and what the parcels, by value and improved and not improved, so that we can select the appropriate number of parcels and not only the appropriate number in value, but that it represents that particular unit in class. So for each unit, we go in and analyze what we have, what we need to look at, whether we need to stratify. For instance, we have obviously a lot of units on the water. If our studies, which in our residential class, which is our biggest class, we have a lot of sales on the water, and they're indicating quite an increase, and yet we have parcels that aren't on the water that aren't indicating an increase. There are occasions where we have to stratify. We sometimes have to stratify based on simply those sales over $1 million because they carry a lot of weight. So overall, we've looked at 1,526 parcels in that study period.
I see you've looked at 3 of mine.
Yeah?
3 of my parcels,
Well, you have a couple parcels, so we're bound to pick up
I got
some of yours once in a while.
Yeah, you are. Percentage, right?
Our department field reviews sales used for land values, for economic condition factors. We go out and interview the owner and appraise those parcels. We take pictures of the parcels, and we measure and sketch the buildings. The next page, the tax maps and land value maps are required under the General Property Tax Act. It is also checked during the AMAR, or Audit of Minimum Assessing Requirements. We help the local units with these requirements. This is a map of the classed agricultural sales in the county. There were 23 classed ag sales during our sales time frame.
Commissioner Law, go ahead. Okay, I wanted to ask about that one. I see one parcel, and so it's going to be the Burkhart Farm. And I see you got that class as an agricultural sale.
I don't, the assessor does.
The assessor does? Well, and I guess
When we
technically it was...
do a class, it's based on what the assessor has classed that property, which is why classification is so important.
Well, and you and I talked, it's just sad that that wasn't reclassed before it was sold as an agricultural piece, because it's not going to be used as an agricultural piece.
One of the things I teach whenever I have an opportunity to teach is how important classification is, because you don't want misrepresentation when we're equalizing by class.
And that's a big one.
The next map would be our commercial sales. There were 88 commercial sales within our sales time frame. The next map is what I call our all private waterfront sales, vacant and improved. And when I say private, that means that they're not our shared waterfront sales. And there were 280 private waterfront sales within our sales time frame.
Lori?
Yes.
Define that again for me, would you?
We have obviously a lot of waterfront, and you have
Right.
condominium units where they have waterfront, but it's shared with everybody else in that condominium
Okay.
unit. These do not include these. These are people that own
the waterfront.
to the waterfront.
Okay, thank you.
We had 34 residential sales over $1 million. This is an area I watch carefully for a lot of reasons. One, it could weight a sales study, and two, that's where we have our tear downs. They occurred in 7 of our townships. Most, again, were waterfront or shared waterfront. $2,750,000 was the largest of our residential sales in the county, and this one occurred in Glen Arbor
Bill's
Township.
new house.
The next slide is the critical one in that this is our formula that I talked about, that I'm worried about if we have damage to a property, an act of God, because if you look at that formula, you see where the additions are after the CPI. That means that if you don't consider this as an act of God, any value that's coming on, in other words, if a house went into the drink and they built a new house, ordinarily, other than an act of God, that would all come on as new and they wouldn't be capped anymore. Which is why I want to really watch if we have, and I assume we're going to have some acts of God out there. I don't know how many. I know there are a couple of them I've read about in the paper that are dangerously close to going into the water. So that formula is really, really critical from that standpoint, and our CPI this year is 1.019. If you look, going through our recaps, this is what we did submit to the state. The first class is the agricultural class. It shows an increase of 2.32%. It went from an increase in Elmwood Township of 10.65% to a decrease of 2.29% in Leelanau Township. Leelanau has the largest ag class in the county, followed by Centerville Township. Ag is 4.36% of the county's assessed value. The next class is the commercial class. It's projected to be a 2.35% increase overall, with a percent change going from an increase of 11.93% in Suttons Bay Township to a decrease of 3.22% in Leelanau Township. Commercial is about 4.76% of the total assessed value. The industrial class is projected to be a 0.31% decrease, going from an increase of 3.77% in Suttons Bay Township to a decrease of 7.68% in Cleveland Township. The industrial class represents 0.29% of the total assessed value in the county. The residential class is projected to be a 3.19% increase. The residential class is 89.11% of the total assessed value in the county. This ranges from an increase of 10.55% in Casson Township to a decrease of 2.43% in Cleveland Township. We don't have a timber cutover or developmental class in Leelanau County. The next class is the personal property class, and that is an estimated study based on record verification. The personal property class is 1.48% of the total assessed value in the county. The next slide shows the total real increase is 3.10%, ranging from 8.69% increase in Casson Township to a 2.04% decrease in Cleveland Township. The next slide, total and real personal property increase of 3.06%. The next slide allows you to see the breakdown of increase by class of property instead of by unit, as the previous slide, a 0.31% decrease in industrial to a 3.19% increase in the residential class. The next slide is a required report to the state, which is the L4018R. R stands for real. And it shows the total assessed value in the unit and the sample size and the result. The next slide is, again, a required report. It's the L4018P for personal. It shows what we've done there in that class. The next slide is a required report. I have to provide the equalization ratios and estimated county multipliers in a newspaper, a local newspaper within the county on or before the third Monday in February. That occurred in last Thursday's paper for the county. I am also required to provide that copy to the assessors in each unit and to the boards of review in each unit, so that they understand what the studies were and what they're starting with in that local unit prior to sending out assessment change notices. And that's basically the study. The most important aspect, obviously, from our standpoint, is that the public understand that it's fair and equitable, and if we have good information out there, and that has to be at our local units, which is why the state is getting so strict on the AMARs, that it be done correctly at the local unit. Are there any questions on the study that was presented to the state?
Lots of information.
Yeah, we'll have to read it. Our next action for you will be in April.
We will I'll come back with, now this has all gone out to the local units. They're currently working on what they're doing as far as sending out assessment change notices. A few of them might even have sent out assessment change notice. I don't know. I don't think so, but they're very close to it if they haven't. They will send out their assessment change notice, which gives the individuals in the township a chance to appeal their assessment. Once board review is closed, then those rolls will come into us and we will equalize in April.
All right, go ahead.
Do we have any idea how much acreage is not taxed in our county as far as those parcels that are in conservancy?
Yes,
or those.
I do that every year for you in October apportionment report. I always include a list of every single exemption that you have, and I do that by category so you can actually look to see the acreage on those various.
So I need to go back and look at the last.
Or ask me and I can
send it to me.
Send it to you.
And the other thing is, for me this was difficult to read, but I would really like to review this. Is there any way we can get this electronically?
Chet can,
okay.
I always give it to Chet, obviously electronically, so he can send it.
And we can,
that'd be good.
yeah, thank
Yeah,
you.
we need to do that once in a while.
Yeah, as we get older, we gotta do this a lot more,
I have 2 or 3 glasses myself.
Me too. So thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lori. Very
Appreciate
good.
it.
All right, and then that'll bring us to solid waste. First up.
Yep, so we're doing good on time, right?
Good afternoon.
Pretty soon o'clock will be right.
Hi, Trudy.
Hi. With me is 2 members of our Solid Waste Council, Andy Gale and David McCullough, and Commissioner Rentenbach is also a member of the Solid Waste Council. So we have a couple different items here for you today. The first one is a request to submit an application to the Michigan Recycling Quality Improvement Grant. This is a new grant. It is to reduce contamination in and around our recycling bins and educate the public on the proper recycling methods, what to put in the bins, what not to put in them, and how to actually do it. So for instance, now we only want cardboard flattened down put into the recycling bins. Everything else is supposed to stay whole because it goes through a tumbling process. And if you flatten things, then it has a little more difficulty identifying what it is and which chute it needs to go into.
So milk cartons.
Yep, leave them alone. Just toss them in.
Oh.
Yep. So this is a grant that the Solid Waste Council unanimously recommended that we bring to the board for submittal. And if you are in support of it, you would need a motion to submit that by the due date, which is February 23rd. Everything is online, so I have to submit, I've got it all typed in, I gave you a copy of it. It has to be done online, and the letters of support will also be included. One is coming from Andy from Bay Area Recycling for Charities, and the other is coming from American Waste.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, I move to recommend approving Planning Director Gala to submit an application for the Michigan Recycling Quality Improvement Grant in the amount of $20,000 and $20,456 by the due date of February 23rd, 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Lager.
I'm going to support this because a few years ago, the Solon site had some real issues with debris, et cetera, and they held their ground on getting that fenced, the recycling bins fenced. And my husband and I were through there just a few weeks ago, and I said, do you notice? Look, there's no plastic bags in the trees of the swamp along there anymore.
Good.
I haven't seen a single one make it out there personally. So that's working. It's very good.
I'm not sure, I think Commissioner Wessel, what I heard was the grant amount is 27,456.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
what
I
we
heard
had.
20,456, just a minor correction there.
27,456.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Rettenbach, did you, or was it just to make the motion?
Yeah, I was gonna make the motion.
Oh,
so.
okay. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Good luck with that.
So that brings us to, that's a grant, the potential approval of tire recycling.
Yes, for this one, I'm asking for a waiver of the bid requirement and consideration of another contract with ERG Environmental Services. We did bid this out in spring of 2019. ERG was the only one who bid on it. After we started the tire recycling, I did have 2 companies contact me because they wanted to do the trucking, but the processor brings the truck up here and is required to take the truck back. So that's really not what we needed. We needed to have the labor done, and we needed a company that would oversee everything, make sure they have a processor who does all that work, gives us the manifest and so forth. So ERG did that for us last year. It was a very popular program. We did 3 collections, and we're planning on 2 in 2020. We did include some budgeted money. It's broken out in a couple different categories under contractual. The tire collection fee of $1 per tire, and then some grant funds from the state and 2% funds that we received. So it's kind of, the dollar amount is spread all around, but it's in our budget.
Commissioner Rush.
I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to waive the bid requirements and approve an agreement with ERG Environmental Services for tire recycling services, with funds to come from the Fund 230 DEQ grant, 2% funds, and the $1 tire fee from participants. Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. So then that brings us to the potential renewal of recycling fee.
Okay, we have before you 3 items, and these were recommended unanimously by the Solid Waste Council to bring forward to you for consideration. So we are due to put the ballot language question back out to voters again in November of 2020 for the recycling fee. And what I did at the January 7th meeting of the Solid Waste Council is I went through dollar amounts from $29 to $30 to $31, all the way up to $35, and then gave them that budget. I've included the page for you, and to simplify, I gave you the bottom numbers. I didn't give you every single page of every single budget. I do have those if you're interested in them. So let me back up just a moment here. What we need to do is have 3 documents approved by the board if we're going to put this out before the voters. And it's the same exact process that was done 10 years ago, and the 3 documents have all been updated and approved by corporate counsel. So one is a resolution, one is an interlocal agreement, which we have to take out to every township and village and get their sign on, and then the 3rd document is the actual ballot language. And all 3 of those documents will need the dollar amount put in them, so whatever that dollar amount is that this board approves is what has to get put into those 3 documents. So in the budget, and I'm going to ask Andy and David to jump in here at any point to give their input as well, but what we did with the budget is we went through it line item by line item for each one of these dollars to show where we end up, and we projected it out through 10 years. The first 3 years isn't bad because we have contracts in place right now, and we know those contract amounts through 2023. And after that, what we're doing is assuming a 3% increase across the board for those contracts for recycling, hazardous waste, and electronics. That may not be enough, but that's what we put into the budget. So at $29, $30, and $31 a year, or excuse me, $29 and $30 a year, and trimming back some of our programs, trimming back hazardous waste and electronics to just 3 a year instead of 4, and eliminating tire recycling after 2023, we are in the red the last few years at that dollar amount. So you would see that on your document. Page...
It's our page 91.
91? Okay, thank you. And keep in mind, this is including some costs, some decreases. Some line items in the budget were either reduced or eliminated to get to these numbers. We're also basing it on all 10 recycling sites in the county being in operation with $2,400 per year as a rental. I'll come back to that in a moment. At $31 per year, we do balance out for 10 years, assuming all that is correct, with 3% increase in our contracts using all 10 of the recycling sites, still ending the tire recycling after 2023. At $32 and $33 a year, and keeping the tire recycling all 10 years, again, we are in the negative those last few years. And then at $34 a year and $35 a year, we do balance out for all 10 years. So a 10-year budget is, you know, we're projecting it out best of our ability. And like I said, through 2023, we're pretty good because we know what those dollar amounts are, but we won't know until we actually get to 2024 and bid out contract services again as to what kind of dollar figures we're looking at. With regard to the rental fee per year, the recycling portion of our budget is the biggest portion. So it's important for us to keep those recycling sites. As you know, we lost the Lake Leelanau site in 2018 and we still have not identified a site. So when this was proposed about 7 or 8 years ago, when we renewed the recycling agreements with the townships, the Solid Waste Council proposed $1,800 per year for rental, and the county board reduced it to $1,250. We have heard in the last few years, especially for a few sites, that's not enough, especially with snow plowing, if they have a large area to snowplow. So we're proposing through this request to the board to put that up to $2,400 a year for those sites, which it's an increase, but it's also less than the cost to find a new site and put improvements into a new site. You guys want to chime in?
Correct. No. The one thing we'd like to see for sure, that is the tire recycling to continue. You notice in one of these, we stopped it and then it made the figures balance. So if we increase the amount to $35, we can keep the tire recycling through the whole 10-year cycle. And I think that's important. If you drive around the county and look at the tires stacked up, you know, it's a good thing to get those tires removed. And the only way we can do it is if we have a tire recycling thing. And if you go to Pashabi Town and look over the bank, people take their tires and they throw them over the bank. You know, nobody hauls them out of there. They're just down there and they're filled up with water and make mosquitoes and do all kinds of crazy things. So I think it's important to keep the tire recycling part open, and we need to increase in order to do that.
Commissioner Ansari.
Is there a change to the solid waste plan?
No.
That's a problem for Elmwood Township. As you may remember, Elmwood Township wanted to investigate and offer curbside recycling, which would drastically increase the amount of recycling if we could do that. And we weren't allowed to do that because the solid waste plan does not incorporate that opportunity.
I looked back on those emails just a short while ago, and the last one that I saw was from the state. I can't remember who it came from, but it was from the state stating that they didn't think it was a violation of our plan, but it would have to be up to the local community as to whether or not they would initiate that.
Right.
And how
The
they
state
would
said
run
it wasn't
it.
a problem, but American Waste sent their lawyer and a very threatening letter saying, if you violate the solid waste plan, we're going to sue you. So we couldn't go forward in Elmwood Township trying to increase recycling. So I talked to the board last night at their normal meeting, and as far as Elmwood Township is concerned, that solid waste plan needs to be changed, and the new plan going forward needs to incorporate some mechanism to allow communities to provide curbside recycling instead of doing it like we're doing it now. And the reason why Elmwood Township feels that this is important is that we are the most densely populated township. And our going by the census figures, our population density is greater than the average for Grand Traverse County. And Grand Traverse County has curbside recycling and has been working pretty darn good, just from what I hear and from what I have heard, is that they had seen recycling increase like 60% when they went to curbside. People are people. It's easier if it's right there and I can recycle. I don't have to haul it someplace else. So, I am not supporting this moving forward until we address that issue of allowing communities to increase their recycling capability by changing the plan to allow curbside recycling, and then see what that does. And I need to see how we're going to do that. If somebody, and I don't care which community it is, I'm speaking for Elmwood because they have already tried to do that and were stymied from doing that. So, change the plan. There might be some other communities that say, that think, hey, we want to try that also, and I think they should have that opportunity. Is there a problem with that from your perspective?
We can open up that plan. It's going to take time, because what happens is that we go through the process, and then we have to get 2/3 approval from the municipalities in the county, and then we have to get approval from the county board, and then we have to send it to the state and get approval. So at least a year, I'm assuming, to get through that process. The last time we did it, I think it was about 18 months. You bring up an interesting question, because we've had another community that asked us about that. However, so what I'm going to throw out here is, if you're talking about doing that, are you talking about a community having the citizens pay directly to the hauler for that?
Correct, just like Grand Traverse County, where Grand Traverse County contracted a hauler, and that hauler agrees to pick up waste and provide curbside recycling. And they also have a drop-off site too. People can still drop off stuff, but, offer that curbside recycling. Now, when I asked the question at, one of the solid waste meetings, they said that's not really going to work for all of Leelanau County because we're too rural. The densities aren't out, there's not enough density out there just to have those people justify doing that everywhere in Leelanau County. But for Elmwood Township, the density is there.
Yeah, it's a fact that if you have curbside recycling, the recycling increases, those rates increase. And, the only folks that would suffer in that community would be anyone with apartment buildings or things like that would still need to have drop-offs. So there'd still be a drop-off aspect to it. But the DEQ, now known as Eagle, has, they're putting together a plan for having all of the counties in Michigan open up their recycling plans so they can get them all on the same page. And so then that way it will help them when they're distributing any funds, that they have systems in place for them to be able to do that. And so I can tell you that a majority of the people on the Solid Waste Council feel that having curbside as another aspect to a recycling program in Leelanau County, whether it's, funded through PA 69 or whether it's funded, privately, is, something that's going to increase recycling rates, so we'd be in favor of it.
And we couldn't do it.
Yep.
We couldn't do it because the plan wasn't changed. And what I've heard is you made no effort to change the plan from when Elmwood tried to do this. And now...
We did have some effort. We put together a committee to review it, and then that's when Eagle came out and said that they're going to be basically telling everyone in Michigan, all the counties, to up their plans. They're going to mandate an updated plan from all the different counties, and so that was put on a back burner until that comes from them.
We're still waiting.
Yeah.
And I think it would take, the state has given us their response to that they didn't feel it was a violation of the plan. Whether or not there would be a lawsuit, I don't know.
Yeah, well,
The state has
obviously,
given us that answer.
American Waste had their very strong opinion.
The other issue is if a community does that, we're trying to collect a fee for the whole program, and we don't have, let's say Elmwood Township decides they're going to go curbside and they're not going to participate with this, then we're going to have to somehow figure out a cost if they have residents that want to come to hazardous waste and electronics and tire collections and so forth. That brings in another level of some maintenance there on our end and costs.
From my standpoint, do you want to increase recycling or not?
We do.
Curbside's the way to go.
Yep.
It's our,
With the right densities and.
Well, and we
So,
did,
if we're not gonna provide that option to our community, and, looking over the agreement, I see no option in there for communities to go that direction.
we did get a recent estimate from American Waste. They looked at Suttons Bay Township, not Elmwood. Every other week, curbside pickup, and they were assuming 100% participation, which I don't know how you're gonna get 100% participation, but that's what they're assuming. And it would be over $65 a year just for the curbside pickup. And that was every other week, that's not weekly. So we did have to check just Suttons Bay Township. I don't know what Elmwood Township would cost.
They weren't looking at, they were looking at, just like Grand Traverse County, having garbage pickup with recycling. And everybody that has garbage pickup has recycling available to them. And even the residents that don't have garbage pickup can take their recycling to the American Waste site.
And I can say that these changes that are happening around here, they happen very slowly and methodically. There was a time when Bay Area Recycling for Charities was the only curbside pickup in Leelanau County, and we do offer that service currently to people in Leelanau County. But I remember when the American Waste didn't go past, Pathfinder School, and then they didn't go past Suttons Bay, and so little by little, the penetration increases, and with the facility, and now with this grant that we can get contamination rates down, which will make the plant work more fluidly, and then, little by little, it continues to improve from year to year. Today, what we have is this PA 69, which I think is a fabulous program that Leelanau County's been participating in for how many years now?
We started 2006, I think it was.
And there's a lot of counties around here that really struggle with besides curbside, but they struggle with their drop-offs and having HHW, and they have very wonky programs trying to fund it, and real complexity to try to make things happen, and just the adjoining counties here. So most of the counties look at Leelanau County as a leader in that way, because we have this PA 69 that's been well funded and provides a robust recycling program for everyone in the county, regardless of whether or not you are in an apartment or a household. So, it's a good program as far as we're concerned.
We can certainly look into that and check with the state and look at opening that plan up. In the meantime, we have these 3 items here for consideration.
I understand that, but if you're not going to, in these agreements that you're proposing today for the interlocal agreements, if you don't have a mechanism for those communities that want to go to curbside recycling, why should they participate?
Well, they've participated since 2006.
Yeah, I understand that.
If you want me to look into that language, I would go back to corporate counsel and see how they think it would be put in there, and have them look at the plan as well. I don't know that we could guarantee it, because we'd have to make sure that we got the plan out there and we got the plan changed, and like I said, we have to have 2/3 of the municipalities approving to those
You understand
changes.
where I'm coming from?
I do.
Elmwood wanted to increase recycling, and the county did not
I
change the
understand.
plan.
Since that happened, I have not had any correspondence from the township saying, change the plan, because they still wanted to do it. So, based on what you're telling me today, I'm happy to look into it and see what else we can do, and see if we can get something into the documents that might address that.
Well, if you can't, the agreements that you're asking us to carry forward today, if you're not supporting curbside recycling, I can't support what you're asking for.
What I'm saying is that I would want to go back to corporate counsel to see if they can get some language in there to address that.
Well, then, do we want to move this forward?
Well, we're still in conversation here, so we'll see. Commissioner Lautner.
Thank you. I have a question of the amount $35, because you really don't need $35 until some years out. So in other words, if I understand what you're saying, say even like $32, you have the tire recycling ending at year 23. Okay, but you go up just $1. I don't understand how only $1 could gain you another 5 or 6 years. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I guess my question is, why go to 35 when you don't need $35 for a number of years? So can the ballot language say, it did I think in the beginning, which was up to, and you can have an incrementally yearly as you need
I
it.
believe that's what the county did last time, is we had a PA 69 that got passed at $29, and then when it actually came out, it bumped down to 27, and it wasn't until halfway or three-quarters of the way
Yes.
through that program that we moved it from 27 up to 29, so.
Well, that's exactly my point, Andy, but yet the language goes right to $35.
This is the same language that we used last time that corporate counsel put together for us based on what's in the act. So that's what was in there, was 35. I don't know, even if it said up to 35, if citizens would understand it could be less.
It's up to the county board every year you set that rate.
You guys.
So the ballot rate has to have the maximum amount charged. You as a county board can set any amount up to that amount or lower.
And that was actually done twice where the county board kept it lower
Because I
than what
thought
was
the previous
approved.
language said up to.
No, this
Well,
is the
that's
same
why
exact
we
language.
kept it the same as it was last time. And last time you modified it from 29 to 27, and then halfway through you raised it to 28 and then up to 29. You can do the same thing because it's up to you people to determine the amount that's taken in as a payment. So if we authorize 35, that doesn't mean you have to go there. You could go for 33 for the first 5 years.
And I appreciate that, because we don't need to for a number of years.
I understand that.
So can we change the language to say up to, rather?
Well, it already includes that. You did that before. I don't think you need it.
My concern is that this is going to look like a big jump for a lot of people at the ballot box, and I would rather that, I would rather it just pass at up to 35 rather than have.
I can ask corporate counsel if we can include that language.
Okay.
And with regard to your comment on the budget, you'd have to look at my whole sheets as to what we were cutting out each year to try to see where we ended up. So
Okay, I was
those
trying to
earlier
read
years, we cut more out than we did in the later years.
Yeah, it's-
Not the later years, I'm sorry, at the higher amount. So at $32, we cut more out of the budget than we did down at 35.
I know you said that, and I was just trying to read your brief synopsis, and the only thing I can see is maybe we're down to the 3 household hazardous and electronic collections, and that's okay. So, yeah, if you could look into that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Rushton.
The budget, the projected budgets that you presented, does that include the replacement site from the one that we lost at Lake Leelanau?
Yes, we budgeted for all 10 sites to be operating.
And in this proposed budget, does it include tire recycling every year?
Except that 1 year.
The first 3 amounts include it till 2023 and drops it.
Okay,
So,
but overall, basically, is you, in this budget, had included recycling at least one time a year, tire recycling, except for 1 year, did you say?
No, at $29, $30, and $31 a year, we dropped tire recycling after 2023. We just took it out
Okay.
completely. And the other budgets, we included it out for the whole 10 years.
Okay.
Included it in.
So
Yes,
starting,
So at $32 is included for all 10 years.
okay,
Okay.
okay, that's what I'm wondering. And my next question is do we need it every 10 years
Yes.
consecutively?
I'll tell you, there's a whole lot of tires that are.
I know, but the question is, are they bringing the tires in? They have, I noticed we had a robust recycling event when it came to tires, but at some point, it wanes usually. And I'm wondering if, budget-wise, if we could look at that every other year. And who knows? You guys got a 2% grant this year that covered the cost of it. So there's other sources of revenue for that. I'm just looking at ways that we can keep the cost down for our citizens, and still having the services available according to the need.
of all of the contractual stuff, the tire recycling, hazardous waste, and electronics are the easiest to trim down. Not the recycling, because we have it out, the containers, they're open 24/7, you know, so the items that you mentioned, like tire recycling, yes, we can trim those down if we need to.
And I think the other thing is, the sites are currently getting $1,250 annually,
Yes.
and we're doubling that. You know, I would be willing to increase that, you know, $600, but I think doubling it is a little on the high side.
It was a suggestion number from the
Yeah.
Solid Waste Council. It's never been increased since we put it in place. So,
And that's my 2 cents.
And from the feedback we get from the townships, they're struggling with the snow plowing and the maintenance, whether it's in putting gravel or, you know, working on curbs or.
But you have to remember, years ago, they didn't get anything.
And that's a projected number in here. When those agreements have to be renewed, we will bring that back to you for consideration as to what that dollar figure might be. It's put in here as a projected number for you to look at.
Right, and I just would like to point out that, you know, it was supposed to be a partnership between the county and the townships in that regard, but I believe it was my voice that said we need to be paying the townships for the cost of that. So it's not that I'm opposed to the idea, I supported that idea, but I just think to double it, I think,
For budgetary purposes, we just put it in there
Yeah.
to have something in there for that line item.
well, when we're presented a budget, we assume that's what's gonna happen.
And you should.
Exactly.
But
'Cause
we
if
do
we
have to bring
allow
the,
it,
we
it
do have
will
to
be
bring the
spent.
agreements back, though. You'll have to approve all those agreements, so that's the time to look at that number. This is projected.
Commissioner West.
Can we have a motion to recommend up to, and then let Trudy check on that, so up to $35 and move forward with approval of this resolution, changing the language to up to $35 per household?
That's fine, if that's the
I
motion.
support
we-
that
yeah.
motion.
Yes, that's my motion.
Any other comments? I'm opposed to us increasing it at all. I think $29 in recycling is fine. I don't think we need to increase that, but that's just my opinion on it. I think we tax our people enough, and we can do recycling at that, at a fine rate. So anyway, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
So the motion passes 5-2. All right, so then, now we're going to look at well, that is the ballot language. What about the resolution authorizing it? Do you have a motion on that?
You talking about the interlocal agreement?
No, I'm actually going back to I, the first thing. We didn't talk about the passive thing for resolution.
Right. The resolution, the interlocal agreement, and the ballot language have all just been updated by corporate counsel, so it's all similar to what was done 10 years ago.
Commissioner Locke.
Okay, so I would recommend approval of resolution number named, resolution authorizing the election pursuant to Public Act 69 as discussed.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
So the motion passes 5-2. So then that would bring us then to the interlocal agreements. Commissioner Rettenbach.
We recommend to Board of Commissioners to approve the interlocal agreement and for it to be presented to all townships and villages in the county for approval.
Support.
Commissioner Ansari.
Again, I'm not going to support this because we're sending the message that we don't want to do curbside recycling. And I don't know why we would want to send that message. And if you're not, if this board truly wants to support increased recycling, why would you not allow that. So I'm not supporting this just from that standpoint. You know, we got a township that has the density enough that they could do this, and we are not allowing them to do it for 10 years. That's a very bad message to be sending, in my opinion. My 2 cents.
Commissioner Silverstein.
This is really a point of clarification with Trudy. I think what you are talking about is putting language, having the corporate attorney put language into the agreements, the interlocal agreements, that would address that.
Yes, and what I'm thinking is because of the time period it would take to amend the plan is to see if we could put some language in there that would address any changes to the plan to allow other types of recycling, something like that.
And according to the state who oversees the plan, pardon me, they said with that disagreement that was down there in Elmwood Township.
Yeah, the state said that, but they're not the ones on the hook for fighting the battle.
No.
And Elmwood
Correct.
Township just said, you know, why should they pick
Expose.
a fight
Yeah.
with American Waste that has millions of dollars at stake?
So American Waste has now been purchased by a company called Green for Life, so maybe there will be, you know, more green people there for doing curbside recycling in Elmwood Township. But I'll support Trudy, and this will be a part of our conversation at the next solid waste meeting. And I don't know, but hope that we can put some verbiage inside there where the townships would have the ability to do that.
Actually, I'm going to see if I can get an answer before next Tuesday
Yeah.
for the meeting, so.
But I don't think there's anybody on the Solid Waste Council that I know of that's opposed to curbside recycling. We're not opposed to that.
There's no provision in here for
I
it.
understand, and she says she's accommodated you already in saying that she's looking into it, and we'll get that language in there if it's at all possible.
Well, we'll
Okay.
carry it. I'll see you next Tuesday.
Any other?
Is there a motion on the floor for this issue?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
So the motion passes 5-2.
I would not, I would have
Did you
said
say no?
4-3 by
Four-
my ears, but I don't know.
A roll call, please.
Okay. You're right, but I just didn't know who.
I
I've
can
been
tell you
wrong
who.
twice already today,
I
so.
usually can, but
Commissioner Rettenbach?
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton?
No.
Commissioner Sotis Little?
yes.
Commissioner Wessel?
Yes.
Commissioner Answergi?
No.
Chairman Bunnick?
No.
Commissioner Lautner?
yes.
4-3.
Okay. Very good, thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we take a stretch break? Just for 2 minutes?
Are we through with that?
No,
everything?
there's one more, the ballot language.
I apologize.
Ballot language was.
I thought we
I
did.
thought we did the ballot.
You did that first.
We did
Yeah,
that
they did
first.
that
We did that
first.
All I heard was a motion to do $35.
I thought my motion
No, his was
was
still up to.
Up to.
The ballot
Approve it.
language, do the
That
ballot
was for the
language.
ballot. Okay, if
Can
we're
I ask
done.
Allison, is that what we've got, a motion to approve the ballot language up to? Okay.
Okay.
$35.
You did good work. Is that it then? We're all set?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying so long,
5 minutes,
Andy.
please. Be back here at 1:45.
Okay.
Act like to call us back to order, please. Okay, now we have the Dam Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve Christensen, Drain Commissioner.
John Popa, Dam Authority.
You've got the EDS in front of you. I wanted to make a comment about the minimum life expectancy of the dam was stated to be 75 years. It was something that had to get stated, but the comment of the engineer at the time was that there's with the possibility of significantly longer with proper maintenance. So what was designed and installed is a very stout unit. I'm pretty tickled that it's looking as good as it is. Then you had a review and expense report. That's the account that we draw money from. Then you had a dam authority motion. Motion to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to operate, maintain, and repair as necessary the Leland Dam utilizing the present budget and methods without a special assessment at this time. My only comment at that, a special assessment district is a very large and expensive thing to do. A lot of people are involved. And if the budget is like we are looking at it now, it's to go that route is kind of like cracking a peanut with a sledgehammer. It's we don't think necessary at this point. The next one you had is the yearly expenses, and then the final one was forecasted potential yearly expenditures of the dam. And John's going to go through that, and I may kibitz a little bit along the way.
On page 3 is what we think the expenses will be. We spent a lot of time on this. We looked out over 10 years, and that's what got everybody talking about the special assessment, that if you really want to look out 10 years with contingency and administrative and legal thoughts and costs and stuff, you're going to be close to like $450,000, and that's when the word came out, should we assess and this and that. And after we really looked at it and got hard numbers, it says, you know, over the next 10 years, we think we could come up and get some harder numbers and not go through the special assessment. And what we did there on that page 3, that 51,000 is what we're entering today and we're operating under. We have enough money for this year. We still have an engineering payment to make about 10 grand. The next one was that seawall and sump. I don't have these glorious pictures to show everybody, but that actually came in about 10 grand cheaper because he didn't have to build a cofferdam. The water stayed away that week, and we're not going to be spending 25,000. It'll be closer to 15, and so there's an extra 10 grand this year. And we haven't been billed yet for the inspections, and Jerry has a force pin to replace, and there's about 8 grand every year in annual maintenance. So if everything was at the extreme, we would be spending 48,000 and you have 51 into the account. But coming July, the dam authority will come and probably say what we're going to need for the next fiscal year.
John's referring to the budget process. It would actually be June.
This page is the budget thing. So one thing we have to do is get that OSHA safety lock built, and we'll let the contract out and probably get billed for it next year. That thing is designed already, but we'll have to come to you guys to offer it.
That's the 31,000 2021.
Right.
So in June, we'll be looking at that number, making sure that's the accurate number and putting it out for you guys to look at as a budget request. The safety lock is a very important thing. It'll allow us to maintain the dam properly. We can get out there and grease it without fear of the gate dropping. So that's a very important thing. So that's what 2021 looks like.
In those next couple of years, we think we can just cook for a while. It's approaching 20 years lifespan already. It was built in 2006. So we can cook there for a while without any major projects if something doesn't pop up. But we do have some things we got to look at, and one is the hydraulic system. Below that big line where I got 2025, those pistons in hydraulic someday will probably leak or not work, whatever. Anything rubber in fluid sometimes gives away. There's a double backup, there's double pumps, double pistons. But we need to look at that, and maybe in 2025 we still aren't going to do anything.
But that number would include the overhaul of each piston and the complete overhaul of the pump system with all of its valves. So that number in and of itself could be moderated from one year to the next. We could cut that almost in half in 2 different years. It doesn't have to be in 1 year. So what we're saying with that one is that there is some flexibility when we go to upgrade the rubber parts in our hydraulic system.
The big thing that's going to face the county is what's in that box. We haven't dewatered that dam yet. We have some pretty good quotes of what it would take to dewater it. If we dewater it, it makes common sense that maybe you ought to look at it and paint it and change the rubber parts on it at the same time. So you might do that all at once, or you might dewater it and just look at it. The paint is good for 20 years. It's an epoxy paint. Might take a peek at some of it underwater this year, but you might not have to paint it for a while. If it's got nice carbon steel, we put that in a box, but you're looking out now 10 years from now of whether we should dewater it, replace those rubber parts. The rubber parts look good from the outside. I think the inspections showed that, but it's not a high maintenance dam. But if you have to do something, that's probably a big button way out there.
I talked to Spicer yesterday. They have, they've done the work to do the triannual report. They've kind of pushed that to the back burner because of all of the homes that are falling into the lake along the west coast, and they're involved with a lot of the engineering for many of those sites to try to save the homes. So they haven't gotten our report to us quite yet, but they did say that there wasn't anything significant, nothing big coming at us with their triennial report. We already have the underwater report in, and in that, no action is recommended. So things are looking good from those two standpoints. One thing, when we go to dewater, it's a fairly expensive proposition. We need a dive team. We put the posts in, we put the boards in, we put the liner in, and we anchor the liner, and then we can take the water away from the dam and work on it. That's about a $40,000 thing. The first time we do it, it's going to be $44,000 because we have to put some channels in along the walls on each side. But each time we do it, to install it and remove it, it's about 40 grand because it's a dive team and it's a specialty thing to do. And that's why John put the box there, and I was pushing on him pretty heavily. He was thinking about, well, let's dewater it and then power wash it and look at it and make our inspection. I said, well, if we're going to power wash it and spend $40,000, 44, let's do that and do something also. The paint and blast is very expensive. It's a 20-year life expectancy on the paint. When we have to do it, we're right there at 20 years. At 2025, do we have to do it that year, or can we stretch it out? What I am thinking and hoping that we can do is separate that significantly from the hydraulic repairs, so we can stretch this out and have it be the most economical on any given year.
It might be such that we would budget for that amount for that year, but once you dewater it and inspect it and look at it, you might not have to do anything. But at least it would be in the budget in front of the board. But we're not sure we'd spend that all in 1 year. You had a question?
Well, I was just wondering, in looking at that budget, did we transfer in $75,000 this year?
It was transferred in.
Yes.
I don't remember us doing that.
Up there, Bill.
Well, it's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's
We
in
did it
there,
with-
Yeah.
but I,
I believe that there were 2 allocations that you approved. The last one was in the last meeting, so there was a total for the project of $57,000 that was budgeted in 19. And then that money was not spent in 19. It'll now be spent partial 19, partial 20, because the project did start in December. So we have to cost allocate any expenses that happened in 19 back, put that construction in progress basically on hold until the confirmation date that everything is in process and is done, just like the HVAC like was talked about today.
okay, so it was really 57,000?
That's what I had built in for, there was a portion of it that was capital outlay, and then you had a different portion that was engineering for the
Right.
whole scope.
Right, that was like 28,000 or something.
Right, right. And then
Okay, I mean, you're just using rough numbers, I guess, here.
Well, I
But
got
that's-
it from those computer sheets. that
Okay,
you
but
gave.
it ends up, I know, I see in the thing that you have about
But you're
51,000.
right, they had to do it last summer, Will, because Pat Nasher and that engineer said, hey, you got this to do,
Right.
you got that to do, you better
Right,
put.
and it was two different things, but it wasn't 75,000, it was
Well,
less than that.
Well,
But that's okay. Commissioner Redenbach.
I haven't seen the dam since the seawall has been put in.
well,
I'll take it.
Well, and I just wanted Jerry's opinion. I mean, if the water's going to continue to go up, is it big enough? And are we going to have to look at that again? And I also had a question about the replacement of the force pin.
they didn't get, they
I don't
didn't
know
get
how
it.
often that would need to be replaced, or, you know, if you can anticipate.
The
why
water,
force
the
pin
dam
would-
is a little bit over 2 feet of concrete, which is still below the water. It will come up another foot this year, more than likely. But we've got plenty of cushion above that though for this wall.
So it's 2 feet now.
We have, interject, that wall itself, pictures are you looking at,
Uh-huh.
that was built where you stepped off the deck? That's the form right there, okay,
Yeah.
what you're looking at. But it's 21.25 inches high. Okay, so when you come off the deck, the cove deck, as we all did last year, you step up a little bit. There's about 21.25 inches high that the wall is, which is 2.4 feet above the floodplain.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the deck floods out, we still have, it comes that high, we still have a few inches before it would get over the top of this wall. It's 11 feet, 9.5 inches wide, and it's 12 inches thick. And I showed Patricia this, but what they did when they poured the cement, it's a rubber water seal that sits in the bottom, and they, from side to side, and then they pour the cement on top, and this will expand, because when you pour cement on cement, you know, you figure it's gonna leak, but this is what they put, as you saw,
To truly make
as
it
a seal.
waterproof.
So it, they did a great job. That's all I can say. It's dry. The only, some moisture we get from the deck above a little bit, which, you know, when it rains, but other than that, right now we're good.
And then, what about the force pin? Why did it fail, or is it
What's
likely
that?
to-
There's an electronic
The force pin
sensor
was-
inside the pin at the end of the hydraulic cylinder,
Uh-huh.
and it measures the pressure that is being put against it at any given time. And so there's one in each cylinder, and that is fed back to the computer, and you can punch a screen up and see what the pressures are for each cylinder. And if they're relatively the same, you're confident that they're both functioning properly. It's just a quick and simple check to make sure that things are going properly, and it's handy for Jerry to look at. One of those sensors has failed, so we don't get that feedback. It's not that the pin has failed, but the sensor has failed. So we're looking at the possibility of going ahead and replacing that. It's not a critical thing, but it's something that we have on our agenda to do.
Okay, so it's not something that's going
the
to
pin
happen every
works.
year or
The
anything like
cylinder's not gonna
that?
fail.
It's not wore out, the dam
It's
can work.
actually
It's
the
a
sense-
small electronic thing that they have to put inside this thing.
Okay. That's my questions, thank you.
There's one thing that is not on here
Yeah.
that we've looked at, and at any given time when it's really, really wet out, we'll get a little drip in the room from the roof. We've had the roof fixed once. We looked at a possibility, Jerry got a company, Story Roofing, to look at a possible fix. We sent it out to bids, and the bid came in like through the moon. It was extraordinarily high bid. There was only one bid in, so we didn't take it. And so what are we gonna do with the roof? When Rusty was there from Fisher, we looked at the roof, and he talked a little bit about it, and we talked a little bit about it. And it's my feeling that at a certain point, we'll have Rusty come and walk us through a potential fix. He's seen a lot of these things, and his gut level wasn't anywhere near what that bid was when that came in. So That's kind of something that's out there, that's not on this sheet. We originally thought it was gonna be around $5,000, and the bid came in at 80 or some crazy
No.
thing, 80,000?
No, it was 11.
Just give some
11,000.
duct tape.
Yeah, well, they had to reshape the roof with material, and then they put a...
Oh, I'm off base, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Anyway, we've got some roof work that we might.
How many square feet on the roof? Do we have an idea? What's the dimensions of the building?
I'd say it's about 10 by 20.
A 10 by 20. And
200.
is it a flat roof?
It's offset, it's flat, and then it drops down.
Basically,
different
it's a flat roof.
Flat and flat.
Yes.
Two flat roofs.
Yeah, if you got somebody that
It's all
wants to
cement.
come and look at it for us, let us know.
Commissioner Ansari.
I want to talk about the financing.
Okay.
What type of dam is this, as far as the state is concerned?
As far as, it's called a
High
Crest Gate Dam.
No.
Cascade, but high
State
risk.
classifies different types of dams as far as their function. Do you know?
It's a high-risk dam,
No, yeah, it is a high risk. But
and
that,
it's a Crescate
it's
hydraulic dam.
classified as a recreational dam. It's not a hydro dam, it's not a commercial, keep the mining fluids from running in someplace, it's classified as a recreational dam.
I'm not sure.
Okay. How do other people pay for their recreational dams?
Well, there's dams around, as you know, this and that and this, whatever. This one is mandated by court.
Okay.
So whether how it's paid or whatever, it's mandated by court.
You understand how that came about?
Oh, yeah.
The county asked to have that lake level set, and the county stepped forward to be the fiduciary to do that. It wasn't mandated on the county stepped forward and asked for that to be done. Because we didn't want that dam to go away, we wanted to preserve that depth of water out there. It's a water control dam, it's not, level control dam, it's not a hydro dam, it's a recreational dam. The county stepped forward to be the fiduciary there. They're the ones that petitioned the court to set the lake level. They're the one that stepped forward and said, we will own it and be that fiduciary. It wasn't forced on the county. The county stepped forward to do that as a benefit to those people that live on the lake or use the lake. So, this argument that, the court ordered thing and you're the owner and you gotta take care of it. Yeah, the county stepped forward to do that for the benefit of those people. The county wasn't forced to do that. The county stepped forward to do that. So it's not like, yes, the county asked for a lake level to be set and the court took all the engineering and stuff into account and said, yep, here's what the two levels are gonna be. What I'm trying to get at here is when you look at other county-owned dams, how are they paid for? Do you know?
I said they're all different.
Recreational dams.
But before that, Mr. Ansorgi, before that court order and before that, they took it over from Hollinger because he was gonna rip it out.
Exactly.
And that's when the county bought it, but they didn't get into funding it until later on. But they took over ownership and everything that went with it.
The man that would know the history is sitting in the back of the room.
Yeah.
Wayne Wunderlich.
What my point here is, there is a process out there for funding these types of recreational water level control dams. And that is the special assessment process. The same act that allows the court to set the water level, that same act provides for special assessments to pay for those activities. There are many dams out there, different sizes. I can't find another single county-owned recreational dam that is not paid for by special assessment. We're the only ones. Now, there are some smaller municipal-owned dams. There are some smaller privately owned dams, and obviously electrical generating plants, they pay for their everything out of the rates that they sell the electricity for. We're the only ones where the county is paying for the dams. Now, there are 4 dams down on Tittabawassee that are currently electrical dams that the hydroelectric owner doesn't want to continue to, doesn't want to pay for the upgrades in order to continue to generate electricity. So the county has stepped forward, just like the county did here. The county says, well, if they don't renew their licenses through the federal government to generate electricity, then they have to take the dams out. And of course, there's all these homeowners and everybody else saying, we don't want the dam pulled out. Just like happened here, way back when. And they are looking at saying, okay, county's going to take over this ownership of these dams. And let me read this to you. It's real interesting. I think it is very important. This is from Midland County. The 4 dams are on the Tittabawassee River. I think it is very important for the county to say, we recognize that we have to change the business model here. It benefits the county to make sure those property values stay there. However, to maintain lake levels, an investment of between $4 and $15 million would be required for these 4 dams, which would require an assessment for the lakefront property owners. The special assessment process is the way you're supposed to be paying for these dams. That's the way everybody else does it. Why are we doing it differently? Please.
We did it.
I know, we did it. Why?
We actually have done it twice.
Yep. I understand that.
They were $1 million projects.
I understand that.
So we did it for the $1 million projects. And the question before you is, in this budget scenario, is it something you want to do for this amount of money? Or do we wait for the big one like we have twice? I would suggest let's wait for the big one to do the SAD and do this within our budget.
Well, here's where I'm coming from. Who's supposed to be paying for this? Should the county pay for it? Here's what's really, really interesting. The special assessment process allows, when you're doing this, you're divvying up who's going to pay what. There's been a lot of comments about, hey, we're not the only users out here of this. There's public access here. We can come out and, people come in here. They come to the boat ramp, launch their boats. Everybody gets to use that. But guess what? The special assessment process allows you to take that into account. Let me read something else to you here. This was from the Oakland County Pontiac Lake Dam special assessment that they did. Since the lake had public access, the Michigan DNR was part of the special assessment district and was assessed 35% of the total cost of repairs. You are allowed, when you're setting up the assessment, to include the recognition that there is public access on this lake, and it's not just the property owners that get assessed. The state gets assessed too. And you got to have some reasoning in there. This is how we calculate it or something. But the idea here that the lakefront property owners shouldn't have to pay anything, that is not the way it's supposed to be set up. It's supposed to use the special assessment process, and the special assessment process does have the capability of assessing the state, not the county. The state pays for that public access. So why are we, the county, being asked to pay for this out of the general fund? Why should the taxpayers out here be subsidizing the cost of living on that lake? The lake dam is a recreational dam for water level control. The primary benefit is to those property owners. And that's the way the special assessment process is set up to do that. So, from my perspective, The county should have never been paying for any of this from their general fund. It should have been special assessment. Now, I understand that, things have happened in the past, we can't go back, but moving forward, I think we should be following the process that's set up under the state statute, and that's what everybody else does. Why are we doing something different?
Well, you can set this up, and when we took a peek at it, it was like, you better look out 10 years, and we came up with a big...
Absolutely.
And we did, and that added about $90,000 to it because of contingency and administrative stuff. If you took all that out, then you were left with about $35,000 a year to maintain this dam over the next 10 years. And that $35,000, it would just be tough to say any other way that, hey, we're maintaining it and we can do it for this amount. And you can't go just get $5 from everybody every year. So that's why we moved it to a 10-year thing.
Exactly.
And I could see
It
your
is-
point.
It is, yeah, it is what it is, and.
Yeah.
Point
And we're just saying the
well
amount
taken.
is so small and we can manage it within this present, until something major comes along, we're asking this board not to just do anything. Let's
Yeah,
just-
that was.
The summary is, let's just not do anything, and if you wanna do something next year, you can, we've got estimates, and if you wanna create a big special assessment, then you can, and you can go about doing it.
Yep.
Go through the public hearings, go through equalization, and I think there was close to 90 grand in stuff to go through that, which was just about 1/4 of the total thing. It's not $1 million project, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. From my perspective, why are we doing, why aren't we following the process? I'll be glad to hear some other comments.
Okay, Commissioner Lautner.
We passed a motion on the special assessment district to start the process.
You passed a motion to authorize equalization to set up a district. We did that.
So-
Rob Herman came, I think, at the December meeting, gave you an update on how many parcels would be in the district. The boundaries have not changed. So he went through it and reclassified certain properties. So that
Okay.
part has been done.
So what happens after that?
What's up to you to decide?
No, I'm saying financially. We've already set the district up.
No, you set up he
Well,
updated the district.
We know what the district is.
You have the district, you have an updated district now.
Each parcel has to be looked at.
He went through and looked at every parcel in the
Well,
district.
But we've done,
He's
That
got,
part's done.
yeah, though, structurally, you can see them, but I think, isn't it that the assessors, each assessor for each township has to look at each of those properties?
Right.
And John, you might have a better feel.
And what they did, Melinda, is they ran the numbers and how many people and how many parcels there was, so it'd be ready. As of this date, there was that many. Then, if you guys pull a switch and want to go to a special assessment, then you're gonna have to pay each township to go look at each property. The last time we did it was $5 a piece. It would have to be a little bit more this time. Then you gotta get all that, and then you gotta have public hearings, and then the people come and say, yes, I want 100 feet, or I want 105. The state has their section, Conservancy has theirs, the churches, everybody does it. And it took, last time I was on it took about a half a year to go through it all. By the time you got all the estimates and came through and went to the public hearing, at that time, we were still building the dam, and then everybody got assessed. And so that part is a big rigmarole, and to do it properly, you should put it out 10 years if you wanna.
Absolutely.
If you wanna put out a big can of money and operate off of it.
All
But
right,
if not,
because-
the amount was so low, so we just thought,
from what because, doggone, it keeps going away from me. I agree with Tony that we ought to be doing, at least in part, a special assessment district. We have kicked in 50% generously the last couple times we've worked on the dam. So I think that's fair when you start considering, yes, property owners do pay more because they live on the lake, but we also have a lot of property, riparian owners that live on Lake Michigan and Glen Lake and Davis Lake and every other lake in the county. So they're also paying a lot more money to the county. And then there's a whole lot of people that don't live anywhere near lake that pay the other 50% of those, you know, are imparting the other 50% of the taxes. So I guess my questions are, yeah, once we set up a district, how long can we keep that district in play?
Forever. It's
Well,
set
the
up.
district is placed, but I believe you have to, was it 10 years max? I think there was a timeline
So-
Mr. Stoker told us.
I don't recall that. The courts,
I believe there is, you can't go out indefinitely, because
So
you
we
have to
could
have a
have a-
budget to justify the assessment.
So we could have a one-time
you're
district
right.
set up.
There's a difference between assessment
Commissioner
district.
Lautner has the floor.
Thank you.
So you guys are
And we could
interrupting.
set up a one-time district again, but go out as long as we can and include everything within that to make it worthwhile. Because I'm already hearing nickel dime things that we may have to do there that aren't even in here. And just do it right. Just to do it right. We also don't know, you know, we really in 2030 is or 2029 is annual maintenance only going to be 8,000. You know, what are dives going to cost? What if, you know, somebody requires that we do a second dive a year or for whatever reason? If it's set up, we know what we've got, and then we're prepared to go on. But as long as, and we would want to find that out, how far out we can go and make it worth the while. But I'm not opposed to paying the 50% like we had kind of reached an idea of here at one point, as we did before historically. We have that precedence of the county paying 50% and riparians on light paying the other 50. It seems fair. Or, and I'm glad you brought up the other, I think one of the dams on the Tittabawassee, they do it simpler than the looking at each lot, having the assessors look at it. They did it a fee per, I believe it was household, but it may have been parcel.
Parcel.
On the lake, rather than say, well, this one's valued here, they just had everyone pay.
Residential equivalent unit. That's what
So
they did.
it seems to me that that's a possibility. That would be a much safer or easier thing for us to do, and maybe a fairer way to do it.
Commissioner Sudas.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion, and then I'd like to speak to it. I move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to operate, maintain, and repair as necessary the Leland Dam, utilizing the present budget and methods without a special assessment at this time.
Support.
When we started down this path, and there was discussion of assessment, I objected then because we didn't even have detailed costs. And it didn't make sense to me to involve equalization staff time before we even knew what we were looking at. I was kind of assured that this was not the step in initiating the equalization assessment, or excuse me, the assessment again, but that rather it would bring us costs. Okay, so I've attended all of the dam authority meetings on this, and it's been interesting comment and some really good suggestions. Everybody talks about the benefits to the people who live on the lake. Yeah, there are benefits. No question about it. It's nice to go out your door and be able to access the water. There's also a lot of disadvantages. Right now, because of high water, there are a lot of costs with erosion. Now, our folks are doing the very best they can to keep that lake where it should be. However, when we get a lot of things as we're doing now with the climate behaving as it is, there's a lot of erosion going on. There's also complaints that since the lake has been heavily used, that there's a lot of boats that are over 24 feet, large boats that travel up and down that waterway and are generating large wakes, which again add to the erosion. So there are costs to people living on the lake that they probably didn't know. Now, it is their choice to remain there. I agree with that. They also have done a lot, as we heard today, to try to benefit everyone who uses in terms of looking at swimmer's itch. For everybody who goes in to use it, they've been trying to deal with that. The Lake Association is paid for, I always get this name wrong, but I think it's called Eurasian foilweed. And the paid for the costs of gauges to help Jerry know where the lake water levels were. And they have done that without being asked in all those cases, just to be a part of community and to add back. I think whether it's a recreational dam or not, the amount that we have, I've always felt that we should have a line item budget for this very thing, for the maintenance. Yes, their property values are higher because they're on the water. So are the property values of people who back against parks and conservancy land. I talked with a realtor about that. And, you know, we don't assess anybody for improvements to parks. We don't assess anybody for other kinds of benefits that we have in this county. So I think, you know, one thing we might consider is if we look at an assessment downstream, why don't we look at using this as a hydraulic generation for electricity at some point if we're going into a major overhaul. That was one thing that was suggested by a young engineer that was at one of the meetings that the Dam Authority held. But in the meantime, I think if we're looking at fairness, we're looking at the fact that when it was big costs, the riparians put forth the bucks when we needed them to do that. But as Steve said, this is kind of like cracking a peanut with a sledgehammer. We can accommodate this into our general fund, and I think in fairness and in recognition of the fact that this whole community benefits from it, not just tourism, businesses, as well as people who live on the water. So I think in fairness, we should handle this as a normal budgetary item and move forward, and not do an assessment.
Commissioner Rushton.
I have a couple questions. The last time the assessment was placed on the riparians, was the state involved? Did we ask the state to participate in that for funding?
Not for funding, no.
The
Yes,
we did.
DNR sites were
Yes.
assessed.
Their land was, but we didn't ask
The
the state.
DNR
to
sites
help
were
us.
assessed.
Pardon me?
The DNR
Sites.
access sites were assessed.
That's the only thing.
And so was the state forest land, I believe.
Yeah, all the land was assessed, but they didn't help on
Every
the,
parcel.
on the funding, no. If you're talking like grants or something. like
Okay,
that.
thank you. One other comment I would like to make. When these dollars come out of the general fund, all the taxpayers in this county pay for that dam. Now let's look at the other 33 lakes or 32 lakes that we have out there. County citizens do not pay for the needs around those lakes. Those riparians or that community pays for those things that need to be done. So they're being taxed at a higher rate, property tax wise, because they live on a lake. They have the same expenses coming out of their pocket to maintain their lake. Now we're asking those people to spend more of their dollars and take care of a different lake. So I could see having an issue with that. Why they're going to be writing their letters and saying, why do we have to pay through our general fund to allow those people on that lake to go unassessed while we're being assessed over here on our lake for whatever they do, I don't know. But do you see what I'm saying?
I could answer that. This is the only lake that has a dam on it that the county owns.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is when you look at the cost of living on the lake, there's costs to live on the lake. When you buy a piece of property on the lake, it's not like buying a piece of property on flat ground, per se. There's a difference. So.
Commissioner West.
Yes, I initially favored on an assessment district, but that's when the numbers we were projecting were much larger. And as I look at this 5-year projection, I don't see any reason to do a special assessment district. I think it's a cost of doing business, and it's a really small cost. So I support the motion.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to say that I disagree with the double tax. I've heard that several times. I've gotten emails on it. The one tax they pay is to run the county government. Everybody pays that. It doesn't go to the lake, it doesn't have anything to do with it. And then the special assessment district, that's for the lake. So they're not being double taxed for as far as it goes. I mean, one is to run the government, one is to fix up the lake. But even with that, when we start talking $20,000 or $40,000 a year to fix up the dam, I don't believe it's worthwhile to spend the money on a special assessment district to add another tax to our community that when we know that it will fit within our budget. The county has the money. We can spend $100,000 on one park. This board is willing to do that. They don't want to spend on the entire lake $40,000 a year. And to me, that we don't need to add another tax. We have enough tax dollars here to cover what the costs are, and they're not so significant that we need to set up another or a special assessment district. So I'm very willing to support this because I do not want to add another tax. Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, thank you. But in a sense, you are going to add then another tax to everyone who does not live on the lake by asking them to pay the entire amount. And I don't look at $280,000 as peanuts. That's $280,000 in the next 10 years, at least. We don't know. We set up this district. It's in place. I'm willing to go the 50%, pay the 50%, and have the riparians pay the rest. As it was said, you got another dam over on, I believe it's Glen Lake. They all pay their own way around that lake. You've got people who live all along Lake Michigan and Glen Lake and all those other lakes that they're not using Lake Leelanau. So you do have the benefit of living on the lake. Why upper farmlands or lower farmlands or Cherry Ridges should have to pay the whole shot for the dam? That doesn't make any sense to me. I just think that's unfair. I think we should move on forward because, as I said before, $280,000 at least in the next 10 years is not a peanut.
Commissioner Answer.
If you believe that the county taxpayers should be paying for this dam, would you be willing to put a millage out there to ask the people if they're willing to pay for that dam?
Nope.
How many people really think that that would pass? I don't think it would pass in a single township. Even those with a lot of people on the lake, the rest of the people in townships are going to say, why the hell am I paying for this lake? But yet, that's what you're saying you want to do. I do not agree that we should be using general fund money to support paying for something that's supposed to be covered by a special assessment. That's the way it's supposed to be done. And if you don't, if you really truly believe that all the taxpayers in Leelanau County should be paying for that dam, I'll support putting that on a millage and watch it go down in flames in every single township, I would predict. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. So why would you support spending general fund money to do the same thing? It baffles me. It baffles me.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Sudoslaw.
You raise good points, Commissioner Ansorgi. We have a different viewpoint of looking at this. When I started down this path, I spent some time looking at not so much how the dam was classified, which I didn't know it was classified as a recreational. I don't know where you found that, but that's interesting. State? Okay. You're a good researcher. What I did look at was assessment districts. What was the purpose? And when were they utilized? Now, I happen to be in an assessment district right now for Schaumburg Road. And the purpose of that is to ameliorate a problem. The people that live on M22 south of me are being flooded out, apparently have for a number of years. Those of us who are a little higher on our property, we contribute to that. So it makes sense to me that I would be in this assessment district because I'm part of the problem. So I should be part of the solution. The people who live on the lake did not create the problem. They are not the problem in this particular situation, and yet we're saying they should be the solution to the problems we're having with the dam that the county owns. One of the definitions I ran across is an assessment district is created to finance improvements when no other source of money is available. I think, as Commissioner Wessel said, per year, this isn't a huge amount of money. It benefits the entire county in terms of having access. I don't know what the costs are that other landowners on other lakes pay. That would be interesting to know, but I don't know what they're assessed. I know the Lake Association has its own assessment for managing different issues on the lake, and they do that. So if it's similar to that, then I would imagine they're both doing the same thing already. We're talking about repairing a dam that's on that lake that belongs to the county. So to me, it makes perfect sense to include this as an item within our normal budgetary process and take the money out over the next 10 years as opposed to creating an assessment. And John is correct with the cost, I believe, was closer to $100,000. If you do the assessment, because you also have to have all the local communities agree and have their part in the judgment on those districts, and you've got court costs, and you've got this and that, which actually, for 2 years, we could have paid the costs that we're going to pay, or we're going to ask people to pay, if we initiate the districts. So for that reason, we agree to have different viewpoints on this one.
So, all right, I'm ready. Are you ready for a vote? Yeah. Okay. We have a motion here that has been, you want us to read it again?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we're clear.
It's recommended to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to operate, maintain, and repair as necessary, the Leland Dam utilizing present budget methods without special assessment at this time. Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-3. Thank you for your time. So, yes, thank you. Commissioner Law, would you like to move to the tower one? Because I know you said you had to leave it.
You know what, I'm going to make a quick phone call and tell I'm going to...
Voted no? Okay. All right, should we just move it to the regular order then? Okay.
I want to see you were here for the time.
Yeah. I mean, I could move it forward.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right.
Why are we,
Should we
move on?
Ready?
2590.
We are still in session here.
Square foot.
We're still in session.
All right, on the maintenance, grass cutting, Jerry has about a 45-minute PowerPoint presentation, but I have to wait to do it because Jerry's so high-tech, so he really wants to do that. But in simple terms, as you remember during our budget process in 2015, we looked at the time to cut the grass and made a decision it was better use of other resources, and we went out for quotes at that time. We got quite a few quotes, but only 2 legitimate ones. A lot of people with a lawnmower with no insurance asked to participate, but obviously they did not meet the criteria. There's only 2 significant bids that came in. We interviewed them. We selected Spinnaken for a 1-year trial. As a board, you want to do it just for 1 year to see how it went. I think we all agreed it was very successful. They have done a good job. They came back later with a 3-year proposal that we agreed, and that expired. So this time we are recommending that we continue with Spinnaken's. I think they've done an excellent job here. We've had no issues with them whatsoever in 3 years. Their costs have been actually below what they budgeted, because it's based on per cutting, so it just depends on how the grass grows. But I think both Jerry and I feel very comfortable with Spinnaken's. They've done a great job. A couple times we called them with last minute, it's special events. They came and did it. So we've been very happy with their service, and they're a local company here.
Commissioner Rush.
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we waive our board policy on bid requirements and approve renewing a contract between Leelanau County and Spinnaken Lawn Care at an approximate cost of $465 per visit. Funds to come from account ending in 801.003, pending, of course, council review and approval of a contract.
Support. All those in favor?
Aye.
And all those opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Commissioner Lautner has had to make a phone call.
Temporarily
Yes.
absent.
Jerry, we'll have your PowerPoint later.
No, thank you.
Then
Take the
that
pressure
bring-
off. Thank you very much.
Just send it to us, Jerry.
Yeah.
Just send it to us.
All right, so then we're at Park and Rec Commission to set public hearing date for the 2020 MNRTF grant application.
Who's got the
I
detail
believe
on
they're
it?
out there talking. That wasn't Steve Christensen on that.
Oh, he's leaving. He's all standing right
Yeah,
there.
they don't want it, so we don't need to pass it.
Okay, there we go.
We can move on. I'm okay with that.
Shall we move on to number 14?
He's right here.
Oh,
Well, there's some public hearing date.
Oh, I thought Dave was gonna be here.
No one's here.
Well, here I am. Do you have something in your packet?
I
We do
don't.
not.
No, we have, Laurel, do you have any Scott point?
I got a picture of all the
when-
lawns that need to be cut.
Chet, I just talked to Dave this morning, and he informed me that you recommended that he come next week, and that would be a late
That's a separate
addition.
issue. That's for this is to set a public hearing for the grant. His request for next is a completely different topic.
So can we just
Can we move this
forward?
forward to next week?
Thank you.
Could we have?
I would move this
Good
forward.
job,
to-
Steve.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, let's move forward.
Thank you, Steve, for your help there.
Hopefully somebody will know what's going on by then.
Well, by law, they need to have a public hearing before the grant application is submitted.
You should let them know when you put stuff on the agenda.
Was
It was
this,
their request.
was this going to, it wasn't gonna happen next week, was it?
No, we were thinking,
I think you might
I'm
have to have
guessing
it
the
in March.
recommendation was to have it in March. I believe help me out, Steve, the deadline for the grant is March 31st?
Yeah, I know
Hopefully
there's a
somebody will
sequence.
know.
I know there's a sequence. I
All right.
wasn't prepared for this. but-
Postage meter lease, isn't that where we are? No,
No.
we're information technology, I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr.
Commissioner Rush.
Commandant.
I would make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners to waive the bid requirements and recommend the purchase of 30 new Dell workstations at a cost not to exceed $49,269.50. Funds to come from the data processing fund at number 636.
Commissioner.
Do you have any idea why we're not bidding this out?
It's a government,
Oh, it's through the government thing?
yeah,
Okay.
he's
Thank
got
you.
the best rate.
Thank you.
Which actually fulfills our bid requirement.
I understand that now.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. So then that brings us to the treasurer administration postage meter lease
Laurel can
recommendation.
give an update. She's
Oh,
done the
this is our
research.
treasurer, acting
Yes.
treasurer?
Well, I worked with Mr. Gallagher on developing a request for quote process. He had a conflict and he could not be here today. So because we worked on it together, he asked me to sit in for him. You have in the packet some information on what we did, a little bit of history. For whatever reason, Pitney Bowes is the top of the line. You pay a lot of money and you do not get bundled with it any kind of service contract. So for example, our postage meter went down and it was the worst case scenario where it went down and then because they've reallocated their staffing, we couldn't get someone the same day, we couldn't get anyone in 3 days. So we were down without any kind of postage, and for some departments, depending on the time of year, that can be quite a burden. So we ended up having to have the clerk's office take her credit card to pay for all the postage on those days that we could not use the postage meter. Now, John had someone in the industry who has a comparable product, and that's actually what we are recommending. And when you look at the quote, it's a lease And it's half the amount of what Pitney Bowes is, and they will add maintenance in that. Pitney wouldn't even respond to me on maintenance. And I don't understand the whole thought process that you would lease something and not have maintenance with it. I thought that's the whole point of having a lease. Because of federal franking laws, you cannot actually purchase a meter. You have to lease that by law. So we could purchase the machine and lease the meter from this company, but you're increasing it by $1,000, but it makes sense if you do go with a recommendation with this other firm to at least lease this for the first 60-month period, and if it seems like a good machine, then perhaps down the road, think about buying it.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes, thank you. Have you checked with any other counties or businesses that use this?
I can get back with you on that. He did say that he represents about 50 government agencies in the state. And I said, worst case scenario, let's say at 10 o'clock our meter goes down. What are you gonna do for us? And he responded, if I don't get to you that same day, it will be first thing the next day. And that's kind of what we want to hear. In fact, we had a problem where the Pitney people could not get to us, and we called this guy, and he came in and he serviced the equipment, even though it was Pitney Bowes equipment, because he works on that stuff all the time.
Commissioner Walker.
Okay, well, I'm going to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the purchase of automated business equipment of a post-based Vision A7 with automatic feeder, including an annual maintenance agreement and meter rental as presented, and funds to come from 635.
653.
653, thank you.
Or, yeah, I heard that the clerk's tongue was dry and really worn out after those 3 days.
And she broke a fingernail, feeling the blood.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
You know, we're going to have a generation now that's not going to have any idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're right.
It sounded
Yeah.
complicated.
Okay.
I don't know, they can stick.
Then that brings us to board appointments to vacancies.
I think it's kind of self-explanatory. I did some draft motions at the beginning of the packet, but you've got the recommendation from, if there was one, from the particular board.
So. We didn't make a recommendation.
Well, some did.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
if I read it right, so I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to appoint Richard Ishburning,
Is for dating.
okay, to the Land Bank Fast Track Authority for partial term expiring December 31, 2020.
Board.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
If I can ask, is it Randy Harmson who's being replaced?
I think he's.
Randy
he
unfortunately passed away.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Goodness.
Last
I hear
month.
that.
condolences.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was at the
Oh.
previous meeting and was actually very optimistic. He was battling cancer, and he passed away, and his service will be in April.
How old was he?
72, I'm
Okay.
guessing here.
Young man.
Yes.
Yeah,
In his
very
early-
young,
in
right,
his-
Ty?
Yes.
Very young.
In his early 70s,
Okay, I didn't know.
yes.
All right.
Right, so,
And next, we have another motion.
so for the brownfield was,
If I'm not mistaken, I think Randy was the person on both boards.
Yes, he
Was he not?
so can this person will be for both boards?
No,
Or
this
one
is for
moves the other?
brownfield.
choice.
One moves the other?
It's your choice on who you want to.
Yeah, because Dan Heinz already is on Land Bank.
Oh, okay.
So that's why the board did not make a recommendation. Help me out, Patricia, correct? We recommend both, either one will be fine candidates.
Yeah, but then at the time, Tootie had reported that the third individual who was listed for Brownfield, which was
Aptoxiadis.
Aptoxiadis, had not responded, but he
He
did.
did, and I think that email's in your packet.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
When I saw that, I was surprised, and I know he comes with a lot of experience in brownfield and land banks. So but I couldn't remember, was he applying for just land bank or brownfield?
Yes, he was just one. He didn't indicate both.
Brownfield?
And I don't know if that's
He
just
indicated
because-
brownfield. It's on
Right.
page
He did not
136 of the
indicate
packet.
land
you.
bank.
Okay, so he did indicate brownfield.
Yes.
So
Go ahead.
then I would like to move to recommend that we appoint, I think it's T.F. Tuxiadis to the Brownfield Board.
So you got to go back up.
That's
For that,
132, yeah.
for the
open position.
partial term expiring December 31, 2020.
Right.
Do we have a second?
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
As
Thank
to
you.
the veterans appointment, I reached out to the only ones left that had indicated an interest, and I only received a response from Mr. McCulloch, and he said he would be happy to serve on the county's behalf.
Okay. He is a paratrooper.
Right, I think he was a ranger as well.
Yes, this is for a partial term.
Yes, it's to fill out, is it 2020, I think?
Yes, so I would recommend we appoint David McCulloch to the Veterans Affairs Administration Committee for a partial term expiring December 31, 2020. Second. Hopefully.
Go ahead, you can speak first.
Well, we hear, of veterans. I heard one today. I don't know if he'd be interested in serving in the future. I just met him today, former Marine. And I know the gentleman lives over towards Empire. I just met, who may be interested in serving. So my point is, can we bring you then? We got to get 2 more candidates that we can.
Oh, yeah, when we start the process this summer, we'll make sure.
Okay.
Now, when you're done with your vote, I have one more appointment that'll be coming next month.
Okay.
Commissioner
On this
Sutis.
board?
No, for
On a
planning.
different one. I was just going to ask, Elizabeth Wagner was on this list too, but I didn't see anything that said she was or wasn't.
She's not a veteran. She applied
That's what
last
I
time she
wondered.
came here and actually sat through a meeting. She's worked with veterans in the past
I saw that.
in her
She was a
profession,
nurse.
but she's not a veteran.
Okay,
And the
that
mandates
was my
require that you
question.
have to be a veteran.
That was my question. Thank you.
So
Commissioner
that
Redenbach.
raises the question for me.
Commissioner Redenbach is next.
So the only other person that applied was Brad Saxton, and he didn't follow through responding to you? Is
I
that-
reached out to all of the respective candidates, and Mr. McCulloch was the only one who responded.
Commissioner Answer.
Well, that was gonna be my point, is that, he's already serving on one other board, but if he's the only other applicant that responded, I guess that's that.
Commissioner Rushton.
My question is why is she even being presented as a valid candidate when she doesn't qualify?
Well, I'm just pulling the information from the returns.
Right, but I'm just saying, especially for this board, that is a qualification. There should be a question on the application that, for this particular office, that is a qualification, because I think we've gone through this a couple times,
And I think-
where we've had to,
I have that right on the application, must be a veteran.
I knew you would. The question is, do they answer it? And if they don't, then follow-up. I'm asking you to do some follow-up so that when we have names listed under that particular veterans, that we ensure that we're putting a veteran on the board. That's all I'm saying. And I'm sure she's done great works and great service for them, but, it's not one of our rules.
It's not our rule.
No, it's not my turn. I had just wondered if maybe she was a nurse in the military or something. and
No,
had
she
to
was
go
not,
down.
no,
Yeah.
no.
So she really should.
Her husband was a veteran, and she worked in veteran services.
My husband was a veteran too, but,
Which is very good.
I don't
Doesn't
qualify.
He could serve. Get him up here.
I think we voted on that.
No, we
No,
have
it's a
we
motion.
have to vote, but I was just going to make the point, because if this were for a 3-year appointment, I would say let's hold off
until we get a candidate, find a candidate in the next few months. But this is just till the end of the year, and we'll start all new appointments in the fall, so get some candidates in.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
So Trudy let me know that we have someone withdrawing from the planning commission, and it's in the legal real estate category. So I approached a gentleman from the TAR organization, Kim
Pontius.
Yes, and I asked him to put a blast out to all his members just to see, and I'll probably follow up with the legal community too, if there's anyone in this county that would be willing to sit on that.
Okay. And did you say it was legal real estate or just
Yes,
legal?
that's what
Legal real
Trudy
estate.
clarified, it's legal/real estate.
And Laurel, if I may, thank you for all your hard work on this program.
Thank you.
I'm getting tired.
We all are.
I know, it's
Okay.
been a long day.
I think that's it. Then we can now move to administration. We have a job description.
By the way, the clock is slow now, it's not fast anymore. Just to let you know.
You won't, we'll be done before 3 o'clock, I'll
Yeah.
guarantee it.
All right, on GIS, this is a simple one, just a few minor modifications. As y'all know, this has no legal status, nor part of a labor contract, it's just an upgrade on the job descriptions. We're just a guide. So it's not changed the pay scale or labor issue.
Commissioner West.
I recommend to approve the revised job description for the GIS technician as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Then we have building and grounds.
Do you want one of you?
Yeah. Well, we met once, you know, we had a partial landscaping thing of the whole campus. We found out that there are full landscapes with all the trees named, that I think MSU had them, and we have now finally got that yesterday. So we're gonna have a meeting now, you know, after next week's meeting, and go look at all of this and try to figure out something from there. But that's about as far as we've gotten on it. But we also did have a second request to do a pinwheel display on the campus grounds. And that was brought to the Building and Grounds Committee as well. So we have to have a
Probably-
discussion.
What is that? I don't.
You buy them at the store for little kids.
We asked for more detail, so
Yeah.
I haven't received that.
But they heard that we're now doing
No.
things on the grounds. and
Pinwheel
so
garden.
There are
Yes.
other things being asked now.
Yeah.
But probably the key thing is our legal counsel has recommended we not have a policy. And that we do it case by case and do basically what we are going to propose. I just haven't had a chance to do a recommendation yet, but we set up a procedure. When you have a policy, you are locked to that policy. And if you allow one group or organization, you better let everybody else do it.
Including the pinwheels.
Yeah, his recommendation is you have a procedure established that any request has to be in writing, has to have the specifics. It gets actually referred to the Buildings and Grounds Committee, and then the full Board of Commissioners make a decision case by case by case.
So I think what you're saying is, as opposed to a policy, we're gonna
Have a
lay the
procedure.
groundwork for a process or a procedure, and
If things go on, I may have a draft by next week's
Okay.
meeting. But his point is, the minute you set a policy, at some point, someone's gonna find an issue, and if you let's just say the League of Women, not that you shouldn't, but if you do the League of Women voters do a tree in a specific spot, you better let every other group do that. It comes down to like the
How are we
controversy.
going to tell every other group no then?
You have the right, as long as you do it case by case.
Sure,
Yes.
yeah. No, this is my problem with not having a policy, because we make our policy and make it one that works for us, that makes sense to me.
Well, how do you make it work though?
Because you have control over,
we have more control by
Place.
doing it this way.
oh, I say less, because now you're going to be saying, you
No,
know,
you-
why you let them, why won't you let our group?
That, as long as you do it through a board process that's perfectly legal, you can make that judgment. It's county property, so you have that right to do that. If you have a policy, you better let everyone who fits that policy do it. That's the question. And there's been lawsuits over counties with
Right.
this issue. It goes back to the issue of whether it could be a nativity scene at the state capitol, they have a policy that you can. So now every group, the atheists can have it, the people that are I don't know the name of the religion, Wiccans, everyone has to have the right to do it. That was his example. Why it's better, if you say you'll define it case by case, it's county property, you don't have to let anyone do it. It's like, because you have the right to accept, reject, or modify any proposals.
Okay, so now we'll go on to senior services. Peachy, did you want to, I'm sorry, Commissioner Rettbach, did you want to make a statement about it or not?
We had a meeting on the Senior Services Committee a week or so ago, and the recommendation at this time, as far as going forward with the millage, is that the millage would stay the same. And I don't have my notes with me on that, but I think we talked about for 4 years. Yeah, so that's what April is thinking is going to work for us.
And that'll be on the March agenda.
And it'll be on the March agenda.
Is that it? You good? Thank you.
So,
Okay, then that brings us to the Verizon Tower.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, yes.
Going
certainly.
back, as my last thing, because this is new to me, but if we have a policy where we do not allow trees on our campus, we don't have to worry about it, correct?
That's true.
Right.
But that means you can't let any,
Right. Because that begs the question, I thought we were going to have this discussion, is do we really want to start plugging this campus full of trees to
but the question with tree is,
landscape
then how do you
around?
handle the pinwheel request and everybody else that
Well, we're not
wants
gonna-
other, that's his point. If you have a procedure in place where it goes through a committee, through the board, case by case,
So if we don't allow anything like that, we don't have to worry about that.
so that include a tower too, then, that's the next topic.
Well, if
That's-
it happens
I
to
mean,
be the
that's
next tower or request,
I mean,
but.
that's the challenge you have. Unfortunately, we don't get a lot of these requests, but I think we all thought we should have a policy. In fact, I called him thinking we could find policies, and he actually said recommend on court cases, he's recommended all counties that they not have policies.
Well, what did he say about the Park and Recs
Put our policies?
policy?
No, well, first of all, the Parks and Recs have not, they were working on it.
Oh.
He's saying that falls under the county government too. You have to make that choice on any county property. For example, the one that you did allow was Connie Binsfield. Remember, she passed away, the family has to put a bench. That came to the county board for final decision, not the Parks and Recs. You don't want to lose that control. It should be for any county-owned property, whether it's a park,
Right.
whatever. It should be
Parking lot.
controlled by the county board of commissioners.
Mr. Wilson.
And I understand why we want to limit it, but I think that the recognition of the women's right to vote deserves a tree, and I hope we can get a decision in time to plant it this spring. It's a big deal.
Commissioner Ansel.
We could have some guidance from the grounds people that, we may have to replace a tree or something like that, and they could, they could have a list there saying, well, yeah, we need to plant a maple tree over here to replace this one that died or the storm killed or whatever, that would fit in exactly.
Yeah. Actually, this is amazing because it has a list not only where the trees are, but what type of trees in every spot. And that's actually we talked about, and we actually have a schedule, another meeting for the Bills and Grounds to talk about that. We also could designate a specific area that if we choose to, we only go that area. You could have that if a tree dies, it has to go to a specific spot. So that's
I would like
meeting.
that a lot better.
Oh, that's
That's
fine.
my 2
If
cents.
I may.
At least it's a start.
Go ahead.
We did have that conversation because we're looking at ways that we could accommodate a request much like the League of Women Voters. So we thought it would be perfectly appropriate for us to develop the information so that if we did have a tree loss, that it could be replaced by, a nonprofit or whoever. And just so you all know, Jerry has been working very closely with us on this. We've asked him a lot of questions about, you know, how our decision will impact his department and the work that they do. So I think that's an important area that we have to consider as well. You know, because when you plant a new tree, it's like I said before, it's like getting a new pet. You have a certain responsibility, and there's more maintenance, there's watering, there's fertilizing, and blah, blah, blah. So.
And what if it dies?
And then if
What
it
if it
dies,
dies?
exactly, who takes it out? So, trust me.
Well, and I did talk with one of the master gardeners who's been out here for 3 years working, volunteering. You know, and she had some suggestions, and she was very concerned about being, you know, a native plant. And I talked to her about some trees that may be dying or have died. And so we'll consider all of those things as we go through it, you know. Because she said it is concerned, anything, if you start planting more trees and different things, you create much more maintenance. And she said they have plenty to do now. She doesn't really want to take on more as a volunteer.
Right.
We don't want to scare them away. That's part of our concern.
I just got this map, matter of fact, these two people have not even had a chance to look at it, so we just scheduled a meeting coming up, so we'll get back to you on that.
I did peek at it.
Yeah, you peeked at it.
Yeah, we peaked.
Okay. So, all right, so that brings us then to the Verizon Tower.
Yeah,
I think.
Matt's here, in your proposal, you have a draft contract, but I guess the big question is whether you want to have a tower here or not. Because in terms of the contract, the language, that can be resolved if you choose to have a tower here. If you choose not to have a tower here, then there's no sense to try to further negotiate. If you read the emails between the gentleman and myself, they're saying this is their final offer, and they want a decision. I took some offense to their comments, how this has been an ongoing, dragged-out process. When I remind them, they came to the board for the first time in December. We took your feedback, we drafted the contract in January, we presented it in February, so I think it's been a pretty speedy, fair process.
If you would
Commissioner
refresh.
Lautner has her hand.
I know, but if you could refresh us a little bit on, you know, just exactly what you're asking
Okay.
for.
If you look at page 167, it has the terms that they are proposing. I think, unless you want to know exactly where the towers will be located, I think all of you know that, right? You're asking about the financial terms. Matt, you want to?
Yeah, basically, if you come up Government Center Drive, instead of turning into the sheriff's office, you start going around the bend, it'll be across the road opposite the,
Okay.
it's gonna be on top of the hill over there.
Commissioner Lautner.
Okay. This company came before us with this idea. I think that they were just going to plop this tower on our campus, and they threw a lowball number at us. I say, as a county, we are responsible for our towers. We have placed our towers. We have done that. This company is responsible for finding a place to put their towers. We don't owe them a tower. They made the pitch that 85% of the 911 calls that come in from cell. Well, that's not to say that 85% of the calls made that will come in on this tower are 911 calls. There's thousands of calls, probably a minute, that they have. So this tower is also going to be bouncing off every text from every little boy and every little girl to each other, etc. We are responsible for those. And as a company, they are responsible even to get those 911 calls into us. So it's not our responsibility. So it's a big decision for us to say, yeah, we're going to plop one more tower onto our campus. And yeah, 15,000 is, it's okay, because why? So I think, you know, I guess that our pitch was 20,000, and then the rest of it. That seemed fair to me. If they sat here and what they said was true, that this is the only spot that's going to work from them, if that were really true, then we had a great proposal to them. So I say, move on then. Go find another spot where you can put a tower for $20,000. And at the same time, because they can go right back down to Bruce Price's and put a road up to the top of his hill and have a tower up there and pay Bruce this 15 if Bruce would settle for 15. So, or whoever else, Jim Hodak, there's a lot of hills around here. So coming up, we can see Herman Road Tower from 204. Is there room for another tower over on our property on Herman?
On Herman?
Was it the Herman Road Tower? Is that off Herman? Our central tower, is
Oh,
that off Herman?
off Pitt Road, off Schaumburg.
Pit Road.
We actually have a small piece of land right there. I don't think we'd be able to put another tower. Definitely not 400 foot like what we have out there, but.
I don't know if they've approached, that you can see that tower, so it's got to be in the area of what might work for them. So, that being said, I'm going to throw it out there. I would just recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we decline the offer to place a tower on our campus.
I would second that.
The number one question I get asked by residents in my district is, why don't we have recycling? Spot in Leelanau Township. The second one is, when are you guys going to be finished working with internet and start working on our cellular problem? It is true right now that so many people have dropped their landlines and they use cell phones. And I can attest the cellular service in parts of Lake Leelanau, in this very building, in Leland, is horrible. And so when you've got people with emergencies or whatever, not having the ability to reach out and contact whoever they might need, that's a problem. This is the people's campus. And if we can put a tower here that would improve that situation, why wouldn't we consider doing that? It's not, there's very little financial difference between 15,000 and 20,000. But the ability to require co-location, which they would have to do, they already have indicated that they have a special agreement price-wise between their competitors. I'm sure AT&T or other servers would quickly want to be on the same tower, which would give us even better coverage. Matt did step forward and solved a real awful problem when we had no coverage from AT&T in Leland, and that was serious. And he was able to solve it in one day, thank goodness, because that could have been very serious. So I think if we have an opportunity to benefit our residents by putting a tower on the back of our governmental campus and get 15,000 for it, or 20, or whatever we finally work out, I am all for that, and I will not be supporting this motion for those reasons.
Well, I mean, I know that there was also a thing, if they put people on the tower, that they took everything out of it, we will not share in that income. So they're going to make a profit here. That was the idea. They threw that out completely. And so I disagree with that completely in this contract. They only want to pay a monthly rent, and then their plan is to make money off of it while they're on this campus and not share it with anybody. You know, so that's one of the reasons I oppose this. I also know that Bruce Price has talked to them, and he already has a tower on there, but they decided not to go. They talked to him first.
Yeah.
You know, there's also other places around here that they can put it, but they haven't really approached them because they felt they could get it the cheapest here. So I think that this is really a private company, and we're going to allow. I mean, if I really thought there was no other place they could put it, I would say okay, because I think you're right. You have a point that we need to serve the people, but there are many different places around here. I mean, even if it's on Rob's or wherever, that they can put it where they could reach those people, and we don't have to put it here. You know, I still say where they're talking about it, we're going to put a pole barn there someday for the new boats, for the new stuff. I mean, just in that area, and it will be an encumbrance on it. Because it's not just the tower, there's a huge area around it, and every time they co-locate, they're gonna want more land. Because they actually have that in the contract, that there's gonna be more land demanded as they go down the road. I mean, and so I just see it as growing, and I've also received emails and phone calls saying, don't do that, because then you're gonna have to let a Burger King. I mean, I know that's not true, but those are some of the comments I've gotten from constituents, so. Commissioner Wessel.
I think service is an issue, so I'd like, before we make a decision, to confirm or not confirm what the gentleman said to us about there being no other place. Because he did tell us that. I suspect it's not true. But if it is true, we ought to know that before we make a decision. And if it's not true, we ought to call him on it.
Well, actually, I think our chair should subpoena Bruce to come before us and see if he's been, made an offer for a tower. But
I want to take that.
I just want to say, for me, the response that we got back from the company is alarming. They distorted the facts about the relationship. We've had this for months, or they've been working on this for months. That's not true. So I guess the behavior that's displayed concerns me when we go into a long-term arrangement. So I have real reservations about it. May be just this one person, but whatever. So I also will not be supporting this today.
Commissioner Sweetson.
Matt, a question for you. How long have you been working with Verizon? Has it been longer than since December?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I thought.
They've been in communication with me for a while. What we were trying to do is make them go, make sure they had all their ducks in a row. Zoning administrators more than anything. But they did reach out to Suns Bay Township and got a verbal okay, as long as the county was good. So that process took some time, but they have not been in communication with the board.
No.
So,
But I thought
they should understand that.
Yeah, I thought I understood that you had been working with them for quite a few months.
About the physical potential.
About the potential.
Not
Right.
about the financial terms.
No.
at all.
No, so I
wanna
can
clarify
understand where they might say, where they may not understand, which was my point. I think Commissioner Wessel has expressed it best. From the little knowledge that I've gained, I realize height is a very important thing on a tower in terms of placement. And I know there have been other sites that have been looked at. I don't know what their requirements are. Matt, you might, and how that compares between Bruce's property and someone else's location. Can you address any of that?
As far as the tower itself is concerned, the only thing about height for the structure is the 200-foot level. That's when they have to start lighting for FCC. But as far as the elevation of the land, that also kind of gives it a little bit more oomph. If there's a 200-foot tower that they build down in a valley, it's not going to be as good as if it's on top of the hill.
Right.
But I wouldn't be able to speak the topography, what places would be great right around here.
Would you be able to find out what they looked at and what their considerations were, or have them come back and address that themselves?
I can ask. I'm not going to say they will be
Okay.
forthcoming.
The challenge of getting actual fact, they told us this was the only site, so I don't know
Fit
how
their
we
needs.
would counter, if that's what they're telling us, I don't know how we would get a third party to tell us otherwise.
Well, no, they said it's the only site that fit their needs. I think it's fair to ask what are their needs, because that's something we've gotten quite familiar with the
well, then-
whole tower and internet communication thing.
Commissioner Redenbach.
Could you repeat the motion again? Is it to not allow them to put a tower on the campus? Yeah, I can't support that.
To decline.
Okay, I can't support that at this time because of these different questions that are going on. I'd like to see some service added to the area. We need to find out if they are actually telling us the truth or what. I don't know.
Well, if the board is interested in having a tower potentially on the property. It wouldn't necessarily have to be Verizon. We can take them out of the deal. There are
Well,
other
I mean,
people that can build a tower.
Yeah, or ask them, if there's any wiggle room on the, in the contract. I mean, they did come back very harshly.
Yeah, and we'll find we'll come to terms on the agreement. I'm not concerned about that whatsoever. If Verizon builds the tower, they're going to build the tower to fit their needs, not necessarily the needs of AT&T and Sprint and other co-locators.
Their
So
business.
that is what we're going to expect.
Yeah, get that.
Mr. Lauder.
I got a couple different points. And Matt, thank you, because you just brought up another great point. But first of all, I know a lot of people have given up landlines, but that is their choice to do.
Mhm.
So landlines serve a great purpose, and that's that you got a direct line, and 911's got a direct line to where that line's coming from. Cell phones are great when we're on the road, great for our visitors, et cetera. I get that, and I have no problem helping serve our public. But the point is this company and where we're at. And I think they've been disrespectful to us. I think that our site is easy for them. So I'm requesting that I can amend the motion in a way that's more favorable to those who don't like it at this time till we get more information. But if we say no at this time, or say no today, certainly don't say yes to them today, it allows us an opportunity to negotiate further, because we don't have to allow this tower. It's their responsibility to place this tower somewhere. And I've got to reconfirm, but I asked about Hodix Hill, and as I understand, they did not approach them like they said they had, and that's a high ridge too. Might not be easy to get to, which brings me back to our road here. This is easy for them. Also, maybe zoning, right? Because county doesn't have to follow zoning, so does that mean we can start allowing private towers all over this campus? So then the point I brought up, it doesn't have to be, if we want to go out to the public sector and start popping cellular towers up, perhaps then maybe AT&T's going to offer us more money for a tower. Or Sprint. Is there another company?
Sprint just bought
Negotiate a little
T-Mobile.
bit. I'm sorry?
I said, well, Sprint and T-Mobile merged, so.
Okay. T-Mobile's messing up my TV, so. Yeah, I certainly, as I said, I'm willing to amend this to say we decline your offer today, or
Let me
go back
suggest
into
this, based on
negotiations.
what I'm hearing. What you could do is decline their offer and give us a week to come back to see if they can be more specific and maybe answer some of these questions and finalize their offer. If you're declining this offer, we can go back, tell them that, and try to come back next Tuesday, if they wish to counteroffer. I mean, they said this was their final offer.
Okay, good, that's fine.
A week won't make a difference. And
Right.
Matt can ask them specifically the questions you had about other locations and so forth.
The other point that I want to
Commissioner
raise.
Ansel, you had
Oh,
something.
I'm sorry. I thought, yeah.
My perspective, we already made the decision that, we would allow a tower on this site. We did not come to agreement with, philosophically, we already made that decision that we would negotiate with this company. We had that discussion.
We did not by vote, though.
We didn't agree to a contract, but we agreed that we would move forward with this. From my standpoint, it's strictly negotiation time right now. That's what we're in. And I don't want to close the door, but I also don't want to accept the offer that they made.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
So if my motion is to decline this offer,
That's not the motion you made.
no.
Yeah.
I'm talking about an amendment. I would have to hear my motion. My motion is to turn, what was my motion? I'm sorry, Allison.
Just rescind your,
Okay, I will pull my motion.
Okay.
Will
That's good.
pull his support.
and then make your motion again.
Well, Commissioner Wessel had his hand
Oh,
up.
oh.
I was just going, I don't know that in a week they can do that, but I think the other part of the question is to get confirmation that to improve service along 204, they must have it here.
Well, I think that they should be able to confirm, that's black and white. I mean, they told us there's no other spot. We confirm, are they still staying with that position in a week? I mean, I think they've done a lot of research here.
They, according to them, they have.
Yeah,
yes.
so that part they should be able to.
Maybe we can get a second opinion.
From who?
Yeah, that's
From
question
another
who.
provider.
Commissioner Rushton.
The point that I wanted to make, and I think that's some of what my other commissioners are saying, is that we have a premium location here, and if I'm not saying that we don't need a tower, or we don't need to expand service. I'm all for expanding service, but what's the best thing for Leelanau County? What's the best thing for the campus? And if they don't like what we're offering, then it's their loss. If we have a premium location here, anybody would come to utilize. So we need to fully vet that whole process to make sure that we're getting the services that we want under the conditions that are acceptable to us. So it's only reasonable, in my mind, to do exactly what we're doing. Decline today, see what they have to say, and
Well, take out the issue,
look
whether
outside
you
the
want a tower or
box.
not. There are also, our attorney has some concerns about the terms of the condition, of the contract anyway. But Matt and I didn't want to further debate that issue until you gave us directions whether you want to have the tower here or not. If you said absolutely not with the tower, then we would stop. But we can, Matt and I can do more research we can decline their offer. As remember, they start off at 13,000, I have 13 some.
13.2 or something.
And no co-location fee. I start off with 20 with a third, because I have a friend that works in business. They make, not them specific on this tower, companies make a lot of money on co-location fees that do not go back to the landowners. He's the one that actually came up with that suggestion that we have a percentage of a co-location fee.
Commissioner Lauder.
Well, yes, thank you. I think that is a very good point, and if we just said today, if we move forward with, you look at the dam, if we're not going to go for a special assessment on the dam, we've got to pull that money out of somewhere. We're just saying, well, once again, let's just pull it out of the general fund. This is a great way to put some money back in our general fund to do that sort of thing. I was looking for exact wording. What would give you, Chet, an idea of where to go for. I'm not for putting a tower on this campus, but if this board is for putting a tower on this campus, we need to do the best thing for our taxpayers and get the best value for that property that we possibly can for our residents. We're negotiating for the entire county out there. They own that.
Well, I think a simple
property.
motion would just authorize to get further information and continue negotiations.
Yes. Decline this offer and allow the
Well,
administrator.
if you don't pass a motion to approve the contract, you just
Okay.
simply say authorize to get more research based on your questions and to continue negotiations.
Commissioner
Okay,
Sulis.
that was my motion. Thank you.
Would you like to make that motion?
I would like to make that motion.
Can you repeat it, please?
Can you?
Chet, you've said it
To
beautifully.
authorize the administrator and the emergency manager to research and continue negotiation on potential of the tower.
Well said. Perfect. That's my motion.
I will support that motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question for my fellow commissioners. If there is a place that is found to be acceptable, for the purposes of the tower, to provide the community that same service, would you fight to have that tower put here, or would you let that tower go somewhere else?
Let it go someplace else.
Okay, so with that said, I think that as you guys are negotiating, you need to understand that we as a commissioners, this is not our first choice. However, we do want to provide service to the community. Okay, so we're clear on that, correct? All right.
I appreciate hearing that, thank you.
I thought we needed to clean that up a
Yeah,
little bit.
appreciate that, I appreciate that.
Like it.
Commissioner Answer.
My 2 cents on the negotiations is that we should get a portion of any co-location fees. You know,
Well,
that just keeps them honest.
One critical point I think Matt brought up, if they co-locate, there will be additional ground space requirement. So
Exactly.
it's not just putting equipment on a tower, it is gonna impact.
Somebody would come back and ask for more
More
land.
little buildings below it.
We'll address that at that point.
But Matt, maybe it'd help you just briefly explain what goes with the co-location.
Yeah, basically with the equipment on the tower, they have to put it in a shelter on the ground. Shelters can be small and they can be big. Typically, they're 12 by 20 buildings. They have their own HVAC system, their own electricity, and there will be a generator attached to it. Sometimes they're inside, sometimes they're not. So the footprint that they'll have on the ground, we would be able to extract money from the co-locators. But again, that could be a deterrent because then the co-locators would have rent for their equipment on the tower and rent for property on the ground.
If you look at Pit Row, there's a significant amount of space there for each of the co-locators.
Yes, we have them build their own shelter.
Equipment on tower.
We do not cover any land rent at Pit Road. It's all from the equipment on the towers.
I have one other point that I want to make. If this board is looking at putting a pole building on this property down the road, I think that we should have a location identified for that before we start putting up. I didn't realize that it would take up that much space. So before we put I don't want to put the cart before the horse. If at some point we're looking to build some sort of storage, I think we should identify that location ahead of time before we make that commitment. My 2 cents.
Is that something the building committee can do for us? See if there is, back there, down here, I don't know.
Place where there's no
I mean, that's
trees.
what that's why I see it there. When I look at the campus and I figure it out, because that's where they already put the boats, that's where they already have the pole barns. It's gonna be near that location. And I saw it infringing on that, where they wanna locate it. I mean, it may not, because it's kind of far away, but yet, it depends on how big or how much we do, and if we, to me, if we put are able to get the health department over here, and then we have to put a pole barn for storage, well, I would much rather have them here and have a pole barn out there than a tower. So I see it all, just as Commissioner Lautner said, one thing leads to another, but they all can be interconnected, and that's why I've always, when we keep talking about a boat, and we have no place to already store it, and he says, we'll get free storage, well, I don't know how long we're gonna get free storage. I mean, that's, until they run out, then we won't have free storage anymore, or maybe till Borkovich is not sheriff anymore. Who knows?
You don't know?
So, and they already have to slide it in, take something off and move it over, and so that's what I'm saying, we have to build one bigger, we should already be looking at that. Just so they don't have to go through that process every year with our boats, twice, put it in and take it out.
Chairman Bonick?
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure, on the motion that Melinda withdrew, we have in our notes that you were the second?
Yes, and I agreed with that.
Okay, we just wanted to make sure we didn't have it in the notes. Okay, thank you.
All right, so I guess that this is, what's the motion on the table right now? Is there anyone, or, I don't.
Yeah, there's a motion by Sotis Little to authorize the research and
that's
potential
right.
negotiations of a tower contract, seconded by Ann Sorgi.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, so then that brings us to the 2% allocation agreement with Leelanau Christian Neighbors. Commissioner
I
Ratliff.
would recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we approve contract between Leelanau County and Leelanau Christian Neighbors pending corporate council review and approval.
Support. See, again, this is, where I come into the ethics thing, and we're using the means to justify the end, and to me, the means are illegal, and we justify it by giving it 4 votes. So, but
I don't
that's just,
disagree.
so I am going to oppose this. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
So the motion passes 5-2. Thank you. So then that brings us to the 2020 board goals.
Well, we had a special meeting on this yesterday. I'll attempt to take the 5 goals you approved and summarize them in a document by next week.
Okay, would that be good? Is there any other comments? All right, so then that brings us to financial reviews.
Nothing for me.
Is Jen pulling them up? Is Jen going after them?
I don't think so.
All right, well, are there any special, we'll wait till she gets back, and I wonder if there's any special reports by staff commissioners or...
Just,
really-
is outside of Commissioner Wessel, is anyone else interested in the tour Friday at 10:30?
I already told Kevin I would be
Okay,
there.
just like, yeah, you can bring a spouse
I
or
told Kevin
kids.
that,
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. He'd just
I-
like to have a ballpark.
I
number.
cannot,
Okay.
but I already let Kevin know.
Okay, all right.
I gotta check.
You can bring a spouse,
I
is that
will
what you
reply.
said?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
It is quite interesting. I would encourage you
yeah.
to do it.
I think he said it was open to the public.
Yeah, no, it's just a very informal.
Yeah,
And while we're there, can we leave for Florida?
if you like.
I hope you will.
Gay.
One-way ticket.
Well, that's good. 2 in a row.
It's pick-on tie day today.
Well, he asked for it.
I know.
Well, he wanted to go. I'm all good. All right, so we're
I
at
just
public comment. Seeing none?
Those 2, you're going to read those?
Oh, yeah.
Or you can just say incorporate them in a minute.
Yes, why don't, and everyone can read them, we'll put them in the minutes,
Great
is that
idea.
all right?
Sure.
They're concerned
They're very
about
long,
Beta.
And they really are opposed to, and they hope that we could do something to encourage Beta to reinstitute line 11, or whatever it was.
I'll tell you, so Rita, how about if these are the comments that were forwarded to all of you last week. They're the same things. She just,
Okay.
both of them asked them, they could not convene, they asked to be put in their mess. So all of you have copies of this already.
Okay.
If I can ask, I did send out information in regards to Beta. Does anybody have any questions about that?
I'll give this to you.
Or do you need any other information about that?
Yeah.
You don't.
We voted
Well,
on it.
I mean, I guess I do. They can still do a call-in and get a ride, a door-to-door ride.
Currently, there still is a route, but instead of having multiple routes per day, it's my understanding that they reduced the route to 2 per day. And they have tried to align the times with the people who are using the service. Okay, so they took the majority that would be able to use that service those 2 times a day. In the interim, when they had those buses basically running empty, they said we would provide door-to-door service for anybody that needs it. Okay, they would just have to call in and say they need a ride. So they are getting the service, it's just not that the bus is gonna drive by
Frequency.
whether somebody gets on it or not. So they are working diligently to try to accommodate. If you look at the cost of operation for that route, it would be cheaper for Beta to buy them all
A new car.
a car.
To carpool.
Exactly. Insurance and gas to boot for the term. You know, it would probably cost us less money for the amount of riders that we have. So they're working with the community, and I just wanted to reassure you and everyone that they're doing the best they can do. They have a budget, just like we have a budget, and they have to continually change transportation routes all throughout the year. I mean, we have to accommodate different needs at different times for different events. And they try to accommodate those with, route adjustment. So, expect it. If we don't have the numbers, we don't have the numbers.
I thought
the board member that's on there with you, John Somervilla, did a nice job in the
Somerville.
enterprise.
Yeah, he's very good on our board, yes.
So we'll go back now to review, that was commissioner comments, so now we'll go back to review financials. Is there- That's okay.
I had a question, Jen, in claims and accounts on, I believe it was our page 14, we had simplicity. And it was a sign for the simplicity for the courtroom sign, rigid sign. What is that all about?
Rigid sign with digital graphics, it says.
Okay.
The judge requested her own sign in front of the courtroom scene that says no food or beverages allowed in the courtroom.
What?
Oh.
Because all the other courtrooms had it in front of theirs, and that's what she asked.
So she's family court?
Yes.
So if somebody brings their child in with them, they can't bring them fruit snacks, applesauce pouches to keep them quiet, they can't bring them water, they can't bring... That's family oriented. That's thinking about the children. How are they supposed to take care of their children and keep them...
That would be a good conversation for the judge.
All right. I'm taking it because it's simplicity, it fits the decor of the rust-colored signs. Does it fit the original? I haven't seen it.
It looks similar to the others, yes.
Similar, but, okay.
Commissioner Ansari. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I just have a comment, in reply. In Grand Traverse County, we do foster care, I go to court a lot. And there's one of those signs in every one of those rooms in the family court. You can't bring food or drink in, every one of them.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not just,
I know they don't do
A
just
cleaning
children,
thing, yeah.
but how are you supposed to take care of your children?
You know,
This is not a financial issue.
yeah, it's not a financial thing, it's a security thing.
We're on
Oh.
financials.
That was my only question in
So,
claims and
you know,
accounts.
this is not unusual as well as my comment.
Okay. Yeah, well, thank you for that insight. It's- I know, even in church, you bring the food and drink for the infants to keep them quiet.
Now, to be perfectly honest, I have seen people bottle feeding kids
Oh, I
in there.
hope not.
And nobody says a thing, but the sign's still up.
Well, maybe that's her intent, but,
The sign is still up.
so, all right. I have more question on policy, because is that how we're going to, so now we just start putting signs out front of the offices as they,
It's the court upstairs.
They have their own rules.
but it's not her court, or the hallway is not her courtroom.
That's a different topic.
Any other questions about that? Then we'd move down. I don't think we have any transfers or amendments, or do we?
No,
So we'd go then to claims and accounts.
Yep, I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $65,918.99.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Recommend approval of post audit, $1,992,369.55.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned.
I needed that.